Finance Committee meeting of December 10th, 2022. Present are committee members Glasper and Limpert and Williamson, council members Eamon and Scarrow, and at this time, the mayor, finance director, HR director, safety director, recreation director, and special assistant to the mayor. First topic is the annual budget.
And assistant finance director.
Assistant finance director. So that, we're going to put Mr. Sperling as a guest. All right. And our first topic is how much money we have.
So that we can spend it,
when you are ready.
Can I sit here? Is
Yes.
food coming?
Yes. Yeah. Oh,
Alright. He's here now. So I guess, let's talk about revenue assumptions. And I mean, let's actually step back a minute and talk about what makes up the available resources that we're allowed to appropriate to expend. It's our carryover fund balance, our current year revenues equal the total estimated resources that we're able to spend. Currently, we're projected at 6.4 million in projected unencumbered balance for the end of this year. And when you add the $24.7 million of estimated resources for the current year, that gives us $31.2 million to appropriate, if available to appropriate, let's say. So let's talk about some of the revenue assumptions. First off, I've been doing this a long time here, and I'm on the one that says revenue, tab 2.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, there we go, right there.
starting page of tab 2.
I saw spreadsheets.
Oh, yeah, you know, that was the fun summary.
That's
I'm
where I was
just
like, okay,
talking,
whatever.
sorry. And so usually, because we're a pretty mature community, historical trend is a great basis for projections. It works out pretty well for the city of North Olmsted. During the COVID years, it was a lot more difficult to do that, especially with our largest estimated resource, which is municipal income tax. And the property taxes are done by the county. And I guess if you step back, I provided this is additional information. Just as I thought about it, there's people that maybe haven't gone through as many budget presentations as others have. And this is the pie chart. This is in our audited financial statements, and this is governmental resources. This isn't just the general fund. This is any fund except for the business type activities, which is the sewer revenue fund in Springdale. So when you look at it, our municipal income tax is 46% of our total resources that provide our governmental services. And when I first started here, and probably for the first 5 or 10 years, it was actually a 33%, and property taxes was about 33%, and then all the other revenue streams were 33%. So we've increased our reliance on municipal income taxes, and we haven't raised the rates or anything, but property taxes have gone down, and then, you know, if the pie gets bigger, and this is a bigger chunk of it, it just keeps getting to be a larger portion. So this is the one that I'm gonna definitely focus on, is the income taxes, because that's the one that helps us the most, and not that we have control over, but that provides us our monthly monies. This is the municipal income tax is made up of 3 pieces, well actually 4 pieces now. It's withholding, which is our businesses withholding for their employees and remitting it to us. It's individual, which is people who are filing their returns and owe taxes on that return. For example, if you work in Westlake that's 1.5%, and you live here, you would owe another 0.5%, and that's how it gets paid on your return. That's why you would owe. If you have a 2%, if you work in Cleveland, you still have to file, but you would owe nothing else, and we wouldn't collect any individual income tax on that. And then there's net profit returns, which is the business component of municipal income tax, where they provide both, they file returns and there's a tax liability. Look, we can. And the other component is estimates that companies pay in to during the year, which have not necessarily, they don't necessarily owe, or they may owe, it just depends. But there is an advantage on their federal returns for filing estimates because they get a deduction for payments made to other government taxes paid in. So there is an advantage to them for doing that. And as you can see, I all the information is in the chart where I projected it back behind these numbers, but those were just numbers, and I think sometimes a picture says 1,000 words, and you can tell that withholding is, and this is 2022, I have to my charts the other way with this. So if you look at the last 10 years, it's gone up slightly, like it was a little flat, went down in 2020, of course, and then has gone up a little bit. Not a lot, but I'm impressed. And I wasn't expecting, because we lost 2 major employers on our top 10 list this year. Factory Mutual and Palmer Holland left during COVID, not during COVID, last year. And so I was concerned that we were gonna, that's a couple $100,000 in withholding. So I was worried about it, but our withholding has actually gone up. And while we can't tell how many people are filing, until the end of the year when they provide W-2 data to Rita, withholding is up, which when a year and a half ago or 2 years ago they were making $9 an hour at Starbucks, they're making $18 to start. So I'm guessing we haven't had any new businesses or anything that come in really, that it's primarily from that large increase in the minimum wage, or, well, it's not minimum anymore, but to try and get people into working again. So I'm happy about that. Now the individual, if you compare the little, it really hasn't gone, it hasn't really changed dramatically. The net profits though is insane. It's $4 million this year. It's never been $4 million. I've never seen it 3 million. So I have I can't say companies or anything, but there are some companies that have paid in some large deposits. So they may owe that, but we won't get any more income tax on that because they've already paid it in this year. They'll just use that deposit to pay the tax liability they owe, or they won't owe that much and will owe a refund on that. So that is my concern. Net profits is a very unreliable, as you can tell, it kind of fluctuates from year to year. And so that is the reason why income tax is down, solely really from net profit. And I can't project that I'm completely certain it's not gonna be $4 million. I think it's gonna be around 2 million, and that's what I projected, which it's usually $1.5 million to $2.5 million, if you look at the historic trend. So that's where I'm at. So if you see it's higher this year than what I'm projecting, that's the primary reason why.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah. So you mentioned about wages going up, but I'm actually a little bit surprised that 2021 is pretty even keel in 2022 because, my understanding was a lot of 2021 companies still had to, they were still charging, for those who work outside of the city at like major companies, they were typically still being credited for the, like, if they
The
worked, if the business
workplace,
was in
yeah.
Cleveland, they would still be
Right,
paying taxes to the workplace, so they were, paying their taxes to Cleveland instead of North Homestead,
correct.
and a lot of that started to kind of take shape here in 2022, so I was actually expecting, so it sounds like it's more net neutral of that, people leaving the income tax, leaving the city or staying in the city
You mean the
based on where you live.
hybrid,
Yeah, the
the
hybrid
hybrid
model.
workplace, yeah.
Hybrid workplace.
You're right, thank you for reminding me, in 2020, I don't know if you remember during COVID, there was a court case that, that cities were the state told us to keep withholding where you work regardless, where your business is located, not where you're working during COVID. And so 2021, they were still able to do that. But in 2022, in this law, and the settlement with the court, in one of the major cases, in 2022, they had to start withholding where you're working. So if you're working a hybrid schedule, 2 days a week in North Olmsted and 3 days a week in Westlake, and your workplace is in Westlake, then your employer was required to withhold at Westlake's rate and North Olmsted's rate, and distribute that monies to North Olmsted. And that's another thing, I haven't seen, like it's not a huge jump of amount of money, but I've noticed some new businesses that I know are located elsewhere. When I look at the list of withholding companies, like for example, Highland Software, I can say that because I know my neighbors work there, but they're working remotely and their taxes are coming here this year, and they weren't in prior years. Of course, I double checked. And I think you are too, right? You make sure that yours are coming here.
Right.
So there is some of that as well. But you're right. I mean, it's not a big jump, but I was afraid it was going to go down because of those major companies leaving. So I was happy about that. The property taxes are pretty much given to us by the county, and they haven't given them to us yet. But last year was the first year of one of the reappraisal. So in the estimated resources, I used exactly what we used last year. They seem to be a little behind, don't you think, Keith? Usually we have something by now, but we don't, even if it's estimates. So I'm hopeful with the housing trend isn't gonna affect that this year, but I do think the long-term impact, if we still have rates at 7% mortgages, and I mean, the housing sale craziness that's been going on might slow down somewhat and impact property taxes on the next go around. The mayor's court costs and fines, I talked with the clerk of court and we talked with the police chief, and we anticipate the volume to be at the 2022 level. There have been several more officers that have been able to, like, they're done with their training and they can start doing ticket writing on their own. And so whether it's stop or otherwise, the court costs all go to the general fund. So that's a benefit to us. I don't expect it to be like the years 5 or so years ago when it was like crazy, but they do expect it to continue to be stronger as it was in 2022. The building permits and other related fees, I left them primarily the same because while there are a lot of things that may be coming down the pike, we don't have anything for certain that's coming down the pike, and we didn't really have a lot this year either. So this was a good base year we have people doing remodeling or upgrading their spaces commercially and at home. So I think this is a good base year of, if there's nothing big, this is what, building permits are. So I felt that that was a safe way, to go. I mean, obviously, we have something that's gonna happen at the mall, but nothing has been presented or is in process as far as I know. I don't know what that time frame is, so that would impact that. And if the schools, do start their process, but it usually, I think it's gonna take like a year to design it, so I don't know that they're gonna be paying in fees, and sometimes, you know, that takes a while, so base year. The EMS fees are, our historic trend is actually good. It's, I don't even have it in front of me, like 430, I think, 430 each for the general fund. Remember, 50% goes to the general fund and 50% goes to the EMS fund for larger equipment. Like we paid for squads out of there. We're paying the debt service on the, it's not a ladder truck, it's a tower truck. And so that has stayed relatively comparable. During COVID, it did go down because people weren't going to the hospital. So I think that that's in a good trend. Any other, let's see, in the general fund, one other item, interest rates. We have been on the good end of interest rates going up and the Fed increasing the rate to borrow money. Banks now and other investments are actually earning an interest rate. So we've had a dramatic increase this year. We've kept our monies in our 5-year ladder approach really within like 6 to 18 months, so that it's rolling over very rapidly and we're capturing these high rates now. And also Star Ohio, which is an easy investment tool for cities. What's the rate now? 3.9. And that's one of the areas that I'm gonna adjust in the final, in this, is that I had thought that 3 would be a good comparison as to what we were earning, but like as soon as the Fed keeps telling you that they're going up, they're gonna go up another probably half basis points, 50 basis points next week, and 2 more 25s at a minimum. So that is gonna, I think that we can increase the investment income to $780,000, and it'll come in handy. I'll tell you about that. We'll tell you about that along the way.
Hey, I'm sorry, Gary, what did you say, what did you say the current amount of investment income, what we saw in 2022?
Well, it was in the hundreds
100.
last year.
Yeah.
And it's like 350 now, I think, 390.
350, okay, that's what I was
Yeah.
looking for, thanks.
I'm sorry, I'm not following the paper, so.
That's right. I thought
But
said
you can see it, it's a separate line item in the general fund.
Yeah, thanks.
So that is, that's something positive, but then we're also paying more to borrow, so.
So our current budget projection, it says here, is that our revenues are 600,000, that's assuming interest rates are 3.
Right, so,
So they're effectively 4.
yeah, it's gonna be like 780,000,
Okay,
so.
I understand.
Okay. And then I'm looking, local government is determined by the state, and they determine it, and we were required to put it on our certificate of estimated resources to the county, but it's come in stronger, and local government funds is like a conglomeration, a formula thing down at the state, where they throw certain revenues in, and then they reallocate them to communities based on certain criteria. So that means that the revenues at the state are coming in stronger so that then we're getting more local government monies. Now mind you, we used to get $2.5 million a year. I know that the state, they're talking, I've heard they're talking about potentially increasing the local government fund, but, I'm gonna hold my breath. And till they do it, but if there's any way we can encourage them to do that, that would be great.
There's a new Speaker of the House who wasn't supposed to become the Speaker of the House, and for some reason he has made this a priority of his.
Oh, good.
So we'll see if he is the Speaker of the House when they have their fall.
The hotel motel taxes, those were obviously significantly impacted, in the, during COVID, but they've come back and they're looking good. I know that the economy doesn't bring in a lot of money, but I know that that's closing. I'm happy to report that La Quinta was bought by somebody else, so their hotel motel taxes are coming in on a monthly basis now, which is good. And that it's remained strong, and I'm kind of surprised because I feel like everyone can do everything remotely now, but they're still having people either with their businesses or, I guess I always assume you travel for business to come to North Olmsted, but people come for weddings. They've done a lot of marketing with some of the other ballrooms, our ballroom and other ones. So hopefully they will stay solid because that supports our police and fire equipment and anything but salaries and benefits can be purchased out of there. So the police purchase their vehicles out of there every year. So we want that to remain strong. And so I think that that's a good amount. Now there are three funds that there's the motor vehicle license tax fund, the state highway tax fund, and the street maintenance and repair fund. Those are three funds that get monies through the state that are either vehicle license taxes or gas taxes. And there's, as every government fee, there's a state portion, a county portion, and a city portion. So these monies come into the city, and they are running 4% down. They're not at plan, and so with the gas prices remaining the same or higher, granted this week they've gone down thankfully, but that still continues to cause people to think twice before driving and filling up, and a large portion of it is gas tax. And the other vehicles, people, while they're paying a premium for a vehicle, to buy a new vehicle, there's still supply chain issues in getting new vehicles. So I think that 4%, it still provides them plenty of resources to do what they need to do, but it's not growing. And then the rec in Springville, they'll talk about during their budget hearings. I've reviewed them though, and I think that they're reasonable. So sewer revenue fund, we have a ordinance that designates every year, either like last year it was 0, this year it's 2%, next year it's 2%. So we're estimating a 2% increase for North Olmsted. And Olmsted Township is billed by Cleveland Division of Water on our behalf to each user that in our area that uses our sewer. But the rates are determined contractually based on calculations, and they're based on 2023 costs. So usually that doesn't get looked at and changed till April. And lastly, Fairview Park, they're a master meter they just have like one entry point where they come through and we know how much goes through, and their payment comes from the city, and it's based on actual cost per MCF. So we figure out what 2022 was, and then they get billed for their share of the total cost per flow. And then we do transfers and advances between funds, and there's a chart in the back on attachment 3. But I wanted to point out that there are a couple of additional transfers this year. One is from the general fund to the capital improvement fund. It's $150,000. It's not dramatic, but if there's one area that I think we really need to work on is putting money into a fund for capital equipment and replacement, and like HVACs and computers and things like that have no other funding source other than through operations. I don't know, for some of you haven't been here, but we used to borrow for computers, and we borrowed for the HVAC in this building. And I feel like that's one area that if we could start building that reserve so that we don't have to borrow for those things, I think that's, and I know 150,000 is a nominal amount, but if you continue to do that, it does build, and then there's, I call it muscle memory. You know that you're supposed to put money into it, and then there's money there when you need it. So do I want to put more in at some point? Yes, but let's start with this, and I think that, it's important. As debt service has gone down, and we've built our separation pay reserve, our budget stabilization is growing as it can, but it's nominal what it's allowed to grow to by state law. Our healthcare reserves, and then casualty loss is another one that I feel like it doesn't need millions or anything, but I think that we should try and build that, which we put money in there every year, but I'm trying to be more conscious of it because it seems like there's more and more incidents where we don't have, like, of traffic signal things that have been getting hit and they don't have insurance, and it's a lot of money to have to find in an operating budget to replace. So, and we don't want to use we have a higher deductible, so you wouldn't use your deductible for that purpose. And then the debt transfer payment. For the $4 million for the school properties that we purchased, I did not budget to borrow again. Instead, I budgeted to pay them off. I always expected to pay the spruce one off because once we determined that it was going to be used for stormwater, sanitary, recreation, I felt that we have funding sources for that. So there's $900,000 coming from the permanent improvement fund, $900,000 from the sewer revenue fund, and $116,250 coming from the recreation fund. And so I think that we can pay that note off, no problem. I had hoped that the forest property would be sold in this year and to be developed, but I'm not convinced that someone's going to start a new higher level, $300,000 homes is what we were talking about, 200,000, whatever. I'm not convinced that someone's going to start a new housing development with 7% interest rates at this time. And so I think that we should pay it off. So I have $410,800 coming from the general fund, and the remaining amount is going to be to pay it off is in the general obligation bond retirement fund. So that we won't have that carrying over, cause it may be years before, who knows? I'm harmed mentally from buying the bus property that 20 years ago that never got developed to a bus garage like it was going to, so I just think to err on the side of caution, especially at a higher, we're paying higher interest rates to borrow that money, why not use some of our resources to pay it off? Now, with the other schools, if they're coming on, and then it's couple years down the road, I assume, but we will have to come up with a method, and maybe interest rates will be lower by then, and it won't be such a big deal to purchase those and turn those around. But that's a looming thing that will be coming our way. And is there any specific questions you have?
Yeah, just a quick question on that. If those properties were to be sold or when they are sold, would those funds just then be reimbursed with the proceeds from the sale?
We could make it that way if we wanted to.
Okay.
So, but right now, ordinances, if we sell property, it goes into the land and building and acquisition fund.
Okay.
Oh, and there's 400 coming from that too, sorry. But council can designate that it goes specifically elsewhere.
Are there questions from committee? I have some questions, but I'll wait for others. Are there questions from council? Okay. So Director, coming off the last topic, the $4 million school land purchase, are you saying all $4 million of that is being retired, or we're retiring some of it?
All of it is planned for in this budget to be retired.
Sort of along the lines of what Councilman Lindbergh was asking, this has been somewhat of a moot point the last several years, but now that interest rates are becoming meaningful, when we gain interest, is that redistributed by fund? Is that going to
It goes to
the dedicated fund? How does that work?
It goes to the general fund, there is some allocation. The state law requires those 3 street funds to get interest. And is there any other ones that we allocate? Just those, because those are required by state law.
Okay. So, if I'm reading our page with the income tax projections,
Mm-hmm.
and you have 2022 through 11 months,
Yes.
that's through the end of November, or that's the start of November? That's
End of November.
end of November.
Mm-hmm.
So, if we're going to project a withholding of, how did that move? Literally, the numbers just started moving on my page. I don't know how that happened. I'm not gonna touch it now.
It is a little touchy, the PDF.
So we right now, through 11 months, are gonna be at, it says 17.9 million in the income tax, but we're forecasting for 2023, all of it, 17.3. So we're 600,000-700,000 ahead of next year's projection. Now, you said most of that's driven by the net profit, withholding as to our conservatism. How or when will we know that this net income is a aberration or is more reflective of how we're moving into the future?
Well, definitely, like January 15th is when they have to make their last estimates in. So we will know a little bit more, but unfortunately, a lot of the, especially the bigger players, I mean, they don't file their tax returns April 15th. They usually file, and end up filing in September, so, but, I actually, I do have a call-in, and, I have someone at Rita looking into if there are liabilities versus estimates, and while I can't share who necessarily, I can get a better indication as to what it is. I mean, it's definitely an anomaly, I just don't know, I mean, I don't know how much, but I look at the trend and, I can't imagine that it's gonna be that high again. If you even look on that chart, you know, right below it, you know, it's 2.5, 1.6, 2.5, 2.1, so it's a dramatic, increase over those years.
Did you say January 15th or April 15th, because you were mentioning taxes?
Well, January 15th is the last point they can put in
Got
estimates.
it, okay, thanks.
And then April 15th, obviously, is when people file, but most companies do not file on April 15th. And especially those that are in retail, their year end is usually end of January, end of February, depending on their cycle. But I will try, I will come up with a way to provide monthly information to council to keep us all in the loop, so that we know what our income tax is comprised of and where it's headed, okay?
I think some of what's driving that is the Trump administration changed the policy that functionally incentivized you to become, instead of an LLC, to become an S corp, to have in that holdings, at least for smaller employers. So I am more of the belief that this is not an entire aberration. But this is a big swing in terms of our
It
income.
is.
So, you know, there could be a substantial more, if we continued on the trend that we had for this year, I mean, we're not gonna have a 10% growth in revenue next year, but we're talking about a lot more money than what we're forecasting right now. So,
and I guess the other thing, you know, even though I had it in the narrative, I didn't dwell on the economy. I mean, in my opinion, there's a lot of unknowns, I think most of the major economists, we're going into a recession. It's not gonna be as long as, you know, God forbid, the 2008, 2010 cycle, but it is gonna happen next year. And our own local economy, I mean, Target's doing great, Walmart's doing great. I don't know if you've been into the mall lately, but I worry about the mall. Those big box stores are empty and they barely have any help there. So, and so after this season, you'll probably see, usually after every Christmas holiday season, you see some changes, and I think that'll give us an indication of where we're headed as well.
So, I guess what I want to do is just have in folks' minds when we might, you know, I understand you're saying January 15th is a good goalpost, but there's also April as well. I'm glad that we've started putting money into the capital and we're doing the limited amount we're allowed to do with the rainy day fund and limited amount with separation pay. Is there a limit for the land acquisition or for the capital funds for how much we can put in those?
No.
Okay.
The state has created the rainy day fund limitations.
Right.
And I mean, we can put money in separation pay as well. But we're putting like $750,000 in a year.
Right.
So I'm hopeful that, you know, that this next year, the next couple years, you know, we always say that, don't we? The next couple years, the retirements are gonna slow down a little bit, but there weren't as many as they said there were gonna be this year. So it's their prerogative, not ours.
On a different topic, for the interest, you mentioned there's roughly an extra 180, 200,000 that you're expecting, and that there was a need or a purpose associated with that. What were you referencing?
Yes, well, there's, as you'll see when you go through, there's some technical corrections that, when we went through, we revised a couple numbers. And also, there's one that, in service, there was supposed to be one additional person forecasted in here. And our forecast, it's our fault. The forecast started out and, with one person, who had left, and they weren't in the forecast, so I should have added 2 people to make up for it, but, I didn't add that person, so there's a 96,000 and some odd change in service that we're gonna have to, in wages and benefits for one labor bee.
Are there other questions from the council? Sorry.
I had one other, oh, I know, when you were talking about money moving into other funds, there's one caveat that you may not know, is that once those monies go into those special funds earmarked for those specific purposes, they can't come out. So, except for the purpose of that fund. So, if, like for healthcare, we put money into those funds, but if the healthcare fund is growing, cause maybe we've had good claims year, we can maybe not put as much in, so that's how we get it back. But if you're talking about saying, oh, let's move $5 million into the land building and acquisition fund, you gotta make sure that you're gonna use it for that, or it's just gonna sit there. It won't be able to be taken out, cause there's not a mechanism, a regular mechanism of funding that you could slow down. So that's all I wanna caution.
But if we do sell the school properties, that's where those funds go, or you're saying we have an opportunity to intervene prior to that?
Council, that is a local ordinance, so council can change where you allocate those funds, where you want the proceeds to go.
Okay, I just mean if we put money in land acquisition and for some reason we got a lot more than we expected for land sales or whatever, we wouldn't be completely, oh, well, now we regret putting money into land acquisition.
Correct, yeah.
We could
Yes, yeah, that's,
dedicate-
you're
we could
right,
put it somewhere
absolutely.
else.
You can change that, I understand where you're coming from now.
Okay.
I think we should look at that as it relates to paying off the funds and just evaluate the pros and cons of that. I think it makes sense the way you're doing it, because those are the tap uses for those facilities. But if we're like forcing a payoff in those things early to avoid interest rates, which also I think makes sense, we should maybe look at probably harming those funds in some way by making them put the bill so early in a 1-year cycle.
Got it.
But I don't know the answer.
I don't
That's
know,
something
yeah.
we have to look at.
Well, all those transfers are in those funds to
Yeah.
transfer out, so as we go through. we
More
can
on how
look
it
at
comes
that.
back in.
Correct.
Are there further questions? Okay. Again, I will just slightly beat a dead horse that it appears that we're slightly projecting to be below 2021 revenues, so I look to revisit that as we get more information.
Just to comment on that, I think it is important, and you guys always talk about the administrations and directors, and always say they've got a backlog of things, and Carrie, you always say that, yeah, we turn things down in order to fit the budget. So I think we just need to be transparent of what those first items look like, or what that backlog looks like, so if revenue does come higher, then council already knows that those are the things that are gonna be asked for, instead of, a mid-year ask on that. And I understand to a point, sometimes priorities change, but, it's hard for us to assess that when we're seeing it for the first time, that, oh yeah, well, we wanted to ask for this back in January, but it never made it through finance, we might as well make it a little bit more transparent with those items are gonna be, if we start to foresee that there could be a better projections than we expect. And that includes maybe even the capital improvement stuff, if those are capital improvement items, then we can, I think a lot of us on council are very excited about your effort to get more of those costs captured into this capital improvement of that are known costs, like computers and things like that. More of known fixed costs that we have that we can already plan for is awesome. So
Good. The administration is excited about it too.
As of the moment, our general fund summary, fund description, projected balance for the end of the year is to have $4,500. So that will change, but as we're going through, because in part of the spending decisions that are in here, and in part because of the revenue assumptions, at the moment, we have very little room to have any discretion on anything different. So that's what I'm trying to determine is how much room there actually is. And, to not for us necessarily, if we have changes or priorities as we go around, to not make drastic changes if those are necessary based on the lack of revenue. So, Councilman Heeman, did you have a question?
I did, I'm glad. I'll wait for
Okay. Any other questions, comments, thoughts? Okay, I believe the mayor is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few brief comments as we continue your committee meeting today. As council is aware, in 2022, we appropriated a significant amount of ARPA money for the next couple of years. We'll be spending a large amount of time implementing these projects in 2023. Things we can expect to see coming online are a new website with scheduled late first quarter, early second quarter debut, purchase of updated speed signs, significant changes at the recreation center, and a revamping of our processes in the building department in order to make both our permitting and code enforcement more efficient and consumer friendly. We've recently started this 12-month project and hope that this new portal will launch in December of 2023. Speaking of the building department, as council is aware, we decided to bring the building commissioner position in-house. We're excited about this change and are hopeful that we'll have this position filled either late this month or early January, with a targeted start date by the end of January or early February. The city is also pleased to be welcoming a new engineering firm in Chagrin Valley Engineering beginning on January 1st, 2023. As I promised council when I was mayor-elect, we would evaluate all contracts and solicit proposals on long-term contracts when appropriate. I've done this with both the building commissioner and engineering. We're thankful for Richard Bowen and Associates for their service. They've done a fine job for us over the past decade, but we are excited to also get to work with our new engineers. While we're going to see an increase in the base agreement, we're confident that over the long run, the city will save money. We'll be tracking the amount of spending over this agreement to ensure that this agreement is fair for our residents. Director Upton will be able to share more information about this with you if you have questions on Tuesday night when he presents his department's budget. Council will be hearing more about this in the coming weeks, but I want to remind you that Clague Road is scheduled to be redone in county fiscal year 2024, which runs from summer 23 through summer 24. We are currently working with the county to finalize our plans, but the target time for this project is spring of 2024. Therefore, while it is not in this budget, it is something that you'll be hearing about throughout the coming year and you'll see in the 2024 budget. Also in 2025, Lorraine Road will be redone. This is still in the early development stages, but it's an upcoming project that City Council should be aware of. If you you look at your tab number 3 for staffing in the city, staffing has seen some changes this year. The budget has 3 full-time firefighter paramedics being added to it, bringing the budgeted total from 42 to 45 in 2023. The police department has 2 additional ARPA-funded officers budgeted, bringing the total from 48 to 50. We've added a supervisor and an IT specialist within dispatch. Recreation had 2 new positions created in 2022, and the service department is adding 1 position in 2023, which will be the position to replace Sean Stacy, as discussed with council, when he was promoted to the newly created position this year to handle stormwater. The city will be removing a position as it's going to an auto attendant phone system, and the wastewater treatment plant has combined 2 part-time positions into 1 full-time position. Legislative priorities for 2023 that will not show up directly in the budget, but are items that I've tasked my administration to work on include legislative proposals to deal with products such as kava, vaping, and other related health issues in the city, a speed management plan to help with the increased complaints about speeding on our residential streets, working with the school district to create plans on how to safely handle schools coming offline over the next handful of years, and the city plans for the vacant school properties if council authorizes the purchases of those properties once they become available. There are truly many exciting opportunities for North Olmsted over the next few years, and the administration is going to be hard at work providing great day-to-day services for our residents while making sure that plans are in place to deal with a wide variety of unanticipated issues. Finally, the city saw a lot accomplished this year. Our group of directors were a great group. I'm proud of the work that we accomplished so far, and I'm looking forward to what we plan to do in 2023. We spent this past year making significant positive changes for our residents. As I said earlier, some of these changes, like the home repair program, have already started, while others, such as picking up a portion of refuse collections for certain residents, will be starting shortly. Complete operational changes like our resident portal for permits and building code enforcement will be happening throughout 2023. Without this group of directors that we have here, these changes would not be happening. I want to thank council for all of their support of these programs and look forward to working with you all through 2023 as we continue to work to improve our services to the residents of North Olmsted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think we have a copy of that. If you or your staff could share that with
Absolutely.
me, those comments would be easier to
Yes.
make sure we've recorded them all. Are there questions from the committee? Questions from council? Okay. Mayor, you referenced a number of increases in staffing. We're looking at in our FTE summary a total of 234 for this budget. We're currently at 220, and we're budgeted for 225. What is in your mind, or how would you categorize these increases? A handful of them are bringing positions in-house, but how many of them are actual expansions, if you will, where there isn't an offsetting? Again, we're not paying for a consultant for a building commissioner if we're having one in-house.
Sure, right.
Do we have a general sense of that? Is that an isolated example, or? Mr. Mazzarella?
So, I would say it's approximately 5, because the new ones that don't have that correlated cut would be the 3 full-time firefighters / paramedics, then the added dispatch supervisor and IT specialist. some of these other positions you've already approved, like you approved in ARPA the 2 additional police officers. I mean, if you want to count those, then there'd be another 2. Because I just, it depends, so there would be another 2 this year, but those were approved last year, and they were actually they came after the budget, so they weren't in the budget. If we had the ability to hire them, there was the money there to hire them last year. But so I would say there's 5 like new ones that weren't talked about last year at all.
Mr. Limbert, thank you. So just to be clear, the IT and dispatch is changing from what we provisioned as 2 additional. I thought, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that was a temporary addition of two positions.
Talking about 2 different things. The ARPA money
Yeah.
for increasing the police line was for the police themselves
Right.
to allow us to carry up to 2 additional officers.
Okay,
so
so this
that
is for the ARPA funding.
the dispatch is a completely separate unit.
Yeah.
We're adding an IT person and a supervisor, which I believe we had neither in this proposal. So those are 2 permanent additions.
Correct.
But those are separate from police.
Okay, so then why are you saying that those would be the 2 that?
Because they weren't, I'm sorry, Mr. Charlotte, you.
He's saying those 2 are new and 3 fire positions are new for his total 5 that he's
Oh, okay,
referencing.
so he's saying net additional 2.
Yes.
Yes.
The other ones were either discussed as
Yes.
part, you guys approved at some point last year that they weren't in the budget.
Right.
But we're moving those people.
But those 2 police are temporary as it relates to our staffing ordinances.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, they're temporary so that they could help us when we're dealing with the retirements that are coming up.
Right.
And then, yes, so.
Yeah, I'm good now. I thought you were saying that these 2 positions were, you're not trying to, these are the 2 additional, so we're 3 plus 2, got it, which is the 5 you said.
Mr. Scarl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The added IT specialist, is that to take the burden off Mr. Fiorito? Let him
Mr.
do his
Chairman,
police work instead of
yes.
computer work?
Yes, Mr. Scarl, that is correct. The way that we operate dispatch is not acceptable. We found out that this year. That's why we're coming to council to add these positions. And it will be discussed under Director Schofield's review of safety review in detail.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, and if we could, I could just clarify, when Chief talks about fire or when you did a director, I just wanna make sure like how these 3 additional positions are gonna be used, and what role, cause I know in the past we've added sort of backup vehicles and things like that, so I'm just trying to get clarification on what these roles are responsible and the need that we need to add these 3 staff. Is it strictly for overtime, or we can talk so
Yeah.
I'll save it for your session.
Okay.
I'm just prepping, so we'll talk then.
But these are intended to be 3 permanent new
Yes.
positions.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Healy.
Thank you. You know, I mean, the IT is pretty obvious, right? I mean, we want Fiorito to go back to really being what his job really is. So we'll be having him back on the force where he's supposed to be, and then having the IT person, but the others, yeah, we'll find that out later.
There was a reference to 2 additional individuals with recreation. What are we referencing in that?
Thank you. Councilman, they are actually positions that they're not new positions.
Right.
They're just additional in the positions that we already have. So, the maintenance gentleman, Chuck Wade, we were so short in full-time maintenance positions. We had no part-time help. We had people that are out on medical leave, so we needed that position filled. So he was added last year. And then Melissa Shirley is another programmer that we added to the programming staff because our intention is to increase our programming and not water down our process of our core staff planning a program, starting a program, jumping off that program when it's not complete yet to plan another program and continue on. So for the growth and the progression of our department, that was needed. And plus our part-time staff was very, very limited, as you all know, in the city with every other business in here. You know, we were struggling to find part-timers throughout the year. So, and these were all monies that were found within the budget last year. These were not any additional money that was asked for.
So just one clarification, is that maintenance strictly for the rec center, or is that also Springdale?
No, it's just for that.
Okay, thank you.
And who, if I could just add, the city's only a licensed electrician right now too, so I'm sure he'll be doing a lot of other things in the city.
Okay, so it's not just for the rec center?
Well, it is, but I'm sure he's gonna get cherry picked a couple little times here and there. So, I'm just being honest, I'm being transparent.
So, I'm
City
being
has
honest too.
minimal electrical issues.
That's untrue at the rec center, I can tell you that right now.
Well, no, I think it's
I can
important
fix
that,
that.
it's important for us as council to understand
Yeah,
that
for sure.
somebody is supporting other areas.
Yeah.
Because then when,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know,
So if I could just add, Councilman, so like in my division, which encompasses many different facilities, we've asked him to look at different things already in the senior center, you know, and if he's need be, we'll take him over to Springfield, stuff like that. So, but he's fixed more than what we've already asked him to do at the rec center. You know.
That's just a cost savings for us.
Yeah.
well, and that's fine, and just when he leaves, then we know all of a sudden that we have other areas that there's a
Right.
gap there, so.
So we don't want to get spoiled with our only electrician, certified electrician in the city if he does leave. So we gotta keep him here.
Well, I think that's important, and that's important when somebody comes back and
Yeah.
says, hey, we need to keep this guy,
Oh, for sure.
we understand why, and,
Agreed.
yeah, that's great, okay. I love it when we can maximize people's time.
Is there any other questions?
I got one more, I'm sorry. I have one more question on this police position. So if Mr. Fiorito is getting freed up to do police work and he hasn't been able to do that because of dispatch and we're adding a dispatch position, should we be looking at trimming that flex position because we're getting another officer in some ways, or this is just for leaving?
No,
Okay,
yeah, if I
yeah,
may.
just clarify that.
Director Schofield?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilman, Sergeant Fiorito, because he likes this kind of work, has taken it on over the years to manage the IT, essentially for the whole division.
Okay,
So it has, his workload has been too much for many years. He's the administrative sergeant for the division, so what this does is he'll still be able to kind of supervise the IT, but it will allow him to get back to doing his polygraph examinations. He's the only certified motor vehicle accident reconstructionist and investigator, so allow him to go back to doing more of his police work.
so we had a work, well, that's what I was implying, but, what you're saying is that there's a backlog of his typically assigned duties that are now gonna get caught up by having him full-time, and were we outsourcing that, or how were we satisfying that before?
Well, he is our only certified polygraph examiner for one instance, so he does all of our pre-employment
Right.
testing. So what happens is that takes longer and longer, especially if you're looking at pre-employment polygraphs for police officers and firefighters. And so the longer it takes for him to be able to get through that,
Yep.
we start losing candidates off our list.
So this is all of efficiency, speeding up backlog.
Correct.
The work's always been there, it's just that by him being able to do that, now we're gonna get back on a reasonable schedule that allow us to perform our duties more effectively.
Correct, that's the intent.
Ms. Williamson?
Speaking, after the councilman director, is the administrative sergeant also conducting polygraphs for other cities, and if so, how much of his time is occupied in doing that?
He does still do that, Councilwoman, occasionally, but most of his polygraphs are either for criminal cases or for our pre-employment testing.
And then do we charge back for,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
I just have one more request on that, and I know I'm kind of doing this all during your time, but can we just make sure we get an understanding what that time frame looks like now? So we can revisit that next year and understand the effectiveness of this, because we are adding a position here for what you're saying is to really improve our efficiency and responsiveness, so I wanna see that, that's what the results, so we can, you know. Yes, okay, thanks.
It's adding a fraction of a position, it's not adding a full position, whatever amount of time that he's doing with dispatch,
Yes,
so.
At a lot lesser cost than he gets paid.
well, right, and I would love to see that difference too, I mean, however much time the dispatch person is versus what.
Never underestimate the cost of
Sergeant.
IT people.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
That's what I was
I
just
don't know
thinking.
that is a
Yeah,
savings, but,
yeah.
I believe HR is next.
So I have been asked to give a general overview of the salaries and benefits citywide. Currently, for 2023, our CBAs provide for a 2.5% increase. Non-bargaining full-time personnel has historically followed the same percentage increase. We also have a number of employees in the bargaining unit that are working their ways through the steps. So that will be additional increases on their anniversary dates. The hospitalization and benefits, our renewal came in this year at 16.66% overall. That includes fixed as well as projected claims. Healthcare expenses continue to rise everywhere. They're actually skyrocketing. There are many factors that come into play, such as increased cost of health equipment. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Cleveland Clinic, but MyChart is going to start charging to use that site to email doctors. You always been able to go on their site to email your doctor for a prescription or a question. So depending on how much time that doctor needs to spend, there's going to start being a charge for that as well. And Medical Mutual right now is currently trying to figure out how we're going to process that charge. So that's another thing, that those kinds of things impact the cost of healthcare. There's also like malpractice lawsuits, has the fear of those, have doctors doing tests that maybe aren't necessarily needed, but they want to play it safe because they fear a lawsuit coming. And even today with COVID-19 pandemic continues to play a role, increasing costs on healthcare. So we try to offset some of this cost to our employees by doing a wellness program every year, and that gives them $50 a month off of their premium contribution. We did have 6 individuals that hit stop loss over the $100,000 this year. So that also impacts our healthcare premium significantly. The average increase right now for healthcare is 25%. So 16.66, I think we did okay. I tried several times to go back to Medical Mutual, and so did Carrie. And that's why open enrollment didn't get out until this past week, because we've been going back and forth to the table trying to get things as low as we possibly can. So that's where that settled. Is there any questions on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Kidd, what was the initial percentage for the increase? Did they start like higher than 16? Is that what they came down
Yes,
to?
I believe the initial came in about 20. Was it about 20? I think it was about 20%.
Just about 3.9 down. Not very good on their part, but I mean, you gotta get what you get.
I felt a little bit better when I found out that 25% was the average, but honestly, I was hoping to get it down to like 13. That was my goal. I did the best I could. We went back with everything. Our median age even went down 3 years, and we're like, it was something for that. We used to be at 48, and now we're 45. So
That's right, because I keep losing a year every time my birthday hits.
No, I
So when
understand.
I start
Thank
hurting
you.
next year.
Mr. Chair, the one, I'm not sure if the newer council people are aware that we're self-insured for healthcare.
Yes.
So that, even though it says 16.6%, our fixed costs, which that's their fees that they get and the insurance fees, those we pay no matter what. But if we do a good job of preventative care and things like that, then our claims are lower and then we're not necessarily having to pay those out. But they're all factored into that 16.6% cost increase. But it could be, some of it could be prevented with healthy employees, so that's.
Which is another reason why we like to do the wellness program.
So, I'm sorry if I missed, the increase to the employees is 16% as well, or what is the?
Yeah, it would be, it comes in about 16%. They when they do their COBRA rates, they base it on use of plan, so and family members, a family plan obviously is gonna get a little bit higher of an increase because there's more people, but so in general, it comes around that same amount.
On average, I believe I looked at it like $31 increase from what they were paying last year.
For family or?
Well, for pretty much all of them,
Yes.
just a rough average.
So-
Just-
You're correct, Councilman. The HSA came in anywhere from $20 to $52. 20 being the single plan and 52 being the complete family plan. We have a 4-tier plan, so it's single and then employee, spouse, employee, children, and then entire family. And the HMO MedFlex plan came in at 31 to 85. That was the hardest hit. The MedFlex plan is a very rich plan. It only has a $400 deductible for family coverage, so, that plan obviously is costing us more than the HSA plan.
I'm sorry, the $30 being per month or per year?
Per month.
Okay.
Sure.
Ms. Walker?
Just one clarification, are we estimated based on total employees or total enrollment?
We're estimating on enrollment.
Enrollments, okay.
Mr. Chair, the other, thing in the budget, because we started this obviously in September and October, we estimated, I wanna say it was closer to 18% maybe increase. When we started building the projection, so once everyone chooses their plan in open enrollment, which we don't expect a lot of changes, we'll do an adjustment in the permanent budget to try and get a better read on healthcare. Additionally, for people who are vacant positions, we, in our budget, assume family plan so that, when someone comes and so that we're not short on their healthcare costs in their line item. If they pick single, that's fine, but it's better to have it all there, so that's just being conservative, but there's a little play in that healthcare number, but not as much as there normally is.
Thank you.
So, Director Kopfer, what is our, trying to quickly find our overall hospitalization fund expenses number in the budget?
Mr. Chairman, it's under the HR tab 8. That first spreadsheet should have, it's line 700, is that right, Director Copy?
Yeah, that's the fund, the 700 fund, on page 2 in the next year budget, historical comparison.
Okay.
And the other thing is you're going through these current year actuals, while some things get posted immediately, some are after month end or after we reconcile, we actually post it, so this current year actual is, that definitely doesn't include like November, maybe October even, because this was run December first. It would be in there, okay, so just not November, so.
So we're going up from a year ago, 3.75 million to 5.3 on hospitalization.
That's the budgeted amount was 5.3. And I'm just basing it on historical, like, we get information from the, broker, and that's the expected cost, if we max out our claims and all that, so that's like expected costs at the higher level. And the fixed costs are, the fixed costs are 1.1 of it.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
So, for this year, we've spent 3.49 already, and we budgeted 5.3 for 2022. For 2023, we're going up to 5.38 million.
Right, I guess what I'm going off of is I know that this occasionally increases by large amounts, but we're going from 3.7 to 3.7 spent last year to 5.3. That's because of, that's a 40-some% difference. That's mostly driven by the 16%, but it's also driven by something else. Is that a large increase in employees, or?
Well, missing a month, right?
No, I'm talking about 2021 was 3.75. So, the year before that was 3.35, the year 3.4. So we are increasing employees, so the total number should go up some, but that's. I was trying to figure out,
Yeah.
if we're budgeting 18% and we go down to 16, what does that mean? But
Well, I'm looking, if you switch to tab 3, right past the employee chart, this is our actual renewal. And if you look at, I think this might be backwards. The actual claims, I think I have them backwards. Page 10 is first and 9 is second. Start with page 9, like flip one page, and these are all the fixed costs on page 9. So we have $1 million in, essentially, versus 800,000. So that's gone up a lot. And then if you go to the page 10 on the previous page, these are the claims projections, and while they're expecting the 3.7, we're liable up to 5.6. There's the specific claim, and then there's an aggregate loss max, and we're liable up to that 5.6. So, if that makes any sense to you.
it does, just if we had the same level of experience this year, then we would have
Well, you see what this year's budget was.
right,
It was higher than what it's actually come in at so far.
but we'd still be $1 million under the
Yeah.
5.3.
Well, like I said, we did
I
this based on estimates. I
Yeah.
didn't even have this information back at the time, and we'll look at it once we do it. But the most important thing, how it affects us, because there's money in this and it's only allowed to pay for healthcare. The most important factor is how it impacts each operating budget, because that's the share. 87%, right, Lisa? The employers pay, we pay 87%, and the employees pay 13. 13. So, that 87% is what's in every benefit line item for healthcare. And so what we're transferring from those operating things is more important than what we're spending on it, because we can only spend what we, for legitimate healthcare related activities.
But if we're budgeting the 5.3, you're saying that money can't go to another purpose except for to back up general fund and whatnot going in for hospitalization.
Correct, so I mean, it's resources that are limited to pay for healthcare claims that are already in the fund.
It's like a double budget.
Excuse me?
It's like a double budget.
Well, you know what, fund accounting is actually double accounting.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
It's 4 transactions for every thing, so.
At the beginning of your presentation, Director, Councilman Heeman asked a question that I think is going to pop up a lot of your narrative. Is that something that you can share with us?
Sure.
And is that something we can systemically ask for from the administration?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, of course.
Okay. All right, any other questions on this topic? Okay. So Director, did you want to talk about your department next?
Yes.
Okay.
HR's department, our budget remains fairly standard. We had some line items decreasing slightly this year. Much of that was due that last year we did budget for a new administration, which naturally is gonna increase line items in some areas. However, we also realized some increases in other areas, in part. Some of that, I hate to say it, but is still slowly getting back to pre-COVID status. For example, we have gotten away from doing lunch and learns the last few years, and that is something I'd like to bring back this year. We've had a few requests for them, and that's where we'll hold one every quarter, and we bring in somebody from our EAP to do like a little wellness segment, and we provide lunch to the employees. And we've always had a good turnout for that, and so that is something that I would like to do this year. Insurance is another area that continues to see an increase across the market. With respect to general liability insurance, public entities have a greater risk of exposure. We have a broad range of employees and a sizable fleet schedule. There are only a handful of carriers that are even active in public entity space, which in and of itself increases our premiums. Workers' compensation insurance also increased this year, and most of that is simply due to the nature of our workforce. We have the safety forces out there, our service workers are working out in the middle of the roads. This, along with the general cost increase for insurance, are the driving factors behind our workers' comp increase. Looking into 2023, our department is, primary projects, of course, are going to be negotiations as well as RFPs for general liability insurance. So I have been asked to discuss any line item in my budget that those increases or decreases by 15% or more. So if you want to open up to tab 8, the first line item I have is for office supplies, and that did decrease this year, and again, that is due to the fact that we did not need a budget for a new administration this year. Last year, we had to get all new letterhead, employee ID cards, business cards, everything like that. Telephone and long distance decreased. We actually decreased it to 0 because we're no longer working from home. We don't need cell phones. Labor relations did increase. That's again because I put money in the budget for lunch and learns. All our employee appreciation stuff is taken from there. The cost of food has risen. Negotiations, we typically provide water and granola bars or some type of snack for, and we will be looking at that this year. Moving on to advertising, that did decrease again because we're not transitioning into administration this year. We don't expect to have as many advertisements out there. Outside services did increase. We added 50,000 for our labor negotiator this year. Pre-employment testing decreased, again, because of us budgeting a little bit higher last year. And then our meetings and seminars decreased because last year we budgeted for my HR certification class, and that's not in there this year. The capital layout, this was discussed with the ARPA, and that is 75,000 for onboarding software. Right now, our process to apply for a position is very antiquated, and I think that it's important that a potential candidate gets a good first impression of us, and so I'd like to bring us into the 21st century as far as applying for positions. And then the last item was the workers' compensation insurance. Again, our renewal did increase. It went up about 27%. We also had, just as an example of how hard it is to get municipality insurance, Safety National Insurance has a minimum on public entities of $150,000 a year. That's their minimum premium. And Arch Insurance declined quotas because they could not compete. So our insurance renewal came in at $95,000, and that's up from 74, almost 75.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we're also self-insured for workers' compensation.
Yes.
So that insurance is for like the high claims.
Over
What is it?
$500,000.
$500,000, so.
Yes.
So a claim would have to be over $500,000 before the insurance kicks in. So we would be required to pay the first $500.
Luckily,
For one.
we've never had to use it.
Yeah, knock on wood.
Yes. And then I don't know if you wanna, if you have questions on that, if you want me to move on to civil service or.
Are there any questions? Civil service, please go ahead.
Okay, so the only line item I had in civil service that was at that 15% was pre-employment testing. These are projections based on recommendations that we've received at the time. We can only project with the information that we have at that specific time, and sometimes things change. And if that is the case, then we would not use those funds. However, sometimes we don't anticipate other things that do happen, and then we need to use the funds for something else. We did project for 10 new hires in police and fire this year, and then various promotional tests. And again, this is just something we're anticipating. We don't know that all these tests are gonna be given.
Is the cost for each of these positions roughly the same for the testing, or is it dependent significantly on the position?
It's dependent on the position, but like for example, the captain's test is $18,000, whereas like a lieutenant's and a sergeant's is $15,200.
Okay. Any questions on civil service? I have to keep looking over my shoulder for my guardian angel. Okay. Right. Is there anything further, Director?
Thank you.
Okay. So we're off to recreation then.
I'm
sorry.
sorry, I got an alibi. What's the net impact of, health coverage from some of the positions that we're bringing in-house versus contractually? Is that captured then in that line item?
I don't project that.
We- Ask that question again.
Yeah, so I was just trying to, so we're bringing contractual positions in-house and
One.
and so that position, we did an assessment of what the insurance impacts and all those cost impacts plus salary versus what the contractual costs were, or,
Mr. Chairman, for the building commissioner
Yeah.
position? Yes, so we weighed that into the decision-making, as far as, ultimate cost. But also, I mean, the reality for that position is that we, felt very strongly that, regardless of the salary or, cost for, healthcare for that position, we needed someone who was going to be in-house, who's actually going to run that division, as opposed to being a consultant who was here a couple times a week. And so for us, the cost benefit was, we'll have a better run building department, that is more customer and resident friendly. And so the impact of that one position was not, it wasn't so significant that we felt like, oh my goodness, we couldn't, our budget wouldn't be able to handle that, so.
thank you.
But what Director Kopfer has said about any new position, and she assumes it's a family plan, kind of maxed out position until proven otherwise. Mr. Massaro?
Director, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but even the contractors, they were already getting like OPERS and some of that retirement that would have been.
They get the engineer and in their contract, they, did receive pension because they're getting paid a portion of salary and Medicare, but not healthcare.
So
Great.
some of that was already.
Yeah, thank you for that on this.
No problem.
So we have a lot of particulars that we need to be great.
Sure, it's 9:40, let's resume in 5 minutes.
We're gonna go until we get back on schedule.
I'll go watch Wayne in the
Yeah, watch it in the
bathroom,
bathroom.
so that we can get through this.
Yeah, I'm taking full benefits of being on here.
I'm sitting right there with them.
Last year, I felt like I was asking a question, now I'm just asking a question.
No, my older son lives in
Oh, that looks nice and warm.
Well, now that you want to. I really love that, that is so cute.
Do you need cold minutes? No, it's not a cold.
Yeah, sure.
And the two boys are split me, so it's just more.
Yeah, I haven't seen her.
Sound effect.
One day sometimes imagine it's quite nice.
They don't start
Very
with
sticky
problems.
fine.
Yeah.
I got him, I got him.
Why are you talking about?
She does not look at
Why
all.
is
She
your-
does-
your calls again?
Oh.
Not answering. Just like I do for B.
Have fun today. Have fun today.
That's about what I spent on the outfit.
I know. Lisa, have fun today.
So did she get the breakfast taken care of there?
No, Josh is taking them. Yeah. That's okay.
It's okay.
We're good. Okay, I just wanna, I don't know, because isn't,
No,
They're hanging out
they're
over
hanging
there.
out there, they'll come in.
well, I said, but if you wanna all be in the, I don't know.
Or sit out by the donuts.
Yeah,
They're just sitting there with donuts. That's
We
right.
did not have any donuts. We talked about donuts. Can't eat that sweet stuff in the morning. I eat eggs every day. Oh, do you? Yeah. It's a matter of whether I put them on carbs or not, because I do love them on a bagel, but I will eat them without. Right, right. Donuts. Big pastry fan in general. My kids still leave down, it's like nobody's business.
Yeah, well, of course.
Yep, they're like
Go ahead.
17.
How's,
15,
Rachel?
they still
She's
love
good.
them.
Of course,
Yeah.
yeah. You all ready for Christmas?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Are they doing well?
Yep.
Good.
Your kids moved out and just dribble coffee all down the front of me.
Well, thankfully you're wearing black, so we don't know. Or you could tell your thing.
We're on our own boat, then we've got babysitting duties Monday through Friday.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
Because they're grandkids.
Yeah.
How old are your grandkids?
5, and the other one's just gonna be 1 in a couple of weeks.
Oh
that's
my
fine.
goodness. I can't wait. I need grandbabies.
You need grandbabies?
I do. Not now. But
Hi, how are you? Not now. Oh. How old are
he's 21.
Okay.
Not yet.
Hey, Keith.
Hey, Keith. Yep, second.
I think we all much better.
I had some.
No.
Mr. Sparrow?
Pull it up on minutes if you want.
Yeah, if you don't mind really quick, just a second.
Just a good party.
I bet.
Food was good. Better than then.
I don't get under any training thing that you can learn an awful lot on YouTube if you know what you want to do to put this stuff out there. So, you know,
Okay. I figure at this point, when you find something you like, get 5 of them.
I buy every color, I do. I'm really like that. It's sad. I'm curious.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. No, that's awesome. So some people pick the egg.
So 40 would be. Those are cute shoes. Who makes these shoes?
Skechers. They're the ones you don't wear anymore. You're the person who just keeps buying the same pair of shoes and only wearing them in different
We were
colors.
just talking about that. I have ever I'm going today, I found a pair of boots and I really liked them. Like after wearing them a couple times, so I'm going back to get them.
Yes, I do that.
I think I have the same, same pullover sweater, like many different colors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just you like something, you just get the all color.
I believe I have this.
Do you?
As well, so
Yeah.
just whatever works. 700 grams.
Breakfast all the time. We have a bowl of cereal.
Really?
Good. Still lunch in it.
I can't do it in the morning.
For the whole thing or?
Really?
Really?
Oh my God, that's crazy. Good for you, it's better for you.
How about any questions? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are the ones I like. That's-
Yeah, yeah.
They're so bad.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're that bad.
I don't know. They're carbs and sugar, that's all they have. But I mean, I don't eat them all the time. I love them.
I think everything in moderation.
This is how and then any more works in a couple seconds. This one says 9, 18, 22.
Full ice
Or
cream.
10.
Ooh.
I wouldn't have to take that out there. That's the same.
Actually, yeah.
It took me years to get and even now, she won't do that.
Have to stick up for the donuts.
Well, that's important stuff though.
And I'm like, have another one.
Yeah, I think
I'll have 2
Choose their own,
So I mean, I really decided to eat that.
choose their own ways.
That group, yes. That box of 4 kids. I'm sorry? No, I don't think there was another option I choose. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that, I like that.
But since we didn't have to go get them, or anything, I'm good with it.
I'm glad that you didn't, because now I like, I did not want you to let them.
Such a struggle, not seeing one, it looks so delicious.
Do it.
Or like, it's like the devil and the devil.
Yeah, just do it.
Just do it.
Just have one. Everybody needs the sugar rush right now.
Well, and as the poster says, as you get older, I would choose to eat the cake.
Yeah, exactly.
Just I would choose to eat the cake.
Eat the whole cake.
Eddie does that.
Does he?
1 year for his birthday, it took me probably a good 6 hours. I made him a from scratch German chocolate cake, like homemade caramel. You know, he ate it in 2-3 days. Like a they
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
yeah, he eats, he's like,
Just because you got it,
he's
it's
angry,
not
he's
as
crazy, junky, I don't know.
Okay, do we need to restart or we're just gonna keep going? Alright, good, works for me. Okay, now we have everyone back. Recreation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, similar to, Director Kidd, I was asked to do the same thing, but I'm gonna give you just like a quick little overview of the Recreation Department before I do that, as far as the 15% increases or decreases. As I came on board as a new director this year, one of the directions I was given is to evaluate, review, the department as a whole, and see what's working, what's not working, add, subtract, and go from there. And our department does an amazing job. We have an amazing staff in our Department of Recreation that goes above and beyond their call of duty. They all come together as a team, and you know they make things happen over there. You know, but unfortunately, part of the review, as we've already talked about, you know, this year in particular was so demanding on staff. And so our part-time staff was hardly there because nobody wanted to work. You know, it was just, you know, no matter what we paid, they were going somewhere else and getting paid higher from fast food places or what have you. We had some issues with our full-time staff with medical leave and, you know, just not enough bodies to suffice. So as we discussed already, as far as adding a full-time person that was used within the budget money that we had, because we were so short-staffed, we did spend money, you know, on staffing, as well as a full-time programmer to increase those programs as we go forward and to make our staff whole. And just to give you an example of what they did this past summer, we were so short-staffed that as we drained the outdoor pool, it was the full-time administrative staff that was out there scraping the pool, painting the pool, filling cracks in the walls, you know, those types of things, because we didn't have the maintenance staff. There was just, it just weren't there. You know, so, and to open the pool, that's what we needed to do, and they go above and beyond, as I've already mentioned. So, we're very excited about some of the things that are coming this year. As you guys have already known, you guys have been very supportive of City Council and some of the programs in the facilities and some of the facility changes. And I'd like to touch on those as we go through in the 15% increments. So if you look at tab 10, under recreation, we'll start there. Holiday celebration programs. This is our band concerts and advice from Director Hofer. We increased that significantly because that's our band concerts that we want to bring to the city. And so not only are we incorporating money for 2023, but we're incorporating money for 2024 because we have to reserve those, and we didn't want to come to council and say, hey, we need more money to reserve these concerts for 2024. So as you already know, I'm sorry, it's under the recreation. Yeah, thank you. As you already know, for 2023, we have a full slate of concerts coming that are just incredible, and I think it's going to attract a lot of positive input in our community, as well as hopefully allow some of those folks that are coming to watch the band concerts to shop in North Olmsted, to go to the restaurants and those types of things, and also just to have a great time at the park. As we move down, we're looking at architectural, engineering, advertising, legal, outside services. These have increased because we're planning to do other things in the facilities. When we wanted to make sure that we had this in the budget, whether it's the North Olmsted master plan, to do park improvements over there to start it in 2023, or whatever else may come up in our park system or our facilities and recreation department. We did not want to have to go back to administration and say, hey, we need a little bit more money just in case we need to do that. So we wanted to put that in there. Outside services, it's the $25,000, it increased by 16%. We actually upgraded our Vermont Systems Rec Track, and that's also with our music fees. So those two things needed to be purchased, obviously. We were using an outdated version of Rec Track, and that's our membership programming, our membership base, our programming, scheduling, and we needed to do that to stay consistent. $2,000 more for increased staff or membership dues. We feel like that's appropriate, as far as where that's gonna go. Leases, we didn't need as much money in that line item, so, we knocked that down a couple $1,000, from the $7,500 to the $4,900. As you go through this, it's pretty much a cost of demand, right, for materials and supplies. So when you look at cleaning supplies and building supplies, we're just planning on the increase in the supply and demand. That's what those numbers reflect as the increases are in there. Utilities, these aren't numbers that we provide. These are all the utilities, so we're just anticipating higher utilities as we move forward. The outside services went down slightly, about 22%. We don't need porta pots at Clegg anymore. We're reduction in outside cleaning costs, so because we have extra staff to help with some of those things. Building repairs and maintenance, it's an aging facility, and we're always having emergency repairs. I mean, we use Brewer Garrett for a lot of different things. We have a power issue at the facility, and so anytime we have a spike in power, that causes, when the power comes back on, it causes like a jolt, and we have some older parts in some of our facilities with our pool, and all of a sudden those parts leak, and then we have to have emergency services come out to fix those things. So just planning for that. Do I think we're going to spend it? I hope not, but we just want to make sure the money's in there. Recreation equipment, $25,000, we decreased it. This is for upgrades at Clegg Park, if we can do something there for additional playground equipment. But as you know, or maybe you don't know, playground equipment is very expensive. So $25,000 might get us a swing set, if that, without the swings. So we'll have to do something with that.
One swing at a time.
That's right.
You can swing in it.
Take turns. The $55,000 is for HVAC, so we need to address that in our building, specifically into the field house area, because and we'll talk about the gymnastics program when they're there, but the chalk that was used in that gymnastics program really complicated the rooftop units and the HVAC system there. So that's going to be in need of repair or replacement. Building improvements, we're not planning on anything now, but we're anticipating, if we can move money around if need be, but that's where that architectural engineering comes in if we decide to do anything there. And we are looking ahead to the future as far as doing improvements to the recreation center on a larger scale, but we felt that the building improvement part was okay for this year. When you get to the sports programming supplies, we need new steps for the pool, we need lane lines, we need miscellaneous equipment in the pool, stuff that is older and is outdated that we just need to replace. So that's why we increased that line item to that degree. And chemicals, we're at the mercy of our chlorine, our acid, all those different chemicals to what the suppliers actually have. There used to be a consortium that Betsy and the rec department were in. was for the west side, the east side had one as well, but then they started taking monopoly, they started taking advantage of everybody, and they started increasing the cost and kind of like stuck it to us. So I know a lot of cities, and I was with them in Avon Lake, and I was also in Fairview. We kind of went our own ways because we were trying to compete really for chemicals, and so that's. But again, the chemicals, we have no control over that for the pools. The next one, sport program supplies, you're going to see an increase of 34%. Our skates are horrible at the recreation department. They have not been purchased new skates in
It's been a number of years.
many years.
Used to purchase some every year and we didn't for many years, so we need a large amount to replace them, and they're over $100 a pair, so in order to make that a significant purchase.
And how many pairs roughly do we have?
We probably have like 300 pairs.
Oh, wow.
400 pairs.
I'm sorry, what? That's the question.
Did we buy some new skates, or I thought we did something with skates, why can't
I'm in 22 years, we bought a lot of skates, so I would used to purchase about 5,000 a year, and we keep them always
Because I thought we
updated.
bought something.
We do,
Yeah,
but
okay.
we
But I haven't, like, we bought like a couple, like if I had enough at the end of the year, we bought a couple pairs, but we need to, we haven't bought them in quite some time.
The building improvements, $100,000, 100,000% decrease. That was the grant that we received for our field turf that we are purchasing currently in this year in 2022. So that's why that is zeroed out. The sports program supplies, I apologize, I jumped one. Gymnastics are no longer in facility, so that's why you see the outside services there. And we'll touch on that when we get to revenue. We feel we are very confident that we were going to increase that revenue with all the different programs that we will have for the turf. We've already been getting calls just from the newspaper articles for people that want to come in and rent the space. What kind of programs are we having? You know, the anticipation and the excitement is there for these programs. Sports program supplies, it is increased because of the new turf and the programs that are going to be associated with that. For instance, you know, we bought soccer goals, we're buying bleachers, we're doing different things of that nature that are going to support other programs that are in that facility. Not to mention like some of the regular stuff from football, soccer, balls, you know, lacrosse materials, things of that nature. And then outside services, we increased that. You know, that's part-timers. You know, with an increase in programming, we're going to need people to work those. I think our camp numbers are going to go up. We're going to be utilizing the schools with our relationship with the schools that we've reinvigorated, I'll say. We meet with them at least once every other month, talking about the partnership that we have going forward and the use of their facilities as we continue. So just, and I know this is not budget related, but just to give you an idea, now the turf is coming and it's going to be here in January. We're giving priority use, and we'll update the usage agreement that we have, but the schools are gonna have, and I mentioned this before, but they're gonna have the use of the turf from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, Monday through Friday, every day for their athletic programs, or whatever they need. And in the future, as we move forward, that's going to enable more gym space in the schools, because 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, if they're using the turf, if they're using our pool, if they're using our ice, and they're taking all their out-of-season sports off their gyms and into our facility, that creates more opportunity for us to come into evenings as well. So our goal is to have our recreation our recreation programs and participants to be able to have those practices in our facilities and the school facilities from 5 o'clock to 7, get them home at night, and then outside community groups can come in and do the rentals in our facilities in the school. So it's a work in progress, but we're definitely progressing on the right page with the athletic director, the communications director, and also the business manager in the school. So it's been very productive. And then lastly, the outside services piece of $150,000. This is the match to the grant we have for the future park renovations at North Homestead Park. So that's why that's showing in there. Did you want to add anything, Betsy? Is there any questions regarding those? Anything, or anything else in them?
I've got a lot of questions on this
Sure.
one, so
yeah.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. But so first, as it relates to the turf,
yep.
What's the scheduling or the amount of administrative overhead increase you expect from now having to own that, or are different? Who owns all the scheduling of those different fields?
So, can I jump?
Yeah,
I'll jump in. So as far as anything that the schools utilize it from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, that's the AD at the schools. So we just had this meeting this past week. any requests from school groups go through the AD, and then he gives us a schedule and said, hey, we're gonna have X, Y, or Z over here from this time to this time to this time, you know, so for our programming, that's one of the reasons why we increased our staff, you know, as far as Melissa Shirley and Tim Campbell, they'll oversee different seasons, different sports that are gonna be on the turf, and our fitness director, Carrie Riolo, will also have some say in that as well from the walking club for the walking indoor running track and stuff like that, so a combination of all, you know, will be programming that space.
Okay. And then the other question is, do we expect any challenges with, because those field uses outside of school, there's going to be a lot of turnover, those are short blocks of time, and everybody exiting and entering at the same time based on scheduled activities, is that what you expect?
Yeah, I mean, you can.
I mean, you know, we scheduled the rink like that, and obviously the rink has built-in ice cut time, so I'm gonna suggest that during, you know, large groups, there is that block of time in between to get people in and out. It's something I'm very aware of because of scheduling the rink so much. We can manage it. I don't think that's gonna be an issue. We'll have to certainly watch it and say if we're gonna have, you know, a huge event down there and what's going on in the other areas. We can't have a swim meet at the same time, can't have, you know, two varsity games back to back, but that's kind of what we do now in the building as it is. So, I mean, when there was a gymnastics meet, we had to manage that and the traffic, and every hour there's a ton of kids going back and forth in that space now with the gymnastics program and tennis. So I don't know that it would be tremendously more that we couldn't manage.
To your point, Councilman, I don't think we want to have a swim meet and have a full-blown event on the turf at the same time, because that would clog that hallway, right? And
Yeah.
People coming and going, as well as the parking lot.
Yeah, just as long as you're thinking about all those
Yeah.
things and just
Oh, yeah.
maybe some dry runs and that light up there in there, like the first time that's open, to make sure that things are kind of flowing, so people get a good experience up front on
For
it.
sure.
Would be a good thing.
Monday or
Yes.
Wednesday night with hockey is already rough like that, right? So we'll have to manage that, and the light we do when we do events. I have auxiliaries come for large events, you know, like the ice show to man the light, but I don't think we can't. I don't think we can.
Okay, that's great. Well, so that's one topic, but I just want to make sure we're addressing as part of the enhanced capabilities there. For the park master plan enhancements, we have funding there. Are we doing anything for like we added a track, for instance, right? And at some point that's gonna need to get crack sealed, maintained. Are we just expecting all that to be part of the service budget, or are you guys?
It's a combination of both, honestly, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I think we've worked on it where needed, services worked on it where needed, it hasn't been,
So that's, as far as the master plan that this administration inherited from a few years ago, that's part of connecting the path, because it's not connected right now, it stops pretty much at the playground, and you get to the parking lot, it doesn't go over the parking lot, like it's lost.
Yeah, no, I'm all in favor of the enhancements and aware of the plan. I just wanna make sure that, like, as we were talking about with capital improvements, these are more just maintenance things, like, are we budgeting or starting to budget for when we build these enhanced things, like a new track or an expanded track? Are we also starting to budget, so in 15 years, we don't have a garbage walk path that we need money to maintain, and it's a separate line item?
Totally agree with you, and that's a great point. As we progress with the park master plan, that's definitely gonna be in there as far as the maintenance of the new facilities. I'm gonna give you just an example. For when we put new ball fields in, like right now, our ball fields are terrible drainage, like absolutely terrible. It takes so much manpower just to get water off the field. When we renovate those fields, you know, we're putting French drains around the infield. We're which is corrugated pipe in the stones and all that stuff. But we're also gonna use something that's called vitrified clay. It's a great material that many cities around here use. I started in Fairview, Westlake jumped on board. Pretty much everybody uses it. So when it rains, it doesn't puddle. You know, you can work on the field. You can start with that. It reduces manpower, but it also allows more playing opportunities. So those types of things, to your point, yes, those are expensive items to get at the beginning, like $5,000-$10,000 a truckload, you know, stuff like that. Reduce manpower, but increase expenses of the maintenance. Yes, so that's all.
Yeah. So I guess I'm not worried about the track falling apart this year. Obviously, we just built it.
Right.
But I think we need to plan.
For sure.
As part of the budget, the maintenance of those things that we're building.
I think some of that's in when we increase the, that one line he said about the aging building, like that's kind of where we would use some of those funds if needed, so.
Okay. And then I would just agree, Councilman Heeman, I was there at the renting skates recently and previewed the whole inventory and and there's definitely a
They're
challenge
warned.
there.
They're warned.
It's
Yeah.
hard to keep up with that.
Say-
Oh, no, I know you're not disputing, I'm just eyewitness account, news at 11.
Recently this week with our new maintenance staff, Colin was able to train the rest of the maintenance staff so that I have more people to sharpen them now too. That's been lacking as well. When we only had the two guys running around the summer, nobody was sharpening skates. So now we've got a schedule. We do have a part-timer that used to work at Rocky River. We trained him. I think he had some experience. So we are on a better plan now to get those in better shape. But some of them they've lived their life and we need to replace some of them. So.
Oh, last question I had was on how you collect fees for programming or online payments. Do you guys have a separate payments vendor or process for any
I mean,
online payments?
It's through RecTrack still, and then where'd Keith go? So we use HowYouPay is a processor through RecTrack, but we've just upgraded that with RecTrack. That's part of it, so that they will process it through RecTrack at PayTrack, but it's all collected. I mean, are you worried about the fees on that, or what?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard people complain more with the schools than the rec department, but that the fees to do all of these things online.
We don't put an extra fee online on ours.
Okay.
We have incorporated that into our program cost so that you're not gonna see an extra. So I know when I buy a ticket for the school to watch my kid, it's $7, but then it's $1.83 on it.
It's
We are not,
Yeah, right, so,
we do not list those
and
as
then
such.
do we have a consolidated payment platform then for those online payments or?
No, we don't. Because certain softwares require, they have like interfaces with certain vendors.
Okay.
So, RecTrack is, I think, are they on a different one than we are?
Yeah.
And the court is on a different one than we are as well.
Councilman, to your point, this is gonna come up in diversion, it's gonna come up in the senior center as well, because they've never had a point of sale ever in their departments, and we are now in the process of giving them the same thing, but they will see the convenience fees on those. So if you wanna rent a cabin, you wanna rent something, it's $50, and it might be 2% additional, so it might be $2 or whatever it is. Or you can just go in and rent them in the facilities themselves, and you don't pay it.
Okay.
But for those people that wanna do it, you know, we're trying to get them to current technology, and we'll touch on that when we get to those.
Okay, no, thanks, I wasn't sure if there was an opportunity there, and it sounds like there's some vendor challenges that it's not really something that should be on the horizon. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Chair, I'm done.
Ms. Heeman, and then Ms. Williamson.
She's on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious, what happens to all the old skates? Any of them that can be salvaged, are they reused? So what happens to them?
So
They're
that,
not, I mean, you're talking like the blade is busted, there's no more life on the blade, so, I mean, we wear them till they're worn. I've had some people ask me over the years, can I have them to hang on my front door as a craft or whatever, but in general, we wear them out till they're going to reuse them at this point, and Rydell does not offer any type of, I can look again and see if anything is changing, but, we don't throw them out often, I promise, it's not a thing I don't ever wanna do. But yes, I mean, there was a pair yesterday and like you can see on the blade, and when all that blade is gone, I don't.
but she doesn't duct tape them together either,
No.
so we can keep using them.
Why
Yeah,
not?
I know, right.
They're not
So-
safe at that point, and I
Yeah,
would
yeah,
get rid of them.
If there's a way to recycle, maybe.
I can look into it, yeah, I've not had one, in the past, but I can try to look a little further. I've had some people, way back when like Jeff would take them to go and skate on the pond or something, but I haven't had. We haven't thrown any away, they're all in there right now, so some of them need thrown away, but I'll look in to see if there's something I've missed as far as recycling them.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Hema, go, yeah.
So I just had a question about, so the scheduling with the school.
Yes,
You're saying that that's gonna be done by their athletic director,
for their time in our facility,
but at whose approval on our end?
our approval.
So they submit a schedule to you and you
Correct.
approve it, is that what you're gonna do?
Correct, yeah.
And then they also, is it gonna be, in a contract with them, is all of this, defined and reduced to writing, or is this just gonna be one of those like things that we struggle with in 18 more months that isn't really happening on their end?
So, in my experience, coming from Fairview Park, building the Gemini Center, working with the schools, we actually had a 30-some-odd page document, which we currently have here that needs to be updated. It's a facility usage schedule, and this needs to be added to that. It'll schedule out all those things. It'll denote the times that they're available, how the process is being done. So we're at the beginning stages of recreating and adjusting that document, but we've talked about it at length and it will happen, so, for sure.
If I can add, for example, a soccer parent emailed me and said, I need to schedule the soccer girls into the turf, and I sent it to Brett, and I sent it to Tim, and we sent it to Brett. So those requests aren't going to come to us because that would be all willy-nilly. If I'm going to start scheduling you because you called and you because you called, we're gonna direct them to the athletic director. He will say, we have this time that we know we've already blocked with him, and within that time, he will arrange those people, so.
And he will let us know who he's scheduled to make sure it's everything is up and up with us.
Who schedules, hockey? Like, well, I guess here's the thing, my question, to kind of cut to the chase is that, those are athletic directors employed by the school district, which is fine. Some of these hockey groups, as I understand, are not even our residents running the programs, but then they're scheduling our ice time, is that?
They rent out the ice time.
They run out the ice time, okay.
Yeah, so if, for a rental, you know, if it's Joe Smith and he rents out the ice, it's on them to coordinate their event. Yeah, that would not be our internal program.
Thank you.
Just one follow-up, so we don't have anything from this first perspective that we're planning to do for recreation for 2023 currently?
Mr. Chairman, Councilman, so the plan for Spruce is after due diligence in the environmental study, then demo. And so the plan is to move forward with all of that within the first half of next year. While we're doing that and doing the demo, the EQ basin is still being built, so that is still happening. As far as actually laying down the water retention and then the possible rec opportunities, that will come forward to council probably at midpoint next year for your consideration. So, because the first things that have to happen are, again, due diligence, then once that environmental study is done, then we go out for the demo and that type of thing. So it's gonna be, it's not gonna happen.
Okay, yeah, so not for 2023. I guess the only thing I would say is the playground there.
Yeah.
What you're gonna do with that.
For sure.
Let us know later. It's not a thing we can talk about today.
Yeah, if I could just add, it hasn't been asked, but as part of our discussions with the schools and Mike Kotchak and Brett Cook and the communication director, you know, the school levy passed, and it's amazing for the city of North Olmsted, but they're sharing some of their plans with us already and what they would like to see as far as maybe they want 3 gymnasiums in their new school instead of 2, and how does that impact us, you know, and what does that look like for the turf? I mean, so we're having all those internal discussions, things that, you know, that I've been told that have not happened in years past, you know, with the new players that are over there and our staff here. So that is a very positive thing, and we're really excited that they're allowing us to have a say at the table of what might happen at their new school. So as far as what our needs will be for recreation. So.
One of the line items that's up quite a bit is the electricity, which is up 38%. We're going through the energy audit process. Is there any kind of expectation or update? I mean, the recreation center has to be our largest user aside from the wastewater treatment plant.
If I may, Mayor. So we don't have, like, we're at the mercy of the utility bills, you know, what those costs are. But we have identified that we have an electrical problem at the recreation center. We've had it for years and years and years. So we actually have one of our contractors already, Brewer Garrett, is doing a study, and they're putting meters and tracking on our panels to see how and when it shuts down, what the effect is, what that cost is, and how much energy that we're losing or we're gaining, and those types of things. So they are in the process of starting to do that, and this ties into a bigger issue because, again, we lose power just on the brightest sunny day, no wind, it just goes off, you know. So, or obviously like any others, you know, on a windy, you know, terrible days and stuff like that. So that's an ongoing discussion. But as far as utility bills, I'll defer to Director Crawford on that one.
Keith and I were just talking that seems a little high. So, we'll look at it, but I think that we did increase it somewhat because, I think that field house space is gonna be utilized on a more regular basis, and so it probably is gonna use more utilities. So I think it's gonna, the volume, the usage is gonna go up somewhat, cause it's gonna be in use a lot more than what it was. So, and if people are walking on it, I would imagine that it's gonna need to be a little warmer, I don't know. We'll have, Councilman Heeman go over and, see the temperature, if it's appropriate for.
If I can walk on it and be warm, then anyone can. And it might need to be back down for the average person.
But not everyone can have the coat that you do.
I was just gonna say.
But it is a little high, I will say that.
So, on this, I'll say I'm speaking for myself. I don't have any sense for what our long-term obligation is with the pools and how we're going to get there. And it's confusing, and to me, it makes me nervous when we continue to do new large things, and I still don't know that answer.
So my goal and ambition, and I shared this even during the interview process, is that we want to transform our rec center. We want to include all those amenities, and we're looking at different ways that we can do that to improve our aquatics, because we have one of the oldest pools around, indoor and out. So we need to, and from my experience, from running those facilities that are amazing, outdoor facilities, indoor facilities, it's such a plus for the community. It's such a draw. It makes not only people want to join your rec center, but move to your city. So we need to look at ways that we can fund that. To your point, Councilman, we started that with our economic development director, Max Upton. We started looking at different options that, as we go forward, whether that's a partnership with companies that specialize in different funds. And I think we've had a phone call just to touch base on that, just kind of like whet the appetite. But as we get more information, we'll share that with City Council. Is there a plan in the future? That's something that the administration and I and our cabinet as a whole are going to discuss as we move forward about how do we improve the aquatics piece of that. So trust me, it's something that it's on my mind that we definitely need to improve that part of the facility.
Right. I'm going to belabor this just a little bit in that, we've been told in the past that this is it's upwards of a $10 million
Could be
issue. And so not knowing whether it's a $5 million or a $10 million, these are big numbers to not know the answer to. And as much as I love to poke our finance director about potential revenues, this is, to my knowledge, the largest outstanding obligation that is unfunded. And so it is hard for me to sign off on anything large, whether it's the master plan at the park or otherwise, without knowing the answer to that. If the implied assumption is we're going to go for a bond or a tax increase to fund the pool, I don't know that that's a safe assumption that is a viable option right now.
If I could just jump in really quick, another reason why we put that extra money at the beginning for architectural engineering is to kind of give us a study of what that could look like going forward. Are we going to do anything in 2023 as far as renovating and blowing up the pool? No. But we might be able to hire a firm to come in and give us what that looks like as far as what our options are to renovate, to fix, to replace, as we move forward, so that we have a general idea of which direction we want to go.
Steven?
Thank you. I have to be honest and tell you that I kind of lean with, Finance Chair Glassberg, because we have been told forever and ever that the pool could die tomorrow. And you're asking for a lot of money for something that could die tomorrow, and we have no discussion on what to do if that happens. What are we gonna do? So are we investing in the outdoor pool a little bit more because it's less likely to die tomorrow, versus the indoor pool?
Sure.
You're wanting all these nice things for the indoor pool, but if it dies tomorrow, then we have a lot of things that we can't use. So
totally agree.
I really thought that we would be seeing some sort of discussion with regard to how are we going to fix the pool, do something with like what are we going to do about that? And not that we say here's the absolute plan, okay? But simplistically, I won't be buying groceries if my refrigerator's broken.
To your,
That's where I'm at.
to your point, Councilwoman, again, take a step back of things that I've heard in this discussion just today and in previous. We don't wanna spend that large amount of money that's not in the budget. We wanna budget for that going forward. So
Or we want to save toward that going forward.
Well, part of that is to budget,
Director.
just as I mentioned, like putting that extra money for engineering studies and plans and stuff like that, so somebody can come in, whether it's a astro pool or high-tech pool or an architectural group to come in and say, hey, these are your options for what your pool looks like right now. And has that been done in the past? I don't know the answer to that. We have an aging facility. Is it going to break and shut down tomorrow? I would say highly unlikely, as long as we continue to maintain it. As far as if the power goes out, that's where we have a contractor under contract with Brewer Garrett. They can come out and they can do those emergency repairs, but we need to move past that, to your point. We need to plan for the future, and I think some of these funds in here will help us do that, but we need an expert to come in and say, these are our options, this is what's gonna cost, and move forward from there.
Well, Director, that is why I wanted the
Yeah.
chair of that committee, and you haven't called me about what are we gonna do about that. So I'd like to talk with
Sure.
administration about that, because, I don't think that Patty, now, I don't wanna use Patty, but it looks like there's not a lot of money here that like, oh, well, no, we don't need it for that, let's move it to this, okay? And we're not going there because we need a little better plan. We were accommodating on items, the climbing wall, the garage door, that not in our budget, because we do want, upgrades and attractive features to bring people, we get that. And you are new to us, we get that.
No,
But,
that's fine.
but I really want to see,
Absolutely.
thank you.
On the very first item, the bands for 23 and 24. So if I understood you correct, you want to be able to book events or acts for 24. So is the expectation that this would go back down in 24's budget because we would be paying for 1 year at a time instead of 2 years at a time?
Well, yeah,
Yes.
I would say that, yeah.
Like some of these higher level bands, they want, they need a deposit, so we're paying deposits on these bands to secure them for subsequent years. We haven't had to do that before. So we have to increase the budget so that we can start that process. And then once we're doing it, just like we're almost booking the next year's bands every year. So this, in 2023, it'll be higher, and then 2024, it'll just
It'll be lower.
be for mostly 2025
Yeah.
bands. If it continues.
Like your time, it's kind of.
On a different topic, in your narrative, you described the rec center director and administrative folks doing maintenance. Are we on track now with the staffing proposal that you have so that is not the case?
Absolutely.
It's not an efficient
I'll turn it over to you as well.
resource to.
Over the years, we've had different levels of staffing and projects needing to get done and emergencies that come up, so we've always helped out. I think that's what you're trying to say, is we helped out when it's needed to be done. If a project needs to be finished, we're all gonna jump in and finish it, but we were extremely short this year. We were not able to cover, we only had 2 full-time maintenance staff this summer. So we have again, medical, and we had not replaced Kenny Bachna in over a year, I believe. So we have 5 full-time guys. They've been,
Finally just all came back at the same time. So.
yes, they're all back. And they've accomplished quite a bit already. We've built that wall upstairs for the IT closet that we need to do. Many things now with Nick that this is broken, he fixes it today. Like, I think we're in much better shape than I've ever seen us as far as maintenance and able to get things done. And I think we've helped out other departments now within his umbrella with having those staff. So yeah, we're in great shape.
To your point, Councilman, do I feel that we're gonna come back to you for more staff? No.
I'm less asking about that, and just in terms of any department, you don't want to use a $80,000 employee for a $40,000 employee's
Right.
responsibilities long term, because you're mismatching the resource. But
Yeah, we're in good footing right now. Absolutely.
are there any other questions on recreation?
Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Ben. Yes, move on. You guys okay? Right, Springville?
Yep.
Brett Smith is gonna join us as well, so.
Morning, everyone.
So just as before, we're gonna go over the 15% increase, decrease of this department as well, and I asked Brett Smith, the superintendent, to come in, and if there's any questions that I can't answer, he will to suffice as well. Springvale had a great year in 2022, and we're expecting the same, if not better, next year. Again, as you know, golf is an outdoor sport, it's all based on weather. We're trying to do a lot of great things. I'm gonna touch on just a few of those as well. So, over the course of the last couple of years, some of our golf outings, some of our local golf outings have left, and they've gone to different locations, different cities, and we are bringing a lot of those back this year. So the VFW golf outing, the Boosters golf outing, the Chamber of Commerce, was very happy with their golf outing this year. So we're making more of a focus to cater to our residents and to our local organizations. At the same time, we do have outside groups that come in for golf outings, and we've struggled with a few of those, and we're not gonna have those groups back, because whether they damaged our course or, or been very disrespectful to our staff, we chose, at that time that we're gonna cut ties with those folks and focus more on our internal. As we go through this, you'll see there's some additional expenses. One of the largest ones that you'll notice is a $350,000 increase in one of the line items. That's for our parking lot that is just atrocious. And don't forget, Springvale is not only a golf course, but it's also a ballroom. So we have a lot of weddings and first impressions when people come and they want to view our facilities, and they can't see the lines, or they get a potential damage to their car as they're driving through our facility parking lot. That's a problem. So we're hoping to fix some of those as we go along as well. I'll go through, just as I did with recreation, and stop me with questions or Brett, and we'll go from there. Office computer supplies, we reduced that. It was a little bit overlooked. We would request to put $1,500 back in there if possible, for a new upgrade on your software system, correct? Your computer?
That's basically for computer supplies, paper, ink, and all that stuff. I just, I'm sorry, I put an entry in there. I just overlooked it.
Sorry, I didn't notice that, so we'll add that to our technical corrections list.
Thanks,
So each entity, did the comments appear to be divorced from the numbers, so the comments afterwards, or because it says in the comment, add 1,500 overlooked, okay, fine, but.
Yeah, we'll have to adjust that.
So these sheets are post everything else, or what's the timeline, so that I understand?
We did not add the technical corrections.
Right.
Because then it would be confusing to people, so
Right.
this will be a technical correction on the ordinance.
Okay.
At the time.
Yeah, I'd like this page, I'm sorry. I'd like these pages corrected as well, because I actually go through my budget throughout the year. I don't just put the book aside. So if these are
Okay, yeah, we
corrected,
can
I have
totally
to go
do
through
that.
and manually do that, we would reprint.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We just, we didn't wanna confuse the issue with having
Sorry.
different versions of it.
Thank you.
Perhaps a limited number.
Sorry, what?
Perhaps a limited number of those reprints. Maybe we'll talk amongst ourselves how many reprints.
Absolutely, we can do that, thank you.
Well, I mean, just a page, I don't need the whole thing, swap
Okay.
pages out as they need to be.
Alright, great.
Director?
Continuing on, as we go through for natural gas and insurance, those are just increasing costs that, it's the utilities and things that we can't control, so we anticipated those increasing slightly. The 2240, that's for a color copy machine that we do not have currently over there. Communication equipment, $2,000. Wi-Fi upgrade to the clubhouse, pavilion, and ballroom. We struggle with signals over there, quite frankly. You know, when we have outings or golfers that want to use the Wi-Fi, so we need to upgrade that. Golf supplies, rental clubs. We're in desperate need of more rental clubs at our facility. They're aging and, you know, not in good shape. Just a total increase of cost of goods that as they increase, we have to pass it along as well. That goes for the purchase of resale and pro shop as well as our food. So we're at the mercy of what those costs are to us. So we're just anticipating, hoping not to spend that money, but just anticipating that we actually have the funds in there that we can cover it if need be. Outside services, you know, we reduced this slightly. This is cleaning services for the clubhouse. And a new POS system, which is won't require step fees. That goes along with the golf track system as well. You want to touch on that, Brett, at all?
Currently use the POS system we really want to get is, they're already supplying our T-sheet at no charge. But as a whole, we want to upgrade it because it's, I don't know how old it is, to be honest with you. I mean, I've been there 7 years and it's 7 years old. And the configuration on it is, it's not very clean and good. It takes the staff longer to help the customer. Clicking through this page, you know. It's just, and it's gonna be free if it's a 4-year agreement, but it'll be free and it includes all the equipment. So, you know, we're not gonna be paying anything for it.
Yep, the next item is $3,000 for Wi-Fi and internet upgrades. I think we can delete that one, Carrie. I think that's just, we just covered that in the other line item, if that's okay. If you can add that to the sheet.
But we can't run that new POS system with the current Wi-Fi, because it's horrible.
But we already have it, you know, yeah, correct, yeah. So,
because it's cloud-based.
So you're double it because you already rolled that into the.
yeah, so if we can delete that one, that would be great.
The 3,000.
So 3,000, yes.
It's not 3, it's not 2.
No.
There's a 2,000
There's a
and a
2,000.
3,000.
I think if we can delete the 3,000, Carrie, and leave the 2. I apologize for that.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
Is that only for golf? Or is that for everything, the POS system?
Well, I want to upgrade the Wi-Fi to, you know, like Tim had said, ballroom, clubhouse, and.
Okay, so then we can keep that in admin and
Yes, please.
we'll get rid of the golf course one.
Yep.
The clubhouse one, okay.
Reconcile it amongst your.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, it's all right.
Other golf course supplies, cost of goods, this is like the flags, the ball washers are really expensive if you don't know anything about the ball washers we put them in. They're very costly. But these are just like the general maintenance items that we have, and again, everything has gone up in price, and so we're just trying to plan accordingly. The sand, topsoil, mulch, I'm kind of saying the same thing, but it's gone up. But for the sand, it needs to be dry. It needs to be pumped and dry, so that increases the cost of anything. So we can put it into our course, and those costs have gone up as well. Again, Carrie, here's another one of those, reduce 1,500 if you could. Not really needed for the outside services. Probably wasn't caught. The grounds maintenance. This is, you know, we have a golf course, we have maintenance, we have trees, we have dead trees, and so we need to remove some of the dead trees and the stumps that are associated with those. And we also need to purchase some to replace those in that state. So, and irrigation service, 10,000, reduced it by $8,000. It's just a normal startup and shut down. There's no big project associated with that this year. Vehicle, large equipment. This is for a new sprayer. It's on state pricing, but it's 12 to 16 months out. This is very similar to this past March. We ordered mowers, 2 mowers for over $100,000. We're not even going to get them until next year.
June of 2023.
So, but there's such a long delays. We need to purchase it, and hopefully it'll come in on time. But you know, if it doesn't, it'll be here next year.
But for those mowers, and I know this is somewhat unique, but council twice had to increase the appropriation because the cost went up twice. Are we?
Those were for service. That was for forestry.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
sorry.
Springdale.
Yeah.
I
But to say your
I
point-
assume the issue applies to
Yeah, conceptually, it's the same thing, yeah.
Springdale equipment too.
It's not $9 grand, but we had to change it.
At least once.
We're locked into that
Yes.
amount, we're not.
Yeah, as long as we make the purchase and we, we're okay, we're locked in. But if we
Okay.
budget and don't purchase until next year, then we're probably gonna have that come back to council, so. New lift. You wanna talk about the new lift, Brian?
I'm requesting a lift for the course, because the process we do now is you have to go to service, pick up a trailer, take it back, and this is all on their availability. Take it back, load the equipment, take it up, they need it for as long as they want, and then go back up, pick up a trailer, bring it back. You see where I'm going with that?
How often do you do that?
Oh, every 200 hours for all the equipment we have. We had to take oil changes up there, and some of the stuff we can now do in-house by the lift. Change the blades, we can't do that now. And some of the decks, like tilt to get a foot off the ground. We have a lift, we can do it ourselves. And they also, I shouldn't say that.
So just the everyday maintenance, so going back and forth, we're looking for something that'll help transport our equipment. If you look at the next one, that is the parking lot improvement that we have put in the budget. As again, I mentioned the parking lot not only services the golf course, but also the ballroom, and it's really bad. So we really need to fix that. HVAC maintenance, it's just normal repairs. Oh,
That includes lighting as well.
yeah, it does, Craig, yes.
Oh, and lighting.
We're adding 2 new poles, and then replacing the other heads and poles on the old ones. For LED,
Thank you.
not the old mercury vapor that we have now.
HVAC maintenance, this is just normal repairs. Our facility is a historical building, so it's, we may need this money, we may not. It all depends on what we encounter over the year. Miscellaneous equipment, outdoor, 2 condensing outdoor units for a walk-in freezer, our cooler, and our ballroom. We are ill-equipped right now as far as what our current coolers
Not
are.
very efficient at all.
So to purchase 2 or more of those would be great. Building improvements, this is security cameras, irrigation fountain. So when you step onto the first tee, we have our pond, and we need some type of circulating mechanism in there so it doesn't scum and it doesn't, all that thing. Plus, it'll be a great aesthetic for weddings and pictures and those types of things. It'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So that is part of that. We're renovating the bathrooms, the floors, the carpeting, and the countertops. So these are all items that need just the normal wear and tear that we have not done in quite some time.
So it's bad.
Yeah. When you get down to kitchen supplies, again, these are just basic cost of goods, increasing cost of goods. Do I think we're gonna spend all this money? I'm hoping not, but I just wanna make sure that we are covered just in case that we need to, in those purchases of that equipment. Alcohol and the resale of food, we're at the mercy of market costs, so we need to be prepared.
And council recall that, those purchases for resale are hopefully the costs that we're charging the facility rental, are more than covering those costs and then some. So they're interrelated, it's an expense to provide the service.
Additional advertising and increase of costs to advertise, we need to get the word out about Springvale more than what we have. And we need to, whether that's print media, whether that's social media, whatever, we need to make sure that we are highlighting one of the jewels of our city, not just for the golf course, but for the ballroom as well. So we'd like to increase that. Outside services, sorry, Barry, that's enough for one.
You're on the shit list.
Hey, but I'm reducing here, so. Just from basic stuff that we've done in the past, and then building improvements. This is the bridal suite improvements, drywall, electrical, and finishes that we've already started. So as you walk into Springvale Ballroom, it's the room right to your left, you're right next to the courtroom. This is where our bridal party, right across from the bar. So this is where our bridal party convenes before the weddings and stuff. And starting to do the renovation work now. That room used to be the porch that was originally the front porch of Springvale. So as we're taking down the paneling, for lack of better words, because it's not even plaster, it's uncovered 3 picture windows that we look out. It uncovered a 1939 calendar, as well as a sweater hop that that was advertising for their dance. So we're gonna use that, and we're going to have our 100th anniversary to Brett's joy. To have a sweater hop in May of this year with the same type of prices to get in. So it was $1 at the door or 5 cents ahead of time. So from 1939. So it's kind of cool, and we'll display that, as well. But the alcohol prices, if we have alcohol, will not be 1939 prices. So they will have to pay the current market value for that.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Is that, so Landmarks was trying to do something for recognition for the 100 year, and they were talking about some sort of event. Is that in coordination with them, or is that a separate activity?
We just saw this during our the holiday brunch over at the facility, so I will reach out to them and coordinate all that.
I would ask you to reach out to them for budgeting, because you were talking about advertising.
For
They
sure.
were looking at trying to have that event, and then it sounds like you're already thinking about
Just
sort of
ideas.
activities
Yeah.
related to that, so if there could be some
Absolutely.
sort of
Love
combined
that.
event and whatever budgeting might need to go for that.
For
I'd be
sure.
interested in understanding what that vision looks like.
I expect all of you to be there, just so you know.
As human.
So when you're gonna redo that room, are you taking out the windows?
No, we are actually, they're framing over.
They
the windows.
already framed over the windows.
And they're drywalling.
And they
It's
put this like masonite board over the studs.
That's too bad.
And
They could have tinted them and the bride could have watched her guests arrive.
So, but there was, on the outside of it as well, there
It's
was,
okay,
there was more.
just a
of wall.
question, we don't,
Yeah,
this is budget, not for that, but I
Right.
just was curious.
yeah, because currently they have to change in the women's restaurant.
It's
There's
okay,
a little area,
we'll move back to budget,
and they have to walk through the ballroom to get. So the saying where you're not supposed to see the bride, well, either they have to walk outside, or
Just
they
a
got.
sentimental thought, should you watch your guests arrive?
So we've got a number of minor to moderate changes here, but overall, the fund balance for Springvale goes from $500,000 to those nickels that you're gonna be charging for the. What's the, I mean, are you going to be able to survive long term if you have your $500,000 balance emptying to zero?
it's, Springvale is, it's unfortunately it's based on weather, right? I mean, the rentals only get us so much. Our majority of our revenue comes from golf. And, if we have just a horrible spring, summer.
Well, we had a pretty bad spring this year, and we still did really
But
well.
I'm talking like horrible, like, I'm talking horrible, then that impacts us greatly, but, we've had nothing but, like, since I've been here at least, like, the comments that I've heard from the folks that I've talked to, that they love coming to Springvale, you know what I mean? And if you look online, you'll see many positive remarks about the course itself, and Brett and his staff, like, it's manicured as you go out, it's compared to some of the other courses that are around, it stands out. So I'm very confident that we'll continue that. We'll continue to get the people that come here. So, to your point, Councilman, I would love to have more of a slush. Have more of a plan to go forward, and we'll work on that.
Mr. Chair, one other, is that ballroom has been down for the last few years because of COVID and otherwise. And they're just building back up. So if they do some of these improvements, I mean, most of the reason why they're using their fund balance to make capital improvements is essentially what they're doing. And that parking lot is one of the major complaints for weddings and things. So we think that that's gonna be a plus for us, same as the bridal room and some of the kitchen improvements. So I think they're spending money to potentially make more money down the road as well.
Just my own personal, I'm sorry, input, like, from people that I've talked to that, like, I've met over for different meetings and with Brett and the staff, when they see the outside of the ballroom, they're just like, oh, yeah, okay, but as soon as they walk through the doors, they're like, wow. They have that wow factor inside with the way it's all been renovated, the flooring, the decorative things, the history, you know, the tradition, it's amazing. You know, it truly is. So to Director Coffer's point, you know, by doing these extra things in the parking lot, you know, that's a huge detriment when somebody comes to visit your venue, you know, and they can't see the lines, or there's chuck holes and potholes all over
They're
the
walking
place.
through the parking lot with heels on.
Yeah,
It's gravel.
it's really bad. So, or the lighting is inadequate, you know, when they leave and stuff like that. So it's, you know, those types of things will really make a difference.
Ms. Heeman was next. Ms. Heeman?
The parking lot is bad, it really is. But, that's right, Ms. Williams. Or whoever.
Mr. Hooker, then Ms. Williams.
So just to follow up on Mr. Glassman's point, as I look at the rates and the costs of supplies, materials, maintenance, like, it's basically well, this is a bad example because 2021, I'm sure everything was lower than what it was supposed to be, but, like, does the rate of increase of our costs give us comfort that, it sounds like you're saying that the revenue coming, the growth in revenue from the capital improvements will allow it, but I think we need to make sure that in future budgets, we start seeing that, reserve growing again.
Right.
Because, you know, if we're constantly year after year still operating without a budget, and then we do get a bad year, we're gonna have some serious challenges, and it's great that we had all those capital improvements, but they're not paying for themselves, right? So I think we really have to be cautious about the reserves, and like you said, there's 350 out of what, $500,000 it was, so that other 150, maybe it's worth just taking a critical eye of how much of that's needed today for the improvements we wanna see versus some of that maybe be strung along, to kind of keep that reserve available and flexibility. That's my comments on the budget.
Ms. Williamson, no, respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as the repaving of the parking lot, is that gonna be a total, like, tear out and then replacement? And are you gonna have to shut down the facility in order to do that?
They're gonna have to be required to do concessions. I can't shut it down, there's just no way. But the last plan I saw, they're gonna be grinding 2 inches and removing it, and put 1.5 inches of smooth, or rough asphalt, and 1.5 inches of smooth. Just doing it the right way, instead of just overlaying it.
Right.
And obviously the lights will be going in first, because they gotta dig up the parking lot.
So,
And striping
business
is-
as usual.
Yes, yeah,
No
they'll just
stripe
do
at
sections
night?
at a time. I don't know if it's gonna be at night, we haven't got that far yet.
Okay.
So I'm sure that's gonna be pretty expensive labor-wise, so.
Alright, thank you.
Mr. Chris?
I just have a quick question here on, your supplies. You're putting in the budget to increase the cost because, you know, there's, the cost of goods has gone up. Are you reflecting that in when you're selling things for resale in the price of the things that
Yes,
are
for the
going to the
merchandise and
community?
stuff, yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I am doing a slight increase in golf rates this year as well.
Okay.
So as far as the food goes, it's whatever the market value is, you know, we have to adjust accordingly for that. So whether it's for an outing, whether it's for the clubhouse and stuff like that, it's similar to your question. For the
Yeah, and like
merchandise.
the gloves
Right.
and hats
Yep.
and
Yep.
golf balls and
Yep.
things.
Ms. Heeman?
Director, we've in the past gotten, revenue and expense overviews, just golf course year to year, ballroom year to year. I'd like to see that
Okay.
maybe for 5 years back to date.
Okay.
Thanks.
Ms. Williamson?
Thank you. What is the increase in the fees you said for the golfers? That you're
It's gonna be
increasing it
nominal.
slightly?
I mean, there's so many different rates for like senior rates, junior rates, you know, regular rates, you know, anywhere between 15 cents and $1 per person. Well, because we're doing $40,000 rounds per year. My basic model is rates, I compare Springvale to Big Mount. And right now, we're under that, and I think we could.
Could we get a list of those then when
Yeah.
you figure it out?
Yep.
That's what I'm actually doing Monday, because we're gonna be talking to our clubhouse coordinator about
Okay.
rates.
Cause that's gonna change the revenue.
Yes.
Some.
But they might have already factored that into
Yeah.
their revenue.
That, well, that should be already in this.
Yeah.
The revenue should be already in here.
Yeah, we
It's
had
not-
actually,
it's not-
we had actually talked about like increasing what that might look like, and taking our best guess, you know, for that, so.
Okay.
I think, Carrie, do you have a debt obligation stuff as part of
Yeah, I'd like that.
Yeah, they have the transfers, it's in their transfers outline item.
Okay.
And you can also see it in the attachment 3 in finance.
Okay.
The budget transfers, you'll see the debt service. That's scheduled, I think it's like 350-some thousand. And I believe we took 200,000 out, Keith,
Yes,
to bring it down to 350. And that's the green space factor. And that is getting paid out of the bond retirement fund.
Sorry, where did you say that was?
It's in finance,
Finance.
I'm sorry, revenues,
Okay.
or no, is it, okay, revenues, and it's attachment 3 toward the back.
Okay.
More to the page on the tenant.
Attachment 3, great, thanks. I'm good. Thanks, Mr. Bowman.
So on my original question of emptying the fund balance down to 10,000, I'm not necessarily opposed to any of these, the parking lot or any of that. I just want to make sure that, and it sounds like for the most part, we're doing one-time expenses, so to speak, or we're doing capital uses of that money. But if we came in next year and needed to, if we overspent by $500,000 again, that would all be not available from this fund anymore. And so just, we're making that decision. Now, we've taken care of the clubhouse, we're taking care of a number of things in this. I'm less familiar with the overall capital plan and what's next. And what in the future, if anything, are we not doing because we've chosen to do these items and empty the fund balance. So what is next, so to speak? Now that we've done the clubhouse, we're doing the parking lot.
major expenses,
Yeah.
the only thing major expense that I can see would be, controllers, irrigation controllers and heads. That is over 23 years old, controllers and heads, and that's not gonna be cheap.
You say not cheap, more than,
Cause we can't, I have over 320 heads on that course,
so we say
and
not.
10 controllers.
Mr. Lemper wants to know if the expense is bigger or smaller than a bread box.
Is it a bigger, is that bigger than $1 million, or is that like,
But in bread box,
or is that smaller than
Depending on the
500,000?
It's
denomination.
right around 500,000.
Around 500,000, okay, that's what I was.
We've been nickel and diming it, there's
So
some
it's the
areas,
same, it's
we have
the
to
same
buy a
level.
special insert to put a head in.
Right.
But these capital expenses now are the countertops, like for example, bathrooms. They're peeling off, they're laminate, it's
Right.
peeling off, it looks horrible. Yeah. We go in and put stone countertops in, they're gonna last for a long time.
Yep.
It's a long time. Same thing with the flooring, the carpet in the clubhouse, it's horrible. That should be good for 15 years, just like the last carpet lasted.
Ms. Williamson?
Do we need carpeting?
Oh,
Can we do other kinds of flooring?
that's more expensive.
How much more?
If we went LVT, it'd probably be 30% more. Cause you're gonna have a lot of waste either way because of the angles, all the weird angles in the clubhouse.
But what's
And
the,
plus, I wanna do carpet squares, so
Take them out.
yeah,
the main traffic ways can be replaced instead of whole thing.
so what is the life expectancy of the carpet versus like the other?
LVT I'm kinda hesitant to put on because people with their spikes, it's a slip hazard.
Okay, I don't know what LVT is, so.
It's luxury vinyl tile.
Okay,
It looked like wood.
It looks like wood, but I think it's a slip hazard and I don't want it in there.
Okay.
I think carpeting is the way to go, it'd be something like this, but it'd be carpet squares
Right.
pattern. And those costs have actually, have come in since I've done the budget and they've been lower than what I expected.
Okay.
So, but I think that's the proper way to go is, the carpet squares, it is a little bit more, but it's a lot less than what I expected.
right. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this? Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, everyone, I appreciate it.
Hi, Brad.
I'm not a golfer, I didn't realize that about this stuff.
Let me know.
Just on the
Just wait for it.
Yeah.
Senior.
Walking in.
I do. Yeah, the whole family does. Yeah. Good for you.
Or slide your like
How are you?
because you tear it rather than scratch.
Good.
You tear it. But I mean, it's not easy. I know, so she told me that, I was like,
Well,
I know, you're off the schedule.
I know.
just usual.
She's like, what would I say if I go to sleep?
I'm trying to fix it. Okay, let's get started on senior.
Seniors? Okay, it's under your senior tab in your book. Our administrator Tiffany Hunt is here to join us as well, and again, as I mentioned, we're looking at 15% increases, decreases. In an overview of the senior department, I can tell you that, they're the best kept secret that we have in North Olmsted as far as the staff and what they do. From Tiffany to Beth Wrights to Michael Kovac, our social worker, I mean, the amount of programs that they do, the amount of, just goodness, I don't even know, that's, it's amazing. Like, I've been over there many times, just so you know, I meet regularly every week with all my staff, like in every division, we've met every week since I've been here. From the hot lunches to the lunch and learns to the programs that Tiffany and her staff do, the amount of gratitude that is shown back from all the seniors that are in need to the administration, working with the different programs through council as far as helping with utilities to everything that we do over there, it has been phenomenal. So, we had our first senior dance this year, our senior prom, working with Springvale, and that was highly attended, and it was so fun, to be over there. We are gonna have another, like a spring dance and another prom as well. One of the things that what I noticed when I first got here in this position was the POS system that did not exist over at the senior center. So we've been collecting money at the desk and putting it in a shoebox at our front counter. So that's changing. So we have actually used our software from RecTrack, and we've upgraded that to accommodate the senior center as well as a diversion program for reporting and POS systems, as well as increasing our capability of using credit cards. So we currently use PayPal to reserve cabin rentals and stuff, and that will no longer be accepted after we incorporate the credit card terminals over at the senior center. So in your budget, we'll go through it, you'll see an additional line item for about $15,000 or $16,000 for a part-time person to sit at our front counter to welcome all our guests, as well as to keep track of the POS system and do the rentals and stuff on a part-time basis. So with that, we'll start running through it. So again, this is just the 15% increase or decrease. Office supplies, 2 new desks and office supplies. That's why you see the difference. We have some old furniture over there that we need to improve on. Computer supplies, it's just computer lab supplies. Basically, you're looking at just anything that is needed to run the computer. So that's why it's a small amount number there. Maintenance supplies. Inside and outside supplies, from shingles and salt and a new snow blower, a new vacuum cleaner. We have a phenomenal maintenance person over there. His name is Tom Stein. He joined us this year as well, and he's been able to fix a lot of things, utilizing our staff, utilizing to the best of their abilities, and he's been able to go around and fix a lot of different things that were in need prior to him coming there. So this will help him out as well.
So I'm gonna interrupt you on this one. Do we not have any maintenance supplies previous? I mean, I don't have a problem so much with this going up to 5,000. It's just it implies someone was paying for this somewhere else at some point. So what is the shift?
We did have 2 different maintenance line items. We still do. You'll see another one down there at the 2353. That one is decreasing a little bit. So the total maintenance for the senior center was going from 6764 up to 9500. So some of the
Using the
funds
two
were
different
just kind of
accounts.
shifted a little bit differently.
Yeah, just using the two different accounts, Councilman.
Okay.
The $8,500 that you see for miscellaneous program supplies, it's, the majority of that increase is gonna be for replacing old chairs that we have in the senior center. So the chairs that they actually sit on, they're pretty old.
They're from the 80s.
And, you know, some of our larger seniors, they are having trouble not breaking them, and so we need to get reinforced chairs. As well as, we introduced the Silver Sneakers program at the senior center. We've had it at the recreation center for years. For the last many years, we've offered classes that would comply with Silver Sneakers, but we never received the benefits from them. So we never got the money from it because we weren't a senior silver site over at the senior center. So we added that site this year, and so we're averaging probably almost $1,000 a month now as far as programming
now, yeah.
from coming in. So we never capitalized on that for years prior to this. So we offered the classes, we just never did it. So that's new. You'll see that in your budget as well. But with that, they provide chairs that are specific for their classes. They provide exercise balls, stuff like that. So that's where that number comes into play.
We have the sound system in there for the cabin too. That's very outdated and
Yeah, that'll be much needed. So it's very portable too. So you'll be able to use it there or outside if we need to for some of her events that she has. Miscellaneous program supplies. We just touched on that. Copy machine usage. It's just the lease just went up slightly. As far as this past year, is there anything else in that, Tiffany?
No.
Yeah,
that's just the copy machine.
Building repairs and maintenance, we went from 3,000 to 6,000. This is basically, it's cleaning the grease trap, smoke detector checks, plumbing. The facility is old, it's aging facility. This, as you know, we're renovating the kitchens, the community room, as well as the cabin, and that was through ARPA money. And so that doesn't take an effect in those areas, but everywhere else in the building it does. The next big ticket that you see is a floor scrubber. We do not have one over there, and so that's what that is. So we can continually maintain the floors and make sure that they're clean. Office supplies, just general supplies, that went down. Medical supplies, it's replenishing our first aid kits. We're getting a lot more need from the seniors that are coming in for different things now that Michael has been really going out and about into the community, so they come to us a little bit more often than they have.
Do we have an AED over there? Yes. Okay.
Maintenance cleaning supplies, this went down slightly, just, that kind of ties into some of the other building maintenance as well. So we reduced that number a little bit. Miscellaneous program supplies, this is special events, seasonal and holiday events. We plan on doing more, such as the dances, such as different programmings that we can really engage the seniors, in over there. The other thing that I want to mention, and it's kind of weird, but that we're doing a much better job, this year, is that seniors that went to the rec didn't really go to the senior center, and seniors that went to the senior center didn't really go to the rec. So we're trying to make that correlation. We're trying to push them both ways, and I think that one of the benefits of the track at the rec is that the seniors go over to the senior center and they walk around that little community room in the morning. So now they're gonna be able to go to the recreation center as a Silver Sneaker member and walk around the track, so in the winter months. So that'll really benefit them as well. So, and Tiffany and her staff are making the effort, as well as the recreation staff, of really cross-promoting each. So it should help quite a bit as far as attendance goes.
We have our new stage crafting group. They've been making those videos. That'll
Yeah.
come out of the programs. I don't know if you've seen any of the videos on social media that our seniors are kind of putting out with our social workers. So, and we've got a lot of positive feedback on those on social media, so that's great.
They're really good. When you go down to outside services, that's just a duplicate account we don't use. There's nothing in there anyways, but we don't use that account. Programs, this is for our instructor payments for Silver Sneakers. So, we have to have a mechanism to pay them. So that's why we added this line item in there. Our leases, this is for, this is for our Vermont system, which goes into the Wi-Fi. So I know it shows nothing in there.
I think we didn't know what it was gonna be next year, this was an unexpected expense this year.
So this is
And
the
I don't know
POS
if
system
that's
and the
ongoing.
revolving charge, so I will get you that number for that, so.
Okay.
It's minimal, it's like $2,000, I believe, so. And then
Usually you buy the credit card equipment.
Yeah.
Um,
we lease the credit card equipment, but the
and
cash
then-
stores we bought.
right, so it should be hopefully not long.
Building improvements, this is the ARPA funds that, as I referred to before, is the renovations to the community cabin kitchen as well as the, community kitchen as well, so. Any questions?
Ms. Williamson?
Thank you. Going back to the POS systems, are those gonna accept digital payments too? I meant to ask that, like for over at Rec or
So as far as credit cards and the
Apple Pay and Google,
yes,
it'll take all of that?
it should, yeah,
Okay.
we currently at the rec center don't have the tap system in place, so, to my knowledge, it should accept all of those as well.
Okay, alright, thank you.
Other questions?
Thanks, Steph.
Great, well, thank you both, thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming in.
Youth services.
Have a good rest of your weekend.
My papers are all messed up. Okay. Okay, thank you, everybody. The next division is our youth services. This is a very small department, as you know, but it's a very important department. We've decreased some numbers in this as well. Just bear with me one second, I apologize. I apologize. So again, it's 15% increase. We actually reduced our staffing over at youth services. Chris Allegra, who was full-time at one point and is now part-time and doing the same role she was in, and Bill Biziak is our part-time associate over there, and they do a phenomenal job handling our diversion program and such. And they work directly with the police department as far as our Jimmy Carbone over at the schools, and they do a really good job. So a small department, and we're looking at relocating them, I believe, as far as office space in the near future to make way for some improvements over at dispatch.
If I may, yes, they're just moving to a new location within the police station.
So their budget is not as substantial, but I'll go through each one as we did before. The professional license is an every other year renewal, so that's where that is. Furniture and office equipment, depending on, where the outcome is, where they do relocate. So if they do have an office, their chairs are atrocious and they need new chairs. So that would be there, as well as a computer upgrade, whether they're in an office or they're remote. So we'll have to look at that. This department is a very functional department. We just don't know where they're going to be as far as 2023 as far as office goes. So
Yes, we do.
we do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They're in the police station.
There we go.
Yeah.
So they'll still remain. Office supplies. So office supplies. Again, they did not have a POS system, so they needed a cash drawer. They needed those pieces of equipment that are associated with that. So that's your credit card terminal and your cash drawer. The miscellaneous program supplies, depending how busy they are as far as the papers and the products and stuff like that, that could come in play as far as an increase or a decrease. So that could fluctuate that number. There's no equipment cost on the cell phones as there was in the past, so that's where your cell phone is. Meetings, seminars, I would love for all my staff to have the option to do continuing education in their field, so I feel it's important that we keep that in there. We didn't use the next item. It was endowment line item account that was not used in the past for outside services, but then outside services for youth programs. This is the community fund that fluctuates over time. So in a nutshell, there's not a ton there, but if you have questions, I'll answer.
Mr. Lambert?
Hey, just two questions. One, we don't have any pagers anymore, right? It's a cell phone pagers.
Did I put pages in there?
Yeah, I was wondering the
No,
same thing.
No, it's
the
just a standard line item. I just-
Oh.
More broadly.
It's the name of the category.
Oh,
It's on
okay.
pagers.
Yeah, I know, I just didn't know if we had any left, that's why I was just asking.
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't even catch that line item, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry,
The-
dated line item.
The other question I had is on cell phones, like, are we looking more broadly, like, I know with the, IT group, we're getting more into like a cloud-based and looking at applications for, are we at all looking at people being able to use their own cell phone and have like a work component or something, or anything they need to do?
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, yeah, that's something that we're going to be looking broadly at for next year. Looking at all options for our cell phone, accounts throughout the entire city.
Okay, right, thanks.
Mr. Chair, I'm sure they're gonna discuss it in IT, but for those, I mean, once you use your personal cell phone, there's a public records implication, and so there's that we're still, that we work through, and if they won't, because to sign on, you need to do authentication, so they have like a coin, they call it, that gives them that random number to enter and to be authorized to go into if they choose not to use the cell phone method, or they have a city cell phone.
Okay, yeah, no, this is a cell phone line item though, not for authentication.
You're talking about the contracts.
Yeah, I'm talking about the
Oh, I'm
contracts.
sorry, I
Talking
thought
about contracts and use in general,
so.
like, you know, you can break up your cell phone sort of work component, and so I don't know how that relates with public record, I would think it would be broken up into the, or, anyway, thanks, another conversation, I answered my question, thank you.
Any further questions on youth services? Okay, pantry?
So our pantry is widely utilized, as you know. In the past, we've had Georgia Wilder as well as Chris Allegra that would work in the pantry, and as Chris has assumed her new role in a part-time position, we've empowered Georgia to really be that focal point over there as far as a part-time person, and she's done a great job over there as well, and just taking ownership of everything. So her budget is not substantial, it's based on endowments and grants and donations, and what you have in front of you as far as the 15% is just basically the pantry building and utilities that could fluctuate and go up. Again, it's the telephone. We actually, the reception over there is terrible as far as the phone, so she actually uses a cell phone right now for people to call in and call out, and I know our IT department is working on rectifying that as we move forward. The only capital equipment she is looking for is a new printer scanner for the pantry itself, and you know, as far as the building, you know, that's part of the Leopardo study, is trying to get a new door in the front, a roll-up door instead of the, you know, like the man door, so we can do deliveries in and out, stuff like that. And so we'll know more as the study comes back. But it's an amazing program. It does so much good for our community. We definitely have the right person in place over there. Georgia is amazing interacting with the public, and not to mention our staff from the rec department, from diversion, from the senior department, they all help out in all the different ways, you know what I mean? So when they do deliveries, you know, if we have an abundance of goods, then I'll call the rec department and say, hey, I need, you know, somebody to come over and help out the pantry, and, you know, or you know, from the senior department or what have you, and it's really worked out well as far as how it's all structured right now. Everybody works really well together.
Thank you. Do they have Wi-Fi over there?
It's,
Or can they get a Wi-Fi booster
Yeah,
for her?
we're working on that.
Is it something that should be here?
It's they have Wi-Fi, they have the computer access, but the signal is bad. So when you look at telephone long distance, I believe that's, you know, that's kind of put in there as far as a new not router, but I can't think of the name of it, but you know, like a booster that ties into everything to eliminate that cell phone.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So pantry had a number of kind of one-time capital items that were in the budget last year. And so this year, those items appear to be recurring again, building repair, land improvement, miscellaneous equipment, that previously just weren't items. Are there new projects? Like there was I think there were a couple refrigerators and a patio or something that was added over there last year. I mean, what are we doing?
So it kind of ties into Leo Pardo study as far as the energy efficient, as far as the doors and stuff. We do need to do some repair on the back, but I believe it's being taken care of by our public service department under Kevin's budget, you know, as far as the cement work in the back. I know there was a new fence that was included as part of that as well in years past. You know, it's kind of, the fencing is okay right now. I'm more worried about, to your point, or to my point, the front door, the roll-up door, you know, to see if we can get that taken care of, because it's egress, access, you know, and I want people to be able to get in there, and it's hard, it doesn't close, it doesn't shut as well, but we're waiting for that study to see if that's part of it. So, as far as big projects, not in this year's plan, no.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I think you the director touched upon the fencing, but in the land improvements funds, it does look like there's $8,000 for parking lot and fencing, if that's
Tied into,
related, yeah.
tied into Kevin's budget with his guys, so.
Okay,
yeah.
that's,
It's in this budget. Look, I'm not saying we shouldn't be funding building repair and land improvement and all this. I'm just saying it was new last year and could have been interpreted as one-time expenses, and it's remaining. And so it's not showing up as the 15% plus or minus things,
Gotcha.
but it's still a newish
New item,
thing,
okay,
and that's why I'm asking.
okay.
So, just want to say.
Thank you. Is there security in that building now?
There's,
Is there
Well,
consideration for?
yes, there's cameras are being considered for the pantry, the rec, senior center, all those things with the part that they're in.
Right, I saw that, but, okay, so that's not, it's under rec as a whole rather than each individual,
Right,
okay,
yeah.
right, thank you.
That's part of that grant that we got this year, the $50,000.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if, I thought, for some reason, I thought the main thing was over at the rec center.
Right, we definitely need a camera like right, like over the door, or, you know, cause there's not really money, just, on the property, yeah. I feel more comfortable, especially with just one person down there.
And panic buttons too for them as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping, those are very cost effective.
Yeah, but can't replace a life.
No, God, no.
Any other questions on pantry? Okay, it appears we're at the end of recreation and public engagement. Is there anything else not on my schedule for this sector? Okay.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Mayor, it appears you're next. Is there any changing of the order that we need to do for anyone's schedules?
No,
Okay. So we're out of sync, or we're behind, I should say. Go ahead.
okay, thank you. The Chuck is here to discuss the details with you, Mr. Chairman. But just a quick overview, obviously, the mayor's budget hasn't changed much overall. The biggest change would be a reduction in the amount of furniture office equipment. Obviously, last year, coming in, knew there needed to be money there, and now there doesn't. As far as mayor's court goes, our new clerk of court, Stacy Freeland, is settling in well, and she has her assistant clerk of court and her part-time person. They seem to be doing great together, so I'm excited about that, and that's worked out really well.
So for the mayor's budget, we'll start with the mayor's office, if it's on tab 5. Just going over the 15% or you know, plus or minus increases or decreases. In material office supplies for other supplies, I think probably all of you have seen it. We have those nice folders that when the mayor does a proclamation or does something for a resident, that it comes out one of those nice folders. The back stock of those, we haven't ordered any yet. We're using previous, back stock from previous years. that is coming to an end. That we'll probably be through those early next year. So we're increasing the other supplies budget basically to buy those folders, so we can have a nice stock of folders for proclamations and other special occasions that she's going to send stuff out at. Stuff out on. Excuse me, I can't speak today. Moving down to contractual services, the office has 2 cell phones. The mayor and her assistant Rick both have cell phones. For whatever reason, last year's budget only had one of them in it, so it had to be increased a little bit. But so and we are putting in the increase to cover the full year cost of both of those cell phones in that budget. Then travel and education and meeting and seminars, they're both going up by well, there was nothing in travel and education last year, and the meeting and seminars is going up by about $750. Those are because the mayor is looking at potentially going to a conference this year that would include some other Ohio mayors for some learning experiences and for some networking and potential some lobbying. So that is what those 2 items are. Leases, the mayor's office, as most offices has a printer in it. For whatever reason, last year's budget never got the lease cost in it, so that's being added into this year's budget so that it comes out of our office. I defer to Carrie on where it came out of before because I don't really know. It wasn't in our budget. It was obviously getting paid, but it wasn't in our budget, so it's in our budget now.
Yeah, it is. We got with all the new offices and and we had a copier lease last year starting, and there was kind of like a switcheroo and hey, this is gonna go here, so it was probably accounted for in either the general clerical or in IT's budget. We were trying to do a better job this year of making sure the costs are going where they were, and before we didn't have printing costs, like we didn't have leases for copiers like that, or no, it was a printer, but it's really a copier, and so that's a difference that we didn't have before.
And my understanding from this program is like this covers all of our like toner or anything that we need through the year, so we're not paying for any of that. That's all included in these costs.
You'll see that in council's budget too.
And then the final thing on this page is again, as the mayor mentioned, with new administration coming, there was some furniture and some things that needed to be replaced and purchased, and some renovations that needed to happen. We are taking that line item down. We're asking to leave about $1,000 in there just in case something comes up. We want to have something in there if something's needed, but at this time there is no anticipated furniture or office equipment needs that are planning on being purchased. And before I stop, I'll just go to the next page because that's also under the mayor's budget. That's more the general clerical. It's the same thing. The mayor's office is responsible for the color copier printer that a lot of people use throughout the building in the mailroom, and that lease there is being reduced as that one we did not end up spending as much money on this year as it was budgeted for last year. So we're reducing it to try to be more accurate towards what that cost is. So, and that's her office in general. I don't know if you guys have any specific questions about any of the items in there.
Gary, can you look at the cell phones, because the numbers just don't make sense, that AG would have a youth service would have a $700 cell phone, and then she'd have $3,000 for 2 cell phones, but I don't know how that's all breaking up, but it's all one contract, right?
It is, but they're different, they may be different types of cell phones. I don't know that.
I don't budget, we don't, the cell phone budget comes in through a different department, so I don't know what.
Yeah,
well,
so that's why I was wondering, it just doesn't
yeah.
make sense.
There were a lot of changes in that as well, so.
And it may be that, I don't know if we have to purchase a cell phone, maybe that includes the purchase, if there's
Yeah,
one purchase this year, I would have to defer to another department.
That's fine, I just didn't understand how that worked.
We'll get with IT, they're the ones who
Yeah. Okay.
Mayor's Court next.
We can go to Mayor's Court. Mayor's Court, as the mayor mentioned, Stacy is the new clerk of court. She will be getting her certification, I believe I want to say August of.
I think it's the fall of
Okay.
this.
So sometime in the fall of 2023, she'll be getting her certification. She'll be completely certified as to be a clerk of court. In their budget, she has, she's just asking for about a 16% increase on her office supplies. She said they're not planning on purchasing anything different than they have, just costs have gone up, so she's just asking for a little bit of an increase to cover any additional costs. Magistrates, the way with the mayor's magistrates now, with what they're getting, there's not the need to have the, as you can see, what we've actually spent so far with a month to go. Or, I don't know, was this through September or October, or?
This is, probably through October,
Okay.
but this is only the replacement magistrates,
Yeah.
not the ones
Yeah.
that are the regular ones.
Yeah, so we didn't have to use the subs as much this past year, and so we're looking at decreasing that cost to come more in line. She's asking for an out of capital outlay. If you've been in mayor's court, they have 2 shredders. They're basically shredders that you would have in your home. They shred a lot. They have to shred a lot for legal reasons. The shredders can break down relatively easily just because they're like ones that they're general public ones. They're not like an industrial or commercial type shredder. So she's looking at increasing her office equipment outlay so that she's able to get an actual shredder that will be better for their needs, and they won't have to hopefully replace as many and be able to keep it longer. There's been an increase into the outside services because their Bolden court system contract, there was an increase in that contract, and so that's a system that they need to have, so that there's just an increase there to cover that. And then looking at what her lease for their printer in their office was, she felt comfortable taking that down a little bit, because they're not gonna go through all of that, $2,500 this year.
There was a scenario where it wasn't working for their, and I think this might have, it all starting to run together. It could have been the year before, even this year, where the court jackets weren't going through their printer. And it turned out it was like some software integration thing. So they didn't need a new printer, they went back to their other one that had a lower lease, so. Like I said, it's been a juggle.
The final thing, she just wanted to add a little bit extra in there with computer equipment, as there's now some additional employees that are helping out now that she's the clerk of court, and there's been some changes there. She wanted to add a little bit for inflation, just for computer equipment if something came up. As you can see, a lot hasn't come up this past year, but given the fact that there's now a part-time assistant and just wear and tear on equipment, she wanted to put something in there just to have a little bit of breathing room, some additional clothes.
Questions on yours?
Yeah, I guess my only concern is like, some of these things were overinflated in 2022, so we revised them, but they're still now 50% increases from 2021, and I guess I can understand some of them from volume, but like, did computer equipment go up 40% in 2 years, or did, there's a couple of these that look like they're.
Well, also recall that in 2021, the volume in the mayor's court was.
No, I get that, that's what I'm saying, I understand that 2021 could have been COVID, but like computer equipment was 656, and now we're at 1,000 2 years later, and computer equipment, there wasn't anything that changed.
Computer equipment has gone up in cost.
40% in 2 years.
But I don't know what their needs are, but I think
So when you look at the 5-year going back on this particular item, we're going from 850 to 1,000, and yes, it was 650, but the year before that it was 1,500. The year before that it was 1,500. So again, that's why having the 5 years look back.
For the actuals.
2019 is actually probably our best reference year, not last year.
To a normal year.
In many circumstances.
Okay,
so that.
But I thought those years, I mean, I guess with mayor's court, I felt like we were still kind of growing and expanding people. We had to buy new computers, and that's why those were updated, because we had to add a computer for a person, if I'm remembering right.
Mr. Chairman, I don't recall back then, I think that they were staffed at 2 full-time, 1 part-time.
Yeah.
Same as how we are right now, so I don't.
Okay.
I don't think that
I
they're.
thought I recalled that, I remember that somebody, they had two and then, okay.
My point was just more general of FY 2 years ago is 2019. To me, that's the first normal year, and then you have to think back, okay, what were we really doing at that point in that program's activity? Mayor's Court's been something that's been a little dynamic, changing.
Well, the same thing with the magistrate, right, like we went from 5,500, we're actually using,
That's just the substitute.
Well, that's a substitute, so if we can't get one of our regularly scheduled magistrates, we have to bring in a separate one. That's to pay
We
that.
have, right, Mr. Chairman, we have two magistrates that we, use regularly. If either of those two magistrates cannot be there or they're on vacation, then I have appointed a third magistrate who is a substitute. But as Mr. Messerolo pointed out, just this past year, we really just not had to use them. So we tried to reflect in this budget that actual use as opposed to just holding money there for, something that we don't need.
I mean, I get it, and then I mean, again, it's from 1,000 though of actual use to 2,500 for plan, but if it's because you use them twice and it's double the price, I'm fine with that, that's what caught my eye, so, alright, thank you.
Are the magistrates for Mayor's Court inside the salaries, the normal magistrates, not the substitutes?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Mr. Scarl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The salaries for the magistrates, are they on salary or paid hourly?
Salary.
So, I get slightly in the weeds here and I apologize. So our salaries are relatively flat over the last 5 years, but our hospitalization 3 years ago, or FY 3 ago was 20,000, then it was 18,000, 26, and then we're gonna go up to 66. So our salaries are roughly. Our salaries have been relatively flat. We're about 160,000, 165,000 going back to 2018. But our hospitalization for this goes from 18,000 to 66, so it triples. So what's going on there?
Well, at the time, the assistant clerk was not hired, and we did it through a projection, so we assumed a family plan. I don't know what they signed up for. The prior clerk of court, was on her husband's plan.
Okay.
So there's potentially two additional from 2021.
Any other questions on Mayor's Court? Okay, IT?
So I'm gonna go through this, the 15 plus or minus, and then I'll make a couple quick comments after that. But starting with the office supplies, they reduced their office supplies this year from what it was. I'm sorry, they increased it because they haven't purchased office supplies. I was looking at the wrong line, I apologize. They increased it because they haven't purchased any office supplies in the past few years, even though they've been budgeted for them. So but this year they said that there's gonna be some office supplies coming up that they need to purchase. So as you can see, in 2021, they didn't purchase anything. 2022, even though they have a budget for something, they didn't purchase anything. They said they are planning on making some office supply purchases this year, so they've asked to increase that a little bit to cover some of the office supplies that they need to get. For computer supplies, they're reducing that as they don't really need any additional computer supplies other than some USB thumb drives and some chargers. Essentially, what those are is like, if something comes up and I need to get a public record request put together, and the people are requesting it on a thumb drive, we don't have any in our office, so we go up to IT and say we need a thumb drive, and they give us one. So these are kind of the small stockpile of just those little small pieces of equipment that they would need to give out because an department doesn't have anything. So that's that. They are reducing that significantly because they say they have enough of the stock of the other stuff other than those small USB drives, and some chargers. Their cell phone is being reduced. They said that they're not spending the money that's in that line item for their cell phone, so they're reducing that. Dues, they don't need any dues this year. They're fully paid up on dues, so they've removed their dues. There's not as many licensing renewals that are coming up this year, so they've reduced that to just cover the licensing renewals that they will need for this year, and that's professional licensing. That's their licensing, not like computer software licensing. Under equipment repairs and maintenance, they have one of the things that we wanted to make sure they have is they have enough surfaces and other computer, like more expensive computer pieces like that are on hand, so if something goes wrong that we have subs in. They're removing that line item entirely because at this point in time they feel that they have enough to cover anything that would break down this year. We're asking them to keep about 10 to 12 on hand, and they have that amount on hand right now, and so they don't feel that they need any additional ones, so they've asked to remove that line item. Insurance, up until October of this year, we did not have cybersecurity insurance. It might have been September, October this year, we did not have cybersecurity insurance. We could not find anyone that would give us cybersecurity insurance without having two-factor identification. Now that we have the two-factor identification, we were able to get cybersecurity insurance to protect the city, and so the amount we had to pay for the year that's going to run is either September, October, but September, October of 2022 through September, October of 2023 is what you see in 2022, the $27,600. We know that's gone up significantly. We don't know what that number will be for next year, so we just increased. We put a number in there of $40,000 to cover whatever increases to insurance there might be. Hopefully we won't need to use the whole $40,000, but we just don't know what it's going to be when we go back out to get insurance next year. We want to make sure we have enough money in the budget to cover that. Regarding capital outlay, again, this is something they've reduced significantly because there's only minor equipment purchases required for data backup, appliance and storage for backup retention. And then for software, again, it's been reduced because the major licensing expenditures are down significantly. And this is where I'm going to kind of make a couple of points. For IT, a lot of the stuff we're buying on multi-year contracts. So they're paid 1 year in, and then it's 3 or 4 years before we have to buy it again. That's why some of this stuff is going down. It will disappear. It won't be there as much, but there will be a year coming up in the future, depending on which program it is, that we will have to be coming back asking for money to resubscribe for those licensing. It's cheaper to do it on a contractual multi-year basis than it is to go year by year. So this year they don't have, they've been able to reduce some of their budgeting on some of these things because those items are not in the budget this year. So like you can, for one thing I can speak to is the cybersecurity training. That was a 3-year purchase. We'll be going into year 2 of that, and next year will be year 3, and then we'll have to come online the next year. So I'm working on getting together a sheet so you guys can kind of see what those licensing programs are and when they will come into, which year they'll come back into play, so you guys can kind of see how those numbers will fluctuate from year to year.
So, Director Godfrey, is there, I know this is an issue pertinent to Mr. Limbert as well as to me. Is there a way we can structure and how we do this budgeting, or so that it is cleaner for us to be able to understand the picture of this multi-year spending plan for IT? Because I mean, this issue comes up in various departments, but IT seems to be the quintessential one of surprise. It's 3 years up, where we could either more consistently budget for what our needs are on an annual basis over 5 years or 2 years. Am I making sense?
I understand what you're asking. I mean, obviously, the last few years, IT's evolved dramatically.
Right.
With our outside services, that like the box and the duo and the, everything that we're doing. And I think that's why Clerk Mazzarolo, or Clerk, he's the special assistant to the mayor. And he is looking at that as well, so that so that the administration can make sure that we're on top of it as well and have a better understanding, because IT costs are a huge part of our operating budget.
If they're paid up, there's no way they'll really kind of show it in the budget if they're paid up front, correct? We're gonna kind of have to rely on an outside.
Yeah, I
sheet
mean,
kind of
this is a
like-
cash basis, I mean, we're a cash basis entity, so it is what it is, but we can
That's what I want-
certainly come up and say, here it is, and it's for these 3 years, and we're gonna need it in this year, so we have a better idea of, not just surprise, we'll know ahead of time when those.
It's a save the date. Save the date, 2025. Cost me guys by 300%.
Can't we just do like a software licensing fund? In that you allocate that over 3 years for a 3-year contract, and in the reserve fund, you've got that allocated, because you're basically using that service, and I get it for the cash up front, you know, that would still be, for the next cycle, assuming that you would still use that service, you'd be able to start funding that in for the next.
So what you're asking is like, let's say it's a $30,000 contract and it's for 3 years. You're saying we pay the $30,000 up front, but then we start putting $10,000 a year in for the next 3 years into the budget, so that it's ready to be paid up for the next 3 years.
For where it's accounted for, yeah, because you're.
Well, I mean, I understand exactly where you're coming from, but we're required to keep our books on a cash basis, and if we're not expending money, there's nothing to budget. And so you're thinking about a prepaid expense in the real world where you pay it for 3 years and then you amortize that expenditure over the next 3 years, but we can't do that on a cash basis.
So how is that?
So we're gonna have to do it on an Excel, in some sort of Excel model to help us understand it better, but it can't be in our books and records that way.
Okay.
So,
So this is different than like a capital improvement or land acquisition fund where you're putting the periodic money away that then you can pay the upfront cash.
I mean,
fees for that.
if you wanna create a special fund to do that's fine if you wanna do that and put, you know, like you said, put $10,000 a year, so you have it the next time. That's fine, I mean, that's council's prerogative, but
I just. Yeah,
I think it's something maybe we can.
I think we should
look at
investigate it, just because, I mean, it just saves so much confusion of, oh, we're up 50,000 this year, and then, oh, we didn't spend it because the contract, you know, we got an extension because it wasn't done yet for 3 months, so now we approved it in 2024, and, you know, that extra money now was, you know, we're asking for it again, and it just, you know, it's just very hard to track. Otherwise, you're giving us, like, what everyone else is asking for, which is, okay, this contract is this year and this year, and we follow the bouncing ball of all these contracts, and you're giving us a whole contract schedule of where it increases, where it's like, if you just get it statically, you can see, okay, it's growing because of what programs or what softwares are making this
Right,
balloon
and-
by 50% every year, versus like, oh, well, it's 20% this year, but then the next year was 80, and then we think in 4 years it's gonna be 20, by that time we don't even remember, and we find out it's 50% increase. It's just,
We'll work on getting
Yeah.
something together, and if we need to change the way that we're budgeting it, I mean, it's
Okay.
council's,
Yeah.
we'll talk about that, but let's try and
yeah,
get a
yeah,
better
we can move on.
understanding of
We
it.
can move on. It just was like,
That's okay.
this is gonna be a low year.
Well, that's
So
why,
I
that's
guess
why,
we
that's why I
know
want to put
next-
that caveat in at the end, is like, there's a lot of stuff that will be coming back in the future, it's just not in this year's budget.
I just don't want us to be shocked in other areas that are budgeting year per year, when all of a sudden now $500,000 is coming to IT, and all of their planned budget programs are taking a hit, and you're trying to figure out how to come up with $500,000 because they didn't budget their plan, that they're gonna be $500,000. I mean, I know that's your job, Larry and Mayor, but it's very hard to.
So, to Councilman Limpert's point, I don't wanna create headaches for the sake of creating headaches, and that's why I'm asking, is there a way to do this better? That makes sense with a cash paying system, but, you know, you look at the past 3 years prior, you look at 19 and 18, we spent in 18 $500,000 on equipment. In 19, we spent $350,000, $400,000 on equipment. This year we're spending nothing-ish on equipment, and that space is being occupied by all these brand new outside services, the Barracudas, the whatevers. I don't know if next year and the following year, the box, if, because right now I'm like, okay, we're fine, we're 800,000 with open down rubber. But is it 1.3 million a year from now or 2 years from now because we're doing computer replacement again? I'm looking at this, I don't know the answer to that.
It's,
And I was gonna wait till the end of the discussion about something, but as far as computer replacement, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you or Mr. Chair, but we have, and I'm gonna be emailing this to council, I got it late last night, so I'm gonna be emailing it to you guys today. If you remember several years back, we did have the big purchase where we bought surfaces for everybody. It was right when COVID was happening, we bought so everyone could work from home. There was that big purchase. We are starting a replacement plan on replacing those computers. That will start in 2024, and not everyone's going to be replaced at once. We're going to get it down so it's by certain departments are being replaced in certain years, and then that way we're always going through. We're getting new computers every year instead of buying them all at once. But so you'll have 5 years, and every 5 years you'll be getting a new computer, whatever that replacement plan is. I got one copy of it. I'll print out some more. As I said, I'll give this to you guys today before I leave today. But so you can at least see what the refresh program is for the computer equipment, the surfaces and things like that. Because building will be starting in but there's none of that in this year's budget. That'll all be starting in 2024.
But that's, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, that's a prime example, maybe the right answer isn't to rotate them, and it is to buy them in bulk because of cost. And if that would be the case, being able to know that we've got that roadmap for 5 years based on our expected cost in that line item would alleviate that big jump that, we buy these in bulk and we're buying them out. So,
right, but again, we talked about the pool, we're talking about, we've got large land acquisition upcoming that we know about. We have plans for our, when we buy fire trucks, we have funds for when we buy that. I don't know the answer of, do we need to have $500,000 in 2 years for equipment?
Right.
I have no idea. And so I'll be a little snippy here and ask, was the IT director not available today or Tuesday?
We can have him here on Tuesday if you'd like him here on Tuesday.
Okay. Because this has been a big topic, and I would assume he knows the answer to that question. Is there any other questions on IT? Okay, we'll move on.
Mr. Chair, how many
Yes.
cell phones do they have?
How many cell phones does
The IT.
They should only have 2, because there's only 2 employees in the department. But I don't know, this is where we were pulling some of the stuff. They had stuff that was under their department, and we're trying to pull those out, put them in the right departments. So.
Right. Yeah, that's why they have.
3,800.
3,800 for 2 phones.
We'll probably have somebody else that's sitting in there line item, which is carry this.
Yeah.
And the mayor probably has a couple of them.
Yeah, well,
the phone?
Let's be transparent.
Main screen is just full of box apps.
Yeah.
It needs extra data storage.
Yes, like that Redbox.
Yeah. Okay. I guess finance is next. I know you
unless
went
you
over
wanna
that.
do the law director and be done quicker with him.
We are behind schedule. If we need to shift order, you all tell me.
I'm fine with the law director, it's just as well.
Hopefully make up some time with the law department, but
Okay.
we'll see.
All right.
Thank you,
You've been deferred to if you want it.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of council. So I know the focus was on those line items that had a what would be a significant increase. If you noticed on the cover sheet, there are really only 2, and it's one is a recurring event, the other is just it's a very small amount of money. Law department needs to step into 2014 and get a new way of delivering discovery electronically to defendants in these cases. So we still use DVDs. It's you burn a DVD, throw it in the mail, drop it off at the courthouse, we deliver it to the defendant's attorney in person. So there's just a small increase in that. Outside counsel, we usually have some money in there. You never know what's going to come up throughout the course of the year. Traditionally, we've allocated $20,000, I think, over the past several years. I think it was at 10 at one point. We used some last year. We do not currently have any pending litigation issues that would require outside counsel. We did just recently, because of BZBA, sometimes you get conflicts where there might be an issue where the city's order is being appealed and you can't both represent the city and the board, which is an independent entity. So we had to spend a little bit of money to get Mr. Dan Kolick on board. We didn't go to hearing, but there wasn't very much money involved in that because he didn't have to come to the hearing. So those are really the only two things that you would see significant increases in the budget over last year, besides what you're seeing everywhere else with the wages and benefits, which is normal. In terms of what's going on in the office, just a quick rundown. We had Melissa was our law clerk. She was doing a great job. She left to try to expand herself a little bit and get some more experience in other areas. We hired Mike Dennis. We've been paying our law clerks. We used to have a federal grant that gave us money. We would fund it all through the federal grant. It didn't cost us anything. That grant, for some reason, the federal government's giving money to everybody, but that grant wasn't funded. So it's not that we didn't apply for it or we didn't qualify for it. It just wasn't there. So we are paying our law clerk $15 an hour, which we bumped up from like 12, which is too low. Probably 15 is probably too low, but he's doing a great job. In terms of there's no staffing changes, it stays the same with Mr. Bain, Mr. O'Malley, Mr. Gordillo, myself. Contractual services, like I said, there might be the need for outside counsel. We know about it if it comes up. In terms of that some of the outside contractual services also includes title searches, and we might have to hire we've done some real estate transactional stuff lately, so we might have to grab somebody to do a title search or escrow services, things like that. Seminars is in there again. I don't use it, but Mr. O'Malley uses it, and Mr. Gordillo can use it. I do not use it for services for seminars. I pay for those myself on my own time. I do try to find free ones when you can find them. It's we might get some reimbursed expenses out of that, which is like parking or something like that, but really nothing there. Memberships, we do still want the Ohio State Bar Association and the County Law Directors Association. Again, I do not include myself in those. I pay for those myself. Mr. O'Malley and Mr. Gordillo are eligible for that, so we'll review that. Other than that, like I said, there's no pending litigation or threatened litigation really at this point in time. It's relatively quiet. We still have the cases where you have foreclosure cases, or we have these demolition cases, which I reported out the other day. They do come up from time to time. We've had I mentioned also, we've had a number of casualty loss claims where we've had uninsured people that have gone into damaged city equipment. That actually takes quite a bit of time by the time you sue them and you go to pre-trials and you're trying to collect the judgment and things like that. So, which, by the way, collecting a judgment is a large question mark when somebody has no insurance. They're renting an apartment and they may or may not be employed. To get $40,000 out of them is a far fetch. So we'll try, but we kind of know going into it that the likelihood of really accomplishing much in the way of judgment satisfied is quite small. So that's where we are in the law department, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions on the law?
I got one.
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Well, you just mentioned, the CD DVDs. There's no way to drop file. We got cloud box now. We're all secure.
We're on our way. That would be, in fact, if you look at what I have written here on the front sheet, I have right here, ask Eric if we can use Box to share docs and videos. So
that's a $300 writing right there.
Step ahead of you there, Mr. Limpert.
All right,
so.
thanks. Thanks a lot, Record. I'm done.
I don't know, that might increase boxes on that.
Who knows?
No, you're right. We might need
Let's see what it is over 3 years.
You might need a scanner now too.
I don't know. I will try to avoid that at all costs if we can avoid it. Yeah, we really do need to explore, like I said, stuff into 2014 and find a better way to share this information besides DVDs. People even still have DVD players, I don't even know, but apparently lawyers do.
Not a lot.
Old school. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, council. Ms. Regan.
Finance, do you want to go back?
Okay, so in the finance department, there are line items, I'm in the tab, the plus or minus 15%. We already talked about the additional transfer to capital improvement, for transfers out from the general fund. The additional ones that over and above last year, or this year rather, are the 150 for capital improvement, the 410, 800 to the bond retirement. That's for the forced piece of the note and principal interest. And then we did increase by 15,000 the separation pay transfer into that. Forms, you know, they do, we buy W-2s and 1099s in our check stock. We did explore a new vendor this year, so hopefully those costs will go down. We pay for our toner because our printers are not under that lease program. And outside services has increased because we haven't, or there's a program called PACE, and it's for training days for products that you have implemented to better expand, and or you can use them for like new employees coming in where they can do a detailed training on the modules that you have. And with us, we're looking at, as I'll talk about in a moment, going to the, we're looking at possibly going into the HR module. We'll, Tyler is one of the products that they're looking at. We're looking at the time and attendance and advanced scheduling products of Tyler. So I just increased the pay days a little bit to allow for us to utilize that training over and above implementation, but just making sure that we're getting the best out of the software that we're purchasing. And it wasn't, we didn't do a lot of it when we weren't expanding, but we're doing it again and I'm happy about it. Let's see. We have not gone to the Tyler annual conference since 2019. I send a couple employees to it. It's invaluable. They're showing tips and tricks and things that, new modules, so we know what's coming out, how to use software. You know, you get in a rut and you're always using it, you know, you just use it for what you need instead of really understanding that this last upgrade that they did, they have these new products that might be better for you and maybe you can use it instead of doing something manually. And then our reporting filing fees and our Amazon Prime membership, which is citywide for business, has gone up. This one's a big one, the computer repairs and maintenance. It looks like we haven't paid it all, but we have. This was just done before, this was uploaded before we paid it. But we just got the invoice actually. If you look at, when we went to the cloud hosted version, I know you remember that the costs increased as far as the computer, the software licensing and the maintenance and all that. But we didn't go to it right away and we had already paid our annual maintenance for what we had. So 2022 is only a portion we didn't end up having to pay the whole cost of SAS. It's just the additional amount that we had to pay over and above what our standard amount was before we went on. So in 2023, a long way to say it, the whole cost of being on the cloud is incorporated in there. And we are in need of a couple new office chairs and our folder sealer, which we still do that with our checks, has been on its last legs, but we put it in there in case it dies on us and we need it. The computer equipment, 24 something is for the time and attendance, the time clocks and things like that they're gonna need around the city to be able to collect that data. And the other 4 is we are in need of a new printer. Our check printer, the backup has died. So we wanna make sure that we can always print checks at any moment in time. So we need our backup printer purchased or leased, whichever. We're working with IT to get that done. And then the largest item obviously is the software, and this is for the purchase of the Munis time and attendance. It includes the software, and also implementation, which are all one-time costs, and then it includes, I have included additional consulting time for that, to have a project manager help us through, because it's gonna be fairly intense going from department to department to make it consistent for the payroll system, but yet helpful for them in their scheduling needs, as well as accounting for their time and their and the integration of it into the Tyler payroll product. So I'm just looking here. So it's 48,000 for the software, 41,000 for the professional services. So the first year costs are roughly $90,000. Then I have the 24,000, which is in another line, in the line item above. And then I have 60,000 in there for on-site project management, because the project management from an implementation is only remote from the Tyler base quote. And also I have additional training in there. I've learned that that we usually go over our training days, and we wanna make sure that people have it so that it can be proper training, so they can use it for to its maximum capacity of information. And then there's the recurring fees are $19,394. That's the annual computer maintenance. And then any questions on that before I move on?
Keep going, please.
Okay. We have, and this, I know these accounts look somewhat random, but they are transfers out and advances out and under debt. And these are the 15% plus or minuses, which I'm not sure are as relevant as that spreadsheet that shows where the money's coming from and where it's going into on that attachment 3 to kind of show you where those things are coming from. But I will say that in the bond retirement and recreation, the transfers out, you'll see that as we talked, that we added $116,000 to transfer to the payment, for the payment of that spruce note off. So that's why the increase is there. The other things that are in transfers out are their separation pay contribution and their 27th pay contribution. So those are in there as well, but they did not increase. The hotel motel, we have paid off the fire apparatus portion of the capital improvement bonds. So there is no more need to transfer monies out for the $51,000 for hotel motel to pay those off. The transfers out from the permanent improvement fund, again, that's debt service, but there's $900,000 additionally in there to pay for the stormwater portion of the spruce property. And the reason why 2022 actual is only that is because our debt payment was December 1st, so that this spreadsheet was already created before that, so. Let's see. Oh, we have advances in and out sometimes for the community development block grant. And we'll have gotten that advance back this year, so there's no need to have that line item. But mind you, if there isn't, they did apply for CDBG, and any grants that are applied for but we haven't gotten, there's no revenue, corresponding revenue or expenditure for those grants in this budget as a whole, just to clarify. The one item that I do need to change is the $30,000 for the GL bond retirement for outside services. That's one of those ones that got missed, and we need to add monies in there for the annual information filing. We have annual reporting requirements for our bond holders, and so we need to make sure that we're have money in there to be able to file it. Squires is required to do that information on an annual basis with our assistance with the financial information. The principal and interest, that 410 is the debt service, and those are both spruce and forest's debt service to pay the principal off and the $222,000 of interest as well. And the last is the fire station was paid off in December this year, so we will not have that anymore. And additionally, there was, then on the second page, there was another advance out in a prior year, this year, that will occur. I think it's coming from capital, it's a grant, Clegg Park, that will come back to replenish the general fund for what we advanced. Are there any questions?
Is 98,000 says the Clegg Park?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Director, there's like $25,000 in this munis training between annual conference and the peace training. Is there something different between the two that is not going to, I guess my question is this, we're paying $20,000 for the PACE training days, and then another $5,500 for the annual conference. So is there something that's in the annual conference that's not going to be covered in the PACE training?
The $5,500 in the conference is just the travel expenses of 2 to 3 employees. The conference is included in the PACE training cost. So there is no, if you have PACE training, you don't have to pay the registration fee for the conference.
Where
But-
the conference?
It's in San Antonio this year.
And how long is that? I'm just trying to figure out the price of the 5,500, that's all I'm asking, because it's 25,000, and I thought you said there was training somewhere else.
The PACE training is like one-on-one training where they have somebody, we do a program of where we say we need to work on expanding this, we're not really utilizing it, like in sleep, for example, we spent a lot of time this year doing trainings with them to try and get them, once we've upgraded, to use the software the way it's intended to be used. And especially because they had a large, it was a big change for them. So those are intensive, you are one-on-one, or you have a couple people and you do it a day long, or you can do it in half-day increments of training here.
And we're budgeting for 9 days of that?
Yes. And they do carry over if we don't use them, that's one of the good things about that. And with some of what we're gonna be going through, I think, I just wanted to make sure, I think we've had 6 in the past. I just put a few extra days in there because I wanted to make sure we were covered with some of the new things we're doing.
Those are about $10,000 per training, or I'm sorry, 5?
I think the whole thing was, I'll have to double check. I can tell you what the cost of the whole piece was.
Thank you.
And if you're looking at 2022 actual, I'm not sure, I'll double check if that includes this year's. Cause they might have been carryover days that we used, because of COVID, we were bare minimum.
Yeah, because there's $20,000 budgeted, so I'm just trying to
Yeah,
figure that
yeah.
out.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So who's going to trainings outside of, like, when they come here? Who's traveling to trainings?
I'm sorry, what?
Who's traveling to trainings?
Who's going to the training?
Well, the PACE training is here, it's on site, and they come to us,
Okay,
mostly remote.
okay. And the
The
travel
conference-
training?
The conference I haven't identified, but I usually try and get Keith to go because he's the glue that holds us all together, and I was thinking either if HR or building, I wasn't sure who would probably go to it this year. So it's not just finance, I mean, and
Yeah,
it's
I
not my
know.
call.
I don't know, I guess I don't know people that go to conferences anymore.
But how many
'Cause
days is it?
It's 3 days,
3 days?
something like that. I think four or five. I've gone once and it was very informative, for me, and I know you've gone. So, but we don't go every year, but we haven't in a couple years. And it's good to know what the capabilities of the software that you have is, especially because we've had it for so long. People only teach you what they used it for, and so it's nice to see how other people and interrelate with them.
But they could do that during their training here, no? If they're coming in for that kind of training.
It's
Are you following me?
absolutely.
Okay.
But this is prospective, like seeing and talking to other financial people or building people or payroll people, that's part of the experience that is helpful.
It's just a lot between the two, that's just my concern with it, thank you.
And the PACE training isn't just it's for everyone using it, it's not just finance.
Oh, what, yeah, I understand.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
So, Director, I'll kind of ask you the question I was throwing out about IT. We've got the 28,000 of equipment. We got the 150-ish on the software. I understand 19 of that's recurring, but what does the next couple of years look like in terms of these types of expenses?
I think that, this was one of the final pieces of the finance module that I'm looking to implement. So I don't think that in finance, there's gonna be any need, I mean, these the clocks are actually gonna be in, in service, in fleet, at wastewater. I just tried to accumulate it here so that we could see the total cost of implementation. So I don't believe those to be, but yeah, we'll have to plan for the replacement of those. But if you could see our time clocks now, some of them are computers generally, they're not time clocks, but some more of the labor intensive people, still want to swipe a badge or do something like that more currently reflects their time. So I just put the costs in there, and then as we go through this further, we'll determine exactly what type of time clocks they are to be. So it could be less than 25,000.
Thank you. So how does this module work actually? Like, it's not online, they still have to swipe badges, so we need hard equipment because they don't log in online. How does this integrate from the person who comes to work to then we pay them in this time and attendance module?
Well, they swipe in for the hourly employees, and for the non-clerical people. And right now, everything is very manual, because if someone takes time off, they have to adjust, there's time off, vacation accruals and all that stuff. So it is a paper process. It has a record background.
But how is this gonna change that? Because last year, I was under the impression it was changed, or changing it when we bought something else, so how is this going to change that?
We have,
That's what I'm
in
asking.
some areas, we have a product called a lab tech. And that's an advanced scheduling module, but it does not directly integrate into Tyler. But it does provide for the timekeeping and scheduling in some areas.
So you want to replace what they're doing now with this Tyler Munis thing? Is that where we're going with this again?
It's not just a replacement, because some areas, like, it does not work for police. They could not.
Okay, why are we, I just really wanna know, why are we not moving in a direction where kind of like the same thing, everybody's using the same thing?
That's what we're trying to do. This would be citywide.
Ms. Williamson?
How much did we spend on the Al Tech or?
Lab tech, it's an annual fee, and it's pretty pricey.
So
It's a per employee amount.
So how much did we pay for it last year?
I would have to get that for you, but I can.
And is that figured into here too? Is it renewal?
It is in this year. Every department who uses it has it in their budget, because we're still using it this year. But once we go to this, then that will be a non-recurring fee.
How many years have we been using that system?
Fires used it for a while, and then we added wastewater and
When did we
service.
start using it?
I have 6, oh gosh, I'm sorry.
Knowing that it's not integrating with Tyler, it's kind of essentially a waste of funds, in my opinion.
Well,
And you're telling me it's pricey, but we don't know
Well,
how
here
much?
it is that Tyler didn't have this advanced scheduling product a few years ago, like 5 years ago. They bought another software and adapted and integrated it. They bought another company and integrated it, so it's a newer product than what we had available. So, that's why it wasn't an option back then. And we had a committee who looked at these things and selected a lab tech as the preferred product. It never worked for police. So that's a problem that we're trying to rectify. And it will be more cost effective down the road because we only have $19,000 in recurring fees for the maintenance rather than, I mean, I think it's like $30,000.
I'd like to know those figures.
Yeah, we could totally get that, absolutely.
So kind of bridging the comments here, I think the question is, we've got about 175, 180,000 in software and equipment, and then 20,000 going forward to do a task that we currently do. The question is what are we replacing in terms of that
Right.
cost? And does spending 180 to get rid of X, is that X worth it?
Right, but it's also, it's doing more than the existing product because it's integrating into our system and will alleviate the manual paper product of every 2 weeks. And it will be an electronic version of where they will be approving your payroll still, they'll see it, but it will be electronically, then it will go to payroll and be processed. So in the same manner that we process it now, but instead of someone entering it manually and approving them manually, it will be an electronic, more seamless process. And it will better integrate, like the time off things that happen with, like comp time, when someone takes comp time, vacation time, sick time, and things like that, that sometimes don't get reflected right away in a payroll until you say, oh, I forgot that you were sick that day and you have to fix it. So it'll smooth the process over. I think it'll be good and dramatic. And do I think that it's going to eliminate people's jobs? No. I think that there's so much stuff that doesn't get done in our administrative areas that I think that they will be better able to do additional things instead of following and chasing people down to say, did you take this day off? I need you to sign off on it. I need you to do this. Even the approvals of vacation and stuff will be electronic and not manual papers.
Well, speaking for myself, I'm not making a conclusion as to the value proposition as much as if we can understand what we're doing compared to what we're buying into,
Absolutely.
then it's easier to make that judgment and not have our own views of the matter filling in the gaps of the facts.
I know, I understand that, and obviously this is for the budget.
Right.
And we will have, I'll get that information to you, but know that we'll also have more discussions down the road before, you guys approve that possibility. So there's more to come, but I will get the information that you've requested, absolutely.
Again, 175, 180, and then 20 recurring is as large as some of our other initiatives. So, Mr. Scarlett is here.
Thank you. Yes, I agree that, I'd like to see it all down on writing, so with the comparisons.
Absolutely.
Because it's just hard to imagine, the price differences without seeing them.
I
look at them now, but
Right.
I just need to have it in front of me personally. I don't know how everybody else.
I have a spreadsheet that I can adapt and add the savings of the Atlantic, and I think that it'll present that
That would be
information.
helpful.
Thank you.
Good, yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Yeah, so my question is, yes, I'd like to see, so what are we saving if we're spending this?
Right.
And when do we save that, right? Is this another one of these that it's gonna be 3 years, it's not done yet, we have to keep both systems? Because every year we have to keep both systems and it's costly. So we've talked about these changes a couple different years in a row. So if you're now moving time and attendance electronically, what goes away and how quickly and how much is that?
We're in the beginning stages and we were, just talking, I mean, we have 2 IT staff and while we're gonna hire help, we're going to retain services of someone to help us through project management. There's still some IT involvement and we're coordinating, as an administration, cause there's a lot of IT needs, so we haven't said exactly when.
You know,
This is
I'm
gonna
gonna need
happen.
to know when, Director, because I've
Well-
seen this roll year to year to year. We've seen telephones systems
Trust
roll
me,
year to year to year,
I
okay?
completely
It's a lot of
understand.
money
It is
and technology is,
changing.
yeah, I mean, it's, you can't just keep letting it roll.
I understand that, and that's why, we're trying to work on that with IT so that we can schedule out their time, for a plethora of needs that they have of projects.
So these items are of a monetary value that generally are the kind of things that come back to council, or am I interpreting this correct?
Absolutely.
The clocks come back to council, these contracts will,
Yes.
when they occur. Okay. Other questions on finance?
Just,
Mr. Lopez?
just a comment, and Mr. Mazzarella, maybe I could work with you, like, we always struggled with this with the previous administration, of just getting like a holistic business case of here's the cost, here's the expected revenues, and then here's by the time we think we realize that, so we had something to go back to, and maybe we can figure that out. Cause I know you guys are all thinking about it that way, but I don't think we have like a consistent way to visualize that as a council, that we can see those, and maybe we can figure that out, how to have that a little bit more standard, so these larger projects are kind of better understand the cost benefit. But that's not for this conversation, that's just a side note, thank you.
Someone is. Other questions on finance? Okay. I guess council's next.
Okay, be nice.
Welcome to our budget process.
Is that be nice?
We'll talk to you
So
next
so
week, don't worry.
I did cut a few things just by looking at the actuals from the last few years. I'm sorry? I did hear.
Go ahead.
I missed it.
I asked if she got rid of Ward 2.
Oh, boy.
An award. Anyways, the only thing, it was determined that we wouldn't replace the surfaces next year per the 5-year rotation. It'll probably be the next year. And not doing that, Eric mentioned that, the power cords fail mostly on those, so to maybe add some extra dollars in there in case somebody needs a new power cord.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, this is a weeds question, but do we have an extra surface that's available for Mr. Kelly's replacement? 'Cause
We
he
do.
doesn't use one.
Yes, I've already let IT know that needs to be prepared and ready to go by the new year, so. I did add some extra money in for audio repair fees if we don't get the new audio visual system in caucus and then chambers. If we don't, we'll probably need to budget for that the next year because it's inconsistent, it fails, it's if you were doing this meeting without me here, you wouldn't have YouTube because it's on my phone. So last council meeting, I drug the ladder up here to reset the camera on the ceiling and that, so
that needs to be done. It's a big point, and when we put out notice that that we're going to view over YouTube and nobody can get on, it's a problem. But like I said, most other things have gone down. I've cut them. I don't know what to expect. I've not been here a whole year, so I'm hoping, next year we could cut a little bit more. I'm not sure yet, so a conservatively cut.
How did we do on materials and supplies this year versus the past?
How did we do as far as
cost of did our budget for materials and supplies versus last year? There was a lot of printing, so are we good?
We're good. I spent a little extra at the end of this year to buy chair mats for chambers, but nothing was over.
So we can roll easier. So
you can roll easier. So
someone's gonna be going back.
I'm so glad you are excited about that. I figured I'd get a hassle with that.
The chair's bigger than me.
Yeah, it's difficult. So I did wait to the end of the year to see if we had enough funds to do that, so that we could make that purchase, and so that will be coming very soon.
I'd like to commend you on your managing of improving the environment of the council room without expanding the budget.
But we will be with that workers' comp claim when she falls off the ladder.
Well, that's the audio visual. I'm talking about
But we're
materials and
self-insured,
supplies.
so it's
I'm
okay.
talking materials.
No,
and
it's
supplies.
not okay.
Mr. Chair,
Director Copper?
there's also in outside services,
Oh yes.
there's $500 for the resident recognition program.
Oh.
I don't know if it was in the 15% differential, but I wanted to make sure you knew that was in there.
And also, as a reminder, we are paying for the new printer that I got that I thought would cost us nothing, as IT originally told me when they gave that printer to me. So there are some lease fees that are on there for that printer. Sorry. Didn't know that. When they said it wasn't going to cost us anything, I assumed it was going to cost us anything, but it is. And that's it.
So on the question of the council, caucus and chambers, audio, visual, etc., there was some ARPA funds set aside for that proposal, and we ultimately didn't come to a conclusion on that. What is the status, and this might not be for you, but maybe for Chuck or Director Hopper, what is the status of those funds? Are we spending that on something else? Is it just sitting there?
Mr. Chairman, we spent all that money.
Oh, gosh.
I'm kidding.
He's not laughing at all.
I know it's time and attendance.
Nice
so
to meet you.
scheduling.
We can see the smile. We can see the smile through your mask.
Go ahead.
As of right now, that money has not been allocated. It's there. That's something that we're going to have to come back to council on and ask, permission to move forward. That money is just kind of in a hold. It was about $216,000, and that's just kind of in a holding pattern right now. We have until, I believe,
End of 2024.
Yeah, into 2024 to actually, appropriate it. So it's not, obviously we want to get it appropriated as soon as we can, but that money is there, whether it's to be used for an audio system, whether it's to be used for something else, that's up to, we're talking about things like that, and then also you guys would have the final say on that.
Will the audio system also work for this room? Because I've heard complaints from residents who do watch the video that they can't quite hear what we're saying.
I had it fixed in October. We had to have it fixed because it wasn't taping at all. We lost a couple of meetings, not council, but civil service did. So it's on its last leg before we either have to pay for an expensive repair or replace it.
And to add on to that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that was replaced right before COVID too. We had to replace it before COVID because the last one died.
We paid $3,000 right before that to have, there's 3 different components up there to have that top component replaced. It was $3,000, I just paid $1,500 this year to have it replaced, a different part of it.
That's why
I was just gonna say, like, yeah, I feel like we need an audio visual line item here based on just maintenance and improvements of what has become a core requirement apparently of having, I mean, it's always been audio wise, but just, if we can do something like that, and if there is the ability to use some of the ARPA money for maybe a scaled down plan of improving the chambers, I think us as council would be amenable and know that we need a level of support that's not there right now, but I don't think we're all ready to commit that now.
So if I may, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
one of the things I think we probably need to decide is, do we want it, because we're estimating, we got one proposal and we can't really go out and get proposals. It was just someone kind of came in and just took a look and said it'd be about this cost. That's kind of where we were at with coming up with our estimate. Like if this is a project we want to do, I think if we maybe want to consider putting a little bit of money to advertise for requests for proposals and let audiovisual companies give us a plan, but we need to have an outline of what we want to see first before we can go forward and do that. And that way we can get a more solid number for you guys.
Yes, maybe we as a council need to give you some core requirements around that and then some nice to haves.
I mean, it's not my money, so I'm not. No. I'm saying it's not our. Listen, it's not our budgeted money, so I'm not really part of.
No, we need to provide core requirements of what we need as a council to support meetings and caucus meetings, and then we as a council for the core requirements of what we need as council members as part of that. I mean, we've talked about now that we have services and we're trying to get electronic plugs that actually aren't gonna cause tripping hazards and things. Like there's some core things I think we've identified, and then there's nice to have.
Right. No, and
we can get that to you to work with administration on a core RFP that would be more reasonable of what we see as core requirements and maybe some potential enhancements.
Yeah.
But I don't think we were ready to go with as robust as what was being proposed.
As a starting point, I can send you what I gave to the administration for what, I thought just watching, pain points happen, during meetings and such, so, and then we can go from there to.
Mr. Scarrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, whose responsibility is it per se that we make sure that our audio visual is working? Is it based on what council has to do, or is it the city's responsibility to make sure that happens? Well, it's for public.
I mean, essentially it's kind of both of us, but technically speaking, this room is councils and chambers is councils. Like, if I want to have a meeting in this room, I would technically, if B comes in and says like they want this room, like council has priority in this room and chambers. So you guys, when I was the clerk and she's the clerk, she controls the schedule for these rooms. So it's kind of your response. I mean, obviously,
there's other entities
we would
that
fix
use this,
we would fix the
but
things, yes,
for sure.
You guys would, we would fix the things through our service department and things like that. We would go through fixing it all. But these are your rooms, just more you telling us what you want.
It's us laying core requirements of what we need for council, right, and other things that we think would be beneficial. The administration may come back and say, well, we would like to use your facilities and they also need this, this, and this. And then it comes back to us as council because we approved the budget on making the approval of that,
What we are legally required to do are the documents that are approved and signed by mayor and council president Broussard, et cetera, those documents. We don't have to do audio, we don't have to do video. This is all elective, but as has been said, we have been doing remote meetings, we have a level of accessibility we want to offer, but there has to be a balance between nothing and
super
C-SPAN. So
They didn't have video before.
Oh, okay.
And they actually would record it, but it wasn't live streamed or, so it was.
A lot of these are just
If
public
you
record and
weren't coming
transparency
to the
requirements.
meeting, you
So it's not required by law.
audio recordings on CDs that you would request from the
So you
if the
didn't even
audio
have-
works.
If the audio works.
But you didn't have to do that either, they were just minutes of the meetings for people
So,
to
I would
have
say
on
technically
paper.
audio's not even required, it's
But-
just, we do it because it's easier for doing minutes and things like
But
that.
as a council,
Well,
we would say
we
for
like
minutes,
it.
right, we would want to
Yeah,
require that.
get the residents.
So that's, I think that's next steps, and I don't know what the timeline is that we need to get those to you, but I'm sure we all can kind of rapid fire
Yeah, I'll
our
start right now.
couple things of core and nice to haves.
Sure, absolutely.
Any other council items? Okay,
I would like to see this fixed though. We could make sure that it's.
this being the lighting.
Or the microphone hanging
The
from
whole
the
thing,
thing.
the hanging microphone, maybe we can just drop it right down to the middle of the table. Thank you.
Director Schofield? How about that safety?
Alright, let me, get everybody in.
Oh, that was a great report, Eddie, thank you. Thank you, Clerk Taylor.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go
members
ahead.
of-
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead,
I will-
okay. Thank you for your time this morning. I'm just gonna start with a few kind of general comments. And then, if we could please move building to the front of the group instead of at the end, if you don't mind.
I will approve that for them. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, so, as you all know, budgets reflect our goals and values. And for the most part, this, the public safety budget for 2023 is invest in people. Now, we have tentatively scheduled one large purchase, which is a new engine. But by and large, we've tried to keep most expenses relatively stable, but investing in people. So we're looking at kind of where we were pre-COVID versus where we are now and where we need to be. As you will note, and as you all well know, public safety is the largest department in the city. We have over 50% of all full-time employees. So there's a lot of activity across the department. So in this first year, I've tried to address some of the very early concerns expressed by council, both at my confirmation hearing and in subsequent conversations, and in working closely with both the fire and police chiefs this year, looking at the morale and the overall health of our first responders. In June, with the help of the chiefs and others, I applied for an ARPA grant from the Ohio Department of Public Safety to address first responder health, hiring activities, and retention. And while our proposals have been reviewed by various agencies within ODPS, we are still awaiting notice of award from the governor's office. I check his press release page every day to see when that might be noted. For reference, this grant would provide a part-time wellness coordinator from University Hospitals, which is where we practice for EMS. It would be advanced practice nurse. It would include a first responder design wellness education curriculum, and then additional recruitment activities, and 10% retention bonuses for all employees in fire and in police who were on staff at the time of the application in June. Additionally, to help address these issues for our first responders, I have worked with Director Pinchek to provide access to the rec center for first responders and their immediate families, which they've not had kind of that free access in the past. So we have worked on that together as part of this program. You will see within the budget, ongoing investment in training and schooling for both police and fire and EMS. Some of the standard equipment purchases that are proposed annually versus some of those that are just periodic purchases such as rifles, and investment in additional staffing as came up earlier in the conversations this morning. Specifically, we are looking at 3 additional firefighter paramedic positions in fire. These are in addition to filling the current vacancies we have. We just recently made 2 conditional offers, but we still have 1 current vacancy yet to fill. These essentially are covering some shifts. We have a firefighter paramedic who just recently moved into the Fire Prevention Bureau. And we have the two firefighters on staff in Prevention Bureau are both retiring with, well, one next week and one in January. So we are seeking to fill those positions. Best practices in fire and EMS management indicate that 10 firefighter paramedics per shift provide for the most appropriate coverage and provide for firefighter paramedic health and safety. And adding 3 positions will allow the chief and the 3 shift captains to schedule at this level. Adding the 3 positions will also allow for the time necessary for training and schooling off shift, which should help reduce in some of our overtime coverage, but the chief can certainly speak to that more directly. In police, the goal in 2023 is to attain 50 sworn officers. These include the 2 ARPA funded, the 2 officers positions that are funded through ARPA for 2023 and 2024. We have been slowly filling positions, and we've got 1 more lateral officer starting on December 19th. However, we still have positions that need to be filled to get to and maintain those 50 sworn officers. Also noted earlier, we have added an IT specialist and a supervisor to dispatch for the 2023 budget. These 2 positions are critical to the management of the services, as we're finding we can no longer conduct business as usual. A dedicated public safety IT staff person will provide for all the IT technical support for the equipment, hardware, and software needs for dispatch, as well as handle the requisite public records requests. As also mentioned earlier this morning, this will allow our administrative sergeant, Sergeant Fiorito, to provide more general oversight for IT, but mostly allow him to focus on the critical police work that he needs to do otherwise, such as his polygraph examinations and his motor vehicle accident reconstruction investigation, among many other responsibilities that he has. When the new Next Gen 911 state law passes, as we anticipate early next year, it will add significant administrative burdens for our PSAC to remain in compliance. Currently, scheduling and other supervisory tasks fall to the captain and or the payroll secretary. Not the best use of their time, certainly of the captain's time and talent. A dedicated supervisor who can also dispatch if needed is a necessary management change moving forward. And then lastly, for the Division of Building, as the mayor mentioned in her comments, I'm bringing the building commissioner in-house for 2023 versus another contract agreement. Doing this will allow for more staff leadership, presence, direction, and supervision, and guidance on large projects, such as the Tyler Online Permitting and Code Enforcement Project, and a rebooted sweeps program, which will start in the spring of 2023. This position also will sign off on a new best practice fee schedule, which has not been updated in at least 5 years, and conduct a robust code review amongst other needed tasks. We have proposed filling the vacant permit position, which would get us back to pre-COVID staffing levels. This 3rd position will be important in 2023, as our senior clerk will be on maternity leave, and staff will be deeply involved in the pilot project, including the building coordinator and the secretary, who provide leadership to the division. Additionally, as mentioned, staff will be launching sweeps again, starting in Ward 1, and will make up ground on rental inspections. So filling this position will be very instrumental in getting this important work done both efficiently and effectively. And then lastly, you'll see we still have a vacant building inspector position who had his electrical certification, but it remains in the budget. So those are my general comments. Any questions on that? Yet? Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, just, I can't remember because we talked about it early in the morning. Is that IT specialist going to be a full-time position?
Yes, that is what we anticipate. That he or she will provide all the support needed for the dispatch center and all of the ancillary responsibilities that go with that.
So there'll be enough work for a full-time person to do whatever needs to happen over there in dispatch?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
One of the responsibilities that we really need and should be looking, we have been looking for, we applied for several grants for body cams. The redaction, so anytime you have a record, it becomes public record, especially for us. The keeping of the records, the filling the public records requests, and when you have the addition of body cams, becomes almost a full-time job in and of itself.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the full-time position, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, so there's gonna
It could be full-time, I don't wanna.
Coupled with dispatch duties and public records requests, if, you know, when we get our body cams, there's gonna be more than enough work for that.
That's fine, thank you.
You mentioned for the new role, one of the things, tracking down time approvals and everything, is that then gonna go away if we can enable that automation at Tyler? I thought I heard you say the additional, not for the IT, but the other position.
I believe some of it, so right now, we create a lot of paperwork. Everything that, if an officer takes 1 hour off, or a week of vacation, or works a half-hour overtime, or, you know, now they in their contract, they have extra pay for weekends, there's a piece of paper, physical paper generated for each one of those things for every officer, and, you know, we have files, so that will hopefully go away with the addition of this. Yes, we're still gonna have to have somebody to manage it, approve, all of that stuff, but yes, it's a lot of the paperwork and filing of that paperwork will go away with the addition of that.
So with the new role, you were saying for the, you said there was an additional administrative position that you were adding.
The dispatch supervisor?
Yeah.
Yes.
So part of what you said was around tracking down time and everything like that. So what other go ahead. I was just gonna ask what other roles or responsibilities would that person take on then, once that goes away?
Right, so the new administrative requirements with the change in the 911 law adds about, I don't think it was like 10 things on that list sheet that, so it's not only just the direct management, it's quality assurance, it's training, it is report writing, you know, all kinds of data collection. So the supervisor role would do the scheduling for the dispatch center and take some of that burden off the captain or the payroll clerk, but then also cover all of those other administrative needs and provide for some of that manage that ongoing training for new dispatchers as they come in, and provide those quality assurance checks.
One of the other things that person will do, there's the money we're budgeting for this dispatch supervisor position, in my opinion, is very minimal. I think it's a $2 an hour increase because we expect this person to actually be one of our dispatchers. I'm not a dispatcher, my captain's not a dispatcher, although we're familiar with it. There's certain things that, you know, they always have issues going on in that room, whether it's somebody sick, that position needs to be filled. Yes, we have a software that's going to keep track of the time and stuff, but the physical scheduling of those people when they have last minute call offs or last minute changes in schedule. We've had a couple of dispatchers with health issues over the last, this last year. that created a manpower issue as well. Bringing on other cities, when we brought in Fairview, worked pretty seamlessly. If there's talks about bringing additional cities on, it's gonna just increase those duties on top of that. But we do expect them to dispatch. And there's other things like, for me to go in and tell a dispatcher, hey, you need to wear a headset when you're dispatching. Well, I'm not a dispatcher. I don't know. I can't say that that's gonna work for them, and they're gonna have an issue where when they have issues like that to work through, headsets will probably be something that'll be coming in the future. They have them all now. Nobody uses them because the headsets don't integrate with our telephone system. You know, so it's difficult for us to manage something when it's not my job. I mean, it's, yes, I oversee it, and but having a person that has somewhat of a increased responsibility in that room for the amount of money that we're budgeting is, in my idea, a pretty easy sell.
So Director, you mentioned in your comments the retention bonus. Sorry if I missed this. When do we find out about that, or what is our?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know. I honestly, they have.
They're doing rolling approvals.
It's rolling approvals. The last announcement the governor made was on November 3rd for this particular grant. Quite frankly, in my entire career, I've never had to wait this long for an award announcement. We applied on June 17th, so they were overwhelmed with applications, apparently. So I was told just earlier this past week that there's no timeline for an award at this point. But whenever it does come in, it has to be spent by the end of 2024. So.
So is the grant not directly just then dispersed to the employees, or there's some elected choice about how you use it?
No, it was pretty prescripted. There's money set. There was the wellness portion, which is the wellness coordinator that will get through UH, and then there's the hiring and retention portion of the application. The hiring piece we put in for some extra advertising and the National Testing Network annual fees for both police and fire. And then we put in retention bonuses at 10% for each of the employees that were on the list on June 17th. And so we can pay it all up front, or we can split it out evenly over the 2 years.
In the notes on dispatches, the new equipment for dispatch, it says there might need to be up to $100,000 more. What is our strategy on that?
Well, this is, when we first started talking about the new radios for dispatch, we thought it was gonna be about $400,000. The most recent estimates are now pushing 500,000, but we've also talked about the option for leasing.
We've been in talks with Motorola about, you know, the radios to get would be the new Motorola radios that are the 7500s. They're not the AvTech, which is what we had quoted out a couple years ago. The more we expand, we would want to have the better radios. They're more pricey, but they have much more capability. They have core connection capability, so on and so forth. But we have been in talks with Motorola to lease to own, and or if we bring on other cities, we can expand with that. If for some reason there's a consolidation, whether it's here, whether it's in the west side, wherever it may be, whoever the expansion is can take over the lease for us, and we're not stuck with radios that we just can't use. It's more cost effective to do that over years, and we're not saddled with the large purchase up front.
Mr. Scott. Thank you, Mr. Chair. When would that take place? When would you know if you could lease instead of?
We've seen a price comparison, I just went, myself and Detective Fielder went to a demonstration a couple weeks ago of the new Motorola One CAD, Premier One CAD. That's what everybody, Cleveland's got a verbal agreement to go to it from what I understand. Chagrin Valley has signed on to get it, and they're 30 plus 5 agencies. Strongsville's getting it. It would be great, because like right now, about 80% of everybody in Cuyahoga County is on the tax system, which is what we're on. That 80% is quickly gonna switch over to the Motorola Premier One. It's pretty vital to be able to share data with everybody in the county. So it would be great to be able to go to that down the road. And the CAD system will integrate with the radio systems, because Motorola just pretty much bought up everything. They bought Vesta, the 911 system that we're getting installed from county here, that were on the list, the new 911 system. They bought that. They bought WatchGuard, which is what our dash cameras are in our police cruisers. That's the body camera that we're going to be going to. Motorola is, they're a monopoly, but they have good products. So it's going to be beneficial if all of our equipment integrates.
So my question is, instead of knowing if we got to buy them for $500,000, when would we know if we could lease them?
We're working through that right now. I mean,
is there any kind of time frame they have given you, or is it up to us to negotiate with them for that?
Yeah, it was, and I'm sorry, I can run downstairs and get the information, but, I think it's up, if the cost gets approved in the budget, we could probably go back to them and start negotiating, and get more final numbers, but even with the lease, it went upwards of 500,000.
It depends if, they give you different breakdowns if you wanna do a 2-year lease, a 3-year lease, a 7-year lease. Obviously it's broken down over time. We talked about if we do the longest term lease, it lowers our yearly cost that it would be. And then, if there is a regional dispatch in the area at that time, we're not selling.
It's still transferred to them?
It's transferable, so that's one of the big things. It's transferable if one, they have good credit, and usually everybody around it's not gonna be an issue for us. So it is transferable, and that was the main point that we were trying to work through.
Thank you.
Okay. Guess we want to move on to.
One last question. Is there any plan to have another officer certified for polygraph for the accident investigation?
So
certifications?
Well, we talked about that, for 2023, and we talked about it a couple different times, especially for polygraph examination services, to have someone more than just Sergeant Fiorito. We looked at the cost. I think it was for the schooling and the per diem upwards of 15,000.
Is that?
It's not in the budget.
Okay, so I'm just worried about his potential retirement and when that may happen, or if he is down for any certain reason or not able to come to work, then we have a backup for that. Because right now I think it's kind of leaves us vulnerable if there's only one person who's certified.
And we talked
we
and
did
Chief,
have it in the original budget.
Yeah, you've identified someone if we go down that path again.
I do. I have an officer already picked out that's slated to go. We know when the training would be. It'd be September of next year, because it takes about 10 weeks in Philadelphia. And again, I have no problem. I'd be all for it. Believe me.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Director Cobb.
I think it is still in the budget under schooling, in the detail. It's $25,000. It's in the detail report on page 15. Page 15 under the details. Under police.
Polygraph from fire, 25,000.
It is.
Yeah, that's. I mean, if you wanna cut out, I will.
Well,
I'm
and-
teasing.
And to this point, polygraph, we had talked about getting someone from fire certified and then went back and rediscussed that, because part of it has been the backlog in getting the pre-employment polys done for police and fire and losing candidates off the top of the list. But we would want someone, we went back and determined that another police officer would be better so that they could do the criminal investigations more and instead of just the pre-employment exams.
So would that line item encompass an additional polygraph
That's
investigator?
Yes.
Yes.
It's
okay,
not
it'll only
a,
be
not an
15.
additional staff person, one of
Right,
our
just
people
somebody who's
will learn to
recertified.
go and train, correct?
Yes.
Then what about the accident investigation certification? Where would that fit in and how much is that? Do we know?
We have what we call it the fatal accident reconstruction team, but basically they're accident reconstructionists that if there's a bad accident, usually a fatal or something that potentially could be, we call out this team. We have several people that are certified.
But is it, are you talking mutual aid, the web team or
No,
something?
there are other people on other departments that we could call upon, but we can handle our own in-house.
Is that the same certification or that
It's completely different.
Different.
sergeant? Okay, so what about the accident? Is it the accident reconstruction? What is the other certification?
So there's a accident reconstructionalist. It's a certification that you can attain by going to different, like the skid mark where they measure the skid mark, you can determine how fast the car was going by the weight of it and how fast that car was going when the impact happened. We have software that we can plug into the little black boxes in the cars that gives us, and that's in here also. It's a reoccurring that we have every year. It's the Bosch software. It plugs in and gives us all the data from the vehicles that how fast they were going, whether the foot was on the brake, whether their turn signal was on. I mean, it gives us great data. Chuck Fiorito heads that up, and I think the guy we picked up from Mansfield might be a accident reconstructor. Bernard. Yeah. So we've got people that we send to school. We start them out with the basic accident investigation, and then it takes years to get to a reconstructionalist.
Okay, so do we have another?
Chuck's the only actual reconstructionalist that we have.
Could we,
If people in process.
there's people in
Yes,
process?
yes,
Okay,
yep.
that's all I want to know. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess the last question I had was on testing. Last year we talked about going to national, using the national test. Like, how does that pan out? Does that save us any money?
Well, it has certainly generated larger lists for both police and fire, but we face the same struggles. Is that when we lose them, they don't return phone calls, they take another job, they pass or they fail their poly. So we continue to work our way down that list, but it did generate more candidates.
At a much more cost-effective
Yeah.
rate, thousands of dollars cheaper.
Yeah.
Okay. And then will freeing up Sergeant Fiorito speed that process up, or the polygraphs outside of our group?
That's the hope.
Mhm.
Yes.
So that will speed up the process too?
Yep.
So next year you'll come back and hopefully tell us that we.
By this time next year, we should have 2 polygraph examiners, and hopefully 5 more police officers.
Yeah. Okay.
And 3 more firefighters.
I'm a supervisor.
And IT specialist.
And an IT specialist.
Council.
And dear God, please, a building commissioner.
So, any more questions for Director Schofield? Alright, so are we doing additional departmental, or are we, because we kind of had a free-flowing conversation.
Oh.
Yeah, I would defer to how you, I could go through the line by lines if you had
I just wanted to ask,
questions.
is Chief Shep?
Fire is in theory next after the
Yeah.
department as a whole.
Yeah.
Or the agent.
I'm good.
I was actually hoping to
sorry,
Yeah,
building?
go to
go to building
We
first.
voted on that.
Yeah.
2-0 while you were gone.
We sort of just went over everything just now.
Yeah.
He kind of lost me. I thought we were doing
Alright.
everything.
Building.
Building, is pretty straightforward, and I certainly have Jan Scarl and Katie Seeley here if you've not had the opportunity to meet them, before. Katie's our building coordinator, and Jan is our budget guru, amongst other things. Primarily what you'll see in their budget, if you do the plus or minus 15 are decreases. Just the inspectors aren't getting their memberships as much as they used to. One of their professional associations has closed here in the area. So some of that is decreasing. You know, we've got the fluctuations in copier leases. We had a 5% increase onto the Tyler maintenance fee for the permitting system that we have now. It's the actual for 2022 was actually 11,663 year to date, so that's why we increased it a little bit for 2023. You know, we don't have a need that we're estimating for any new furniture purchases. We'll have one new desktop setup for a new permit clerk if that position is funded. That's the $3,000 there for computer equipment. Again, meeting, seminars, professional licenses it fluctuates, but they're essentially down looking at next year. And then we also saw a decrease for the Yard Smart grass cutting service, which is the outside service. Because as we saw for this year, that the need and the request for those services were down. So we're anticipating a lower amount for next year as well.
Ms. Williamson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, I know that at one point during one of our budget discussions, we talked about having, you know, the children going through the juvenile diversion program would be doing grass cutting, or you weren't here, but do you know if they do that now as part of their community service? And is it, if not, is it something that we can look into?
I'm gonna have to, you might have a little bit more information. There was actually a grant that we do something through our juvenile diversion program, where that's part of what, there's a grant we can fill out for some of that stuff, but I don't think it's for doing stuff for, I don't think it's for like necessarily cutting the yards of our you know, like the housing stock that needs to be cut. I think it's more for like helping out with other projects around the city type thing, but you might know a little bit more about that.
So I don't know a lot. I do know that Tony over in Fleet sometimes has kids over there doing menial tasks as a community service. I don't know if those are directly from YDP but I would believe it would be. I know there's some over there sometimes.
But Mr. Chair, just to draw a delineation, so this service is because there are property owners here in the city who are not cutting their grass, and that technically then gets paid back to the city on their tax.
Gotcha. Okay, so this isn't part of the senior.
Correct. This is not
No.
this is not a community service project.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Director Kopfer might be the person to ask on this. Again, so we're looking to add one position, the permit position, if I'm correct, but the hospitalization doubles next year from roughly 60,000 to 125. Is there something else going on?
If I may, I'm guessing that's bringing the building commissioner in full-time as an employee, is contributing to that as well.
It's still a lot of an increase, but I mean, we've had new people come and go, and maybe I'd have to look to see if some people didn't have healthcare, and then the permit clerks that we brought in do have healthcare, so I'll have to take a look at that, but it was based on the projections that we had, so I'll take a look at that.
So the building commissioner is considered salary in terms of our previous budgeting, even though it's a contract situation?
It will be a salary position in 2023.
Oh, I understand that, but I mean, our salaries are only increasing by 75,000, but our hospitalization is also increasing by almost 75,000.
Yeah, no, I.
That's a unusual ratio.
Yeah, I have to look at that, it must somehow, people have changed their plans or what have you, and, I added the permit clerk and the building commissioner, that's 60,000 between those two, of healthcare benefits.
Okay.
To the budget, so that would explain, oh, that would pretty much explain it, I think, actually.
So cell phones. 200, how many are we paying for?
I have no idea.
Do we know how many cell phones, the 8,200, do we know how many that covers? How many phones that is?
In building?
Yes.
Jan, I would defer to Jan.
Inspector for 5, 6.
About 7 or 8.
It's all on figures.
Thank you.
Yeah, we really need to look at our cell phone costs.
Yeah.
Like, this is,
I was gonna wait till the end.
yeah, right. Great.
But
Don't look at finance, look
No,
at
I'm
IT.
somebody
I'll make
needs
sure it
to-
gets to the right line if
What company
included.
is it? Somebody needs to go line by
Because
line.
they've gone down over the years.
They have to, it's still excessive, I
I
think.
know, I'm saying cost per month goes down, so like whatever, every day. Okay, thank you.
Are any other questions on building? Okay. Who's next then?
You hear the door slamming.
Fire.
I'm asking the 2-0 while I'm gone.
Alright, I'll let the two.
Second.
No,
We'll go
with fire.
Fire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two of the biggest things that we are probably gonna be faced with in 2023 is the purchase of, or the request for the purchase of a new engine. That engine will probably cost somewhere in the upwards of $900,000. And the concern is the timing, because even if we were to place that order today with approval, we probably won't see that engine for 2 years. So the current piece that it's gonna replace is a 2004, and Tony and his staff down the fleet do a wonderful job of maintaining our fleet, but knowing that even if we place that order today, it would take 2 years to see that engine would be, it has to be taken into consideration when we're looking at capital replacements. The second item that is probably a big concern to the council is probably the addition of 3 additional people. 3 additional people would be placed onto each shift, and that would bring our minimum staffing to a level of 10 persons per shift. That would be included in the total of 14 people that are assigned to that shift, but with time off and sick days and things like that, we want to keep a minimum of 10 people on shift and on any given day. We currently staff at a level of 8. Moving us to 10 will allow us to run 3 med units all the time. And currently, when we're staffed at 8, we can only run 2 at a time, and our numbers keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing. For example, on my way in here today, we had to call mutual aid for 1 EMS call. And the additional staffing should help alleviate some of the mutual aid that we request to come into the city for our EMS runs. The additional 3 personnel will also, from a employee standpoint of view, will help with the morale, knowing that the guys on the med unit, which are the ones that typically get beat up, they may be able to get a break during the day. You know, we'll send out 1 unit and then the other one can handle it, then the third can possibly rotate it. The captains are now actively trying different scheduling programs, I guess you want to call, when we are at the level of 10. We're not always at 10, but because of the time of year we're in, you get
winter months and guys don't take their vacations, that they take in June, July, and August, and that's when we're really seeing the level at 8. As Director Schofield alluded to before, we have the ARPA funding that we've requested, and this should help with that as well, so that guys know that when they come in, they could not get every call that comes in. They'll be able to spread the wealth so much. The rest of the budget's pretty static at this point. We typically ask for things that are on a replacement basis. For example, we want to make sure that all turnout gear and protective equipment is rotated. We currently have a program to rotate all firefighting gear 10 sets in a year. So we just want to make sure that everybody is scheduled to get up-to-date gear on a rotating basis. And most of the rest of the budget is like that. We asked for continuation of funding for our PPE. I will say I think our staff did a great job of having PPE equipment for the COVID. It was close. We came within a couple of days of running out of equipment. I want to make sure that if something like COVID happens again, that we are in no danger of running out of things like N95 masks or gowns or eye goggles. So that's part of it in the budget as well. That's really just a brief overview of the 2023 request for you to review. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to take it.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to go down the explanation detail on fire at all. It's pretty straightforward on the plus or minus 15%. Much of it, you'll see some increases in training or schooling in anticipation of perhaps some additional firefighters. We're also adding people to the Fire Prevention Bureau. As I mentioned, there are 2 retirements. We've moved firefighter Tyler Counts over already, but he needs to go to school and get the education he needs for that. And then we've got to fill another position for a firefighter who's retiring in January. So some of these increases you'll see are dependent upon, staffing and getting people to the right training that they need.
Mr. Chair, just one, the other thing that's interesting and differentiates from police, or no it doesn't, the fire department, they don't get a uniform allowance in the first year. They provide them with a complete uniform ahead of time. And so it is a large expense when we bring someone on. We have to buy turnout gear, we have to buy their uniforms and everything, and then they get their uniform allowance in future years.
One of the items on the changes list is about the striker cuts. Could you guys tell us a little bit about that?
Are you talking about the
Says the maintenance annual fees $43,000, and we're gonna spend $94,000. So we're buying one. Is that what's going on?
No, we took possession of an additional one. We have now 4 med units total now, and all those the cots and the life packs get upgraded by 1 because we've increased all those by 1 because now we got a 4th med unit. In 2022, this year, we took possession of a 4th med unit. Instead of getting rid of one, we're putting that fourth med unit into a sort of like a backup role. It's front line and everything, but we still have to maintain the striker cot, the life pack monitors, the Lucases, and all that kind of stuff.
So we've been operating 2 squads and had 3 sets of what we need to do that, and so we're going to 3 and 4.
Yes, we'll have 4.
3 squads and 4 sets.
We'll have 4 squads total.
3 groups of people.
Oh, I see.
And 4 sets of stuff to let them do what they do.
And so when we talked about this in the previous budget, right? We replaced equipment and then we kept it as a backup, right? So now we're going from it a backup, now you wanna make it a live unit and we're buying another backup.
Yeah, it never really, it's backup, but at any time it could be run front line.
Right.
Okay, so that if, for example, if we're at 10, if we're at staffing level of 10, then they can run that backup unit as the frontline piece. But when we're at a level of 8, we're not even running that thing because we don't have the staffing to run it. The other part of that is if we're on a major call and we do a callback and we bring people back on overtime, they can staff the med unit or the engine so that we can continue to provide service during those times.
I mean, so, but now you feel like we need to add a fourth
Yeah, because
backup that's not gonna be run. I mean, I don't, so is the need, so
Yeah,
we're
two
that
teams
bad a shape that we have to go from 2 full-time with the backup to now 3 full-time with the backup? Like that's the amount of effort that we need, that we.
so what we did, what
Yes.
we,
That's
Seventy-
Yeah.
75% of all fire calls are EMS calls. So
80%.
they're squad calls.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what this is for. And then Mr. Chair, just one other question. So, on the, I lost my thought. Go ahead.
So, you mentioned mutual aid helping us. The fact, even today that we have 2 active instead of 3. How are we doing in terms of on the ratio of how much mutual aid are we receiving versus how much we are providing? Just as a general.
that's a great question. Okay, so for example, in 2021, we received mutual aid 165 times, okay? And we gave it 138 times, okay? Now, you may say, well, it's a 30 plus or minus. But when you dig down into those numbers a little deeper, of those 165 calls that we received, 146 of them were for EMS and only 19 were for fire. You go on the other way, the 138 that we gave, 94 of those were for EMS and 44 were for EMS or for fire. This year so far, we've received mutual aid 119 times and we've given it 101 times. So we're still on that other side of that ledger. Of the ones that we received, 106 were for EMS and only 23 were for fire. When we gave it to another community, it was 63 for EMS and 45 for fire. So essentially what's happening is when we request mutual aid, it's for EMS by a large majority of the time. Last year, there was only 19 fire requested and 146 EMS coming in. And that's where the other communities are like, we don't want to be your EMS unit. We don't mind helping you guys out, but we're sending our EMS resources to your community 146 times in 2021, and so far this year, 106 times. And we're all busy, we all get it. And EMS it's 85% of what we do. And that's why we're really trying to get to a point where I don't have to rely so much on our neighbors to provide EMS for our citizens when we can try to do that in-house. And we're gonna do that by asking for an increase in staffing and to make sure that there's a 4th med unit available, even though we need 3 to run all the time. When one of those goes down, I gotta have another one to back it up, because as med units get more complicated, to get pricing and everything, if one goes down, I've got one going down on Monday, I've gotta have one to back it up, okay? So that we can run 3 squads at all times. That's the goal, is to run 3 squads at all times.
So, I know we've had a increase over time, but we've had certain things such as the large Vitality facility open in the city. How much of the increase is attributed to specific changes like that facility opening, and how much of it is the general trend line?
So let's talk about what we call senior care facilities. On a daily basis, I keep about 15 spreadsheets on a daily basis just to get a thumb of what our activity is. And one of those spreadsheets is how often are we going to a senior care facility, a Vitalia, an O'Neill, an Aid, whatever the place is. And we've seen that pretty static over the years. We're right around 40 calls a month to a senior care facility. By comparison, I talked to the chief over at Westlake, they're going to a senior care facility 146 times a month. as it applies to our run volume, it's right around the 10% mark, and it's stayed there consistently over the last 5-6 years. So even though they built the Vitalia and the other places may be expanding, we really haven't seen an increase in the number of runs to those facilities. I credit that in part to a lot of different things, but one of the things I have our EMS captain do is I have him go and visit these facilities and make sure that they have a relationship built with the senior care facilities, so that, hey, please don't call us for the stub toe, okay? If you need us, call us, but please be mindful that we have other obligations that we gotta do, and he built a relationship with all these senior care facilities, and it works, so that when we go to those kind of places, it's really for what they intended us to do. One of the things they were calling was just for a lift assist. No, you can't call us just because you don't have enough staffing to pick somebody off the floor and put them back in bed. Those are the kind of things that I ask Captain Schleitbeck to address when he goes to the senior care facilities. So to answer your question, I'm not really seeing an increase in runs to those kind of facilities. It's stayed static, right about 10%.
Because what we're getting at is there's the extra demand we have right now, but is there also a longer term problem, and if so, is it what's feeding that?
Yeah.
Sometime within the next 4 years, one of our users of services is going to come offline with that motel next to Drug Mart disappearing. I don't know how much of an impact that is in terms of. I know it has some.
It's gonna help us out.
Sure. You know, so just trying to understand what our
general
service flow is.
Yep, the general trend line is moving upward. So, for example, in 2013, we ran about 3,800 calls a year. This year, we're gonna hit 4,500 again. So you can see in that time frame, in what, 8 years, we've gone from 38 to 45. Trying to project out, we'd all like to have a crystal ball. You know, say, hey, what's going to be like in 2030? What is our projected run volume going to be with things like the closing of the economy in? But there may be something else that's going to come in. Some corporation, school, hotel, whatever may come in and push those volumes, those numbers up. As a community, as the population ages, those numbers tend to push up. As trends in medical and EMS provisions change, it's changed in 8 years where we didn't want to send people to the emergency room just to populate the emergency room. Now we're seeing this tendency that doctors' offices don't even want to see patients if they're sick. Where do they send them? They're sending them to the ER. Where does that relate to? It's coming back on us to say, hey, Mrs. Jones can't get to the hospital, call 911, they'll take them. Doctors are telling them, call 911. You got a breathing problem, call 911. It's
Mrs. Jones at the council hearing.
And we were trying to take it somewhere.
What's that?
Okay, so the proposal is to increase by 3 members. How does that get us from 8 to 10 per shift?
Okay, so with the way contractually, we have to allow a certain amount of blocks of time off for over the course of the year for vacation, holidays, scheduled time off, okay? And we block out 4 days per shift. And we still have time, there's still enough blocks so that people can get time off. When I did the calculations for staffing at 10, I can still maintain 4 guys off and still have enough time to make sure everybody gets their time off. My obligation is to give you your time off, get you your vacation, your holiday, whatever it is. My obligation is not that you have a summer vacation. Some guys may have to take their time off in January, February, March, whatever time of year it is. But with all that being said, there is enough blocks of time off available that we will allow 4 off on any given day at a staffing level of 14 each shift. We'll have, with the addition of three persons per shift, we'll get 14 per shift. We're currently at 3, currently at 13. When we allow 4 off, if nobody else takes time off, at 13, we will have 9 on duty. But we all know that there's sick time, there's other unforeseen, they take comp time, and the only reason I can deny comp time is if we can't fill it. Well, guess what? They're gonna fill it. And overtime alone is not a reason to deny somebody their comp time. So if somebody takes comp time, in addition to 4 off, now I'm down to 8. So when we go to 14, we'll still allow the 4 off, and that'll get us down to 10. Now, the question then becomes, well, if somebody calls in sick, yep, now you're eating into your time. I can't control if somebody says, I wanna take comp time unless I can't fill it, okay? If I can't fill it, then I can deny it.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Just a general observation, as we get newer people in, they're not getting the equivalent of 7.5 weeks like the sergeants or lieutenants rather, and people who've been here longer on the fire corps. Is there, have you factored that in that,
Yeah.
you know, that these people are only getting, what, 4 shifts off for 2 weeks?
So
rather than,
when I calculated the amount of time off that we needed to cover in 2023, I went by each individual. So the senior guy, he will get 15 days of vacation. He will get 7 Kelly days, and he gets, I believe, 7 holidays, okay? I take all that into consideration, and I go by each individual, and at the end of all that calculation, there has to be, I think, 480 days of slots available. Well, we come in right around 435. So that leaves about 30 slots still available. So I'm okay. We're 30 to the good, all right? So that when to your point, when we're gonna lose two guys here very shortly, and those guys have 25 years of service. We're gonna replace 2 25-year service guys with 0 service, and they'll only get 2 weeks of vacation. The 25-year service guy gets 15 days off. The 2 new guys get 5 days of vacation each year. So I always keep an eye on it to make sure that it doesn't go from being those 30 days in the good to outside of that, to make sure that everybody can get their time off.
I'm just trying to understand how hiring 3 people on a staff of 40 or whatever gets you up two people per shift. It just seems like a big leap for 3 people to achieve that.
I guess I was implying that that's part of probably why, is that you're giving people from 15 days as they retire down to 5. I mean, that's 10 days times 5 people, that's 50 days that you're getting. Because I was wondering too, why, if you're going from, you usually staff at 8, and you're only adding 1, and you can go from 8 to 10 now. And so that's where I was coming from as well. So as I was thinking about it, I think that might have helped those numbers of need.
So part of that calculation is that we self-impose a minimum staffing at 8. We are going to go to a self-imposed minimum staffing of 10 with this new, with the request to hire new people. That's part of it.
But if it's because there's less time off for the younger folks, that means you have to sustain the same level of seniority of the body collectively in order for that to work long term, in order for you to not in the future or at some point need to hire somebody to maintain that, because everybody gets more vacation over time. So is
Right.
that sustainable?
Yeah, it's sustainable. We've done it before. Because as people retire, the new guys fill in at the bottom, and it just keeps cycling through. That guy that's going to get 15 days off this year didn't get it last year, so we were able to maintain that staffing level or maintain those days off in the blocks. As he gets older, then we'll hire new people in, and it won't be It's not like everybody's getting 15 days off all at one time. If that were the case, yeah, it wouldn't be sustainable. But we're, like I said, we're losing 2 guys this year that will get 15 days of vacation. In 2024, we'll probably lose somebody else, and it'll drop off, and then you fill in at the bottom.
And the other thing, Mr. Chair, is that those people who have that, you know, the longer experience have the compensatory time that then causes that to go, because they try and staff at 9, they say, but they've been going to 8 because if someone calls off, they're allowed to, if there's that space, and take their compensatory time, but they have fewer, the newer people don't have that compensatory time built up. So I think that's also entering into the capability of going with 3 people to add to that minimum staffing of 10.
So comp time is not calculated into the allowed time off blocks. We count Kelly days, vacation, and holidays. So right now we're going through our vacation picks, and everybody's going through and making their vacation picks. And we allow 4 off on any one shift, and they can use holiday, vacation, and Kelly is already pre-calculated. Comp time is not calculated into that. If somebody wants to take comp time and we're above and beyond the 4 already, they can go ahead and take it, because I can't deny it strictly because it causes overtime. That's FLSA. I can't deny it.
I'm sorry for going into the weeds on this, but our police and fire departments over the last 10, 15 years have gone down in terms of the staffing. And so what that usually means is that your level of experience goes up because organizations tend to constrict from not hiring as opposed to from the top. So is the fire department staffing right now heavier tilted towards people with more experience?
I would say we're probably going the other way, because with attrition, our average age of our firefighters is down on 40 years old now. And because of the people retiring, and drop there for a while was keeping people. The drop program, which is, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. The drop program was keeping people on the job longer. The initial 8 years, because that's what the drop program was. Now what we're seeing is, well, people are getting through their 8 years and now they're getting out. The other thing we're seeing is they said, well, I'm gonna get in drop for 8 years, but the run volume's gone out and they're saying, they're tapping out and they're saying, I'm done, I'm getting out early, I'm going. So what we're seeing is, we're actually seeing a lowering of we're a young department now because of the attrition from the top. And it's not like we're losing young guys. We're getting people in at the lower level, and they'll stay for the most part.
Yeah, just following up on Mr. Platt's part. So those extra 8 years of drop, were those part of the increasing of time off, or were those people already maxed out already?
Once they get to 8, they had to leave.
No, I meant time off. Like their time off allotment.
Yes.
Were those additional years of seniority adding to their individual allotment of time off, or were they already capped out?
They were already capped out.
Okay.
So when you hit 25 years,
so you're not gaining any.
No.
You're just gaining more years of somebody senior doing that.
So the way the contract reads is, we have guys that have 25 years of service, and those guys are starting to drop off. Those guys get 15 days of vacation a year. We don't have very many guys now that have 25 years of service. We're down into the 20s and the 15s now. That's what we're seeing. Now, down the road, may that change? It could. I wish I had a crystal ball to tell you that. But as what we're seeing since 2013, I've seen our average age go like this.
So what you're saying is it's far enough away that we're staffed appropriately for a while.
I believe so.
I hear the need for the additional service. I'm just concerned that if we're creating, whether through going from 8 to 10 or from 2 to 3, we're creating a higher level of mandatory beyond what we're really conceiving here in terms of, because proportionally we're adding very little staffing to reach that higher we're adding very few bodies relative to the percentage increase of service we're offering. It just doesn't seem to match to me, but if you say it works, I guess it works, but.
Yeah, I would have expected to hear that we had a higher number of older firefighters, and that's how you were buying down those days to add the extra people. So what I think the chair is saying is that as far as sustainability, how many years then does that last before then now to keep that level of 10, now we need 2 more, 3 more. Is it 3 years or 5 years or 8 years? Like what is the expectation so that we would know that?
Yeah, and that's the crystal ball question, $64,000 question. But as I look at the roster right now, I'm looking in probably after we go through this next round of retirements, which by the end of January, we'll be losing 2 lieutenants, and those are both 15 or 25-year guys. Then there's a big drop off between the next guy that goes. Well, guess who that next guy that's going to go? It's probably going to be me. So it's probably going to be
We're making a new drop.
Yeah, so it's there's probably going to be a 3-year period of what I would like to think of stability, where we may get to hear and every now and then he's going to retire. I never guessed that one, but going forward for the next, after we go through this round of retirements, I don't see any big changes. And what will happen is we'll see those young guys pick up some time, but even at our worst, we should still have a 30-day window of we're in the good, where we can cover all that time off.
Go ahead, Ms. Center.
So, what is the incremental value of adding 1 versus adding 2 versus adding 3 versus adding a 4th?
So when I look at the service that we could provide, and I look at it from the menu side, okay? Because when we go to a fire, we get a lot of help. But when we provide, 85% of what we do is on the med unit, and we need 3 guys on the med unit. So I look at it in an incremental value. The ideal number probably would have been 7. Going back, let's go back a little bit. You got 2 med units, 3 on a med unit, and 1 boss, okay? The next incremental number I would have seen would have been 10, which is what we want to go to. 3 people on 3 med units and 1 boss. The next incremental would probably be, 10, 4, 12, 13. 3 people on 4 med units and 1 boss. So that's how I would see the next leap would not be from 10 to 11, because 11 only gives you 1 extra guy to do what?
On 1 shift.
Yeah, on 1 shift. What are you going to do with the 1 extra guy? The next incremental leap would be to staff a 4th med unit, and you would need 12 persons and 1 boss, okay, or 1 captain to do that. Does that answer your question?
I'm just trying to understand if council chose to do 1 additional person instead of 3, what does that achieve? Does it achieve anything? Is this at 0 or 3?
Nothing. Yeah, nothing.
Because he has 3 shifts to cover.
That's 3 shifts to cover.
Because
So
it's 24 hours on and 48 hours off.
Hold on, well, you have mutual receiving and providing aid, right? So whichever shift you're having to receive aid the most frequent, that would be the one you would staff 1 more person to reduce your need on that shift of having to receive aid from another community.
Yeah.
But to your point, it's not 24 coverage, but it sounds like you would be able to have 1 shift that would, or no, because it's not an extra unit, right?
I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I am
the
too. That's what I'm
information
asking.
before I make a conclusion.
I am too. I'm trying to ask that too. So
the 1 shift over another does not request mutual aid more than another shift. Okay, so
it's 33% every shift. It's
24-hour shifts.
That's the shift.
Oh,
Shift
oh,
24 hours.
Morning, afternoon.
Yeah, I got it. I'm sorry. I'm still thinking of the
yes.
the whole change shifts, 12-hour
They don't
shifts.
change shifts.
Yeah, I'm
They-
thinking of the 12-hour
yeah,
police
no.
shift. Sorry.
So when you look at the mutual aid coming in, it's pretty 33% pretty much across the board. It's like the run volume. It's A shift doesn't run a whole lot more than B shift. B shift doesn't run a whole lot more than C shift, and so on and so forth. So when you, at the end of the year, when we run 4,500 calls, you can pretty much rest assured that 33% of those 4,500 ran on A, B, and C respectively. So by adding one guy to one of the shifts still leaves the other two shifts.
Yeah, I got it now.
Yeah.
I get the math now. That's what happens when you work 8 to 6 jobs instead.
That's
Forever.
Yeah.
Think outside the box.
We're good.
They're really busy on Wednesdays.
Yeah, right, I get it. No. Go ahead, Mr. Blackburn, sorry.
No, that's fine. I was of the same. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, how is in the middle of the night the same deal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you get these 8 to 6 guys on council, you know? Alright.
We're the ones paying all those net performance.
Yeah.
Anyway. So for Director Kopfer, this is another one of those that maybe there's an easy explanation, but the hospitalization goes from 715 to 990. So that's a 38% increase over this year. So 3 people is part of that. The 16% increase is part of that. Seems like there's something else also going on.
There's a vacancy in there, so I assumed the 30,000, so that would be 4 times 30, 120, so.
Okay.
I'm still looking at the line item to get to that, but.
That's most of the explanation of it. That's probably, okay.
I got one last question.
Mr. Lumpert.
Thank you. So this is more to the mayor and to Director Schofield. So with the contract negotiations coming up this year, and we haven't brought on that consulting resource yet, right, for this negotiation?
The legal
Yes.
no, not yet, we're in the middle of.
Yeah. But we feel comfortable from what we know that the appropriate course of action is to make staffing changes up front going into those negotiations. To have those set in stone and approved before that.
We would not have brought it to council had
Yeah.
I not thought that that was the appropriate action to take.
Thank you.
There are other questions? My last one then is, Chief, you mentioned the 900,000 or whatever for the fire truck. Is that in this budget or that's just on the horizon?
No, it's.
On the horizon.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't see it. I didn't see it there either. I was
Okay.
the same thing. But we gotta buy this truck.
Yeah.
There was no funding source ever discussed, so
Well,
how
you
can I
said it
put
would
it
be
in
a
the
loan.
budget? If we do it as a borrowing, then we'll do it when we borrow the money, but, I was surprised at the cost of 950,000, and I think we talked about it, but it was never come to a resolution how we would fund it. There is monies in the EMS fund that we've been saving for, but, it doesn't equate to 950,000. So we will definitely, once we decide, we can borrow for it, then we will.
I'm looking at that fund. Okay.
So if we need the budget for it, or loan for it, we're still not gonna get it for 2 years, correct?
Right.
That's if you order it sometime next year.
Right, but unfortunately, the legal requirement is that we have to sign off on, the purchase, that we have the monies encumbered. So we have to have the monies when we
Place
the order.
So the emergency medical service fund on the fund summary says it has 948,194.
It's close, but that's also supposed to be building toward another squad.
Right.
So I don't know that we have to borrow all of it, it just.
Well, I guess what I'm asking or implying in my statement is, given how everything seems to
increase faster than not, are we better off placing the order and locking the price in? And if we have to encumber that 900 now to do that, is that the right thing to do?
Absolutely. It just never got finalized as to how we were gonna pay for it. So, I'm sorry.
No, not aggressive,
Yes.
just asking.
Yeah. I'm not saying that I don't think we need it, I just
think
didn't
we
have
need
the funding source in place.
We need to find the funding source and get this done.
We can,
We
When
have
is
to do
that
that
squad
funding
needed?
source.
When is that squad to be ordered?
We just took delivery of the new squad, so our next squad will probably
4
be.
years,
Yeah,
3 years,
I have to look at the master plan, I think it's 3 years.
but still,
Yeah.
probably
And,
pushing $500,000.
well, we've got
That was
options to talk about though,
Yeah.
with that, we've got options to talk about that.
So, yeah. And that fund pays for, the ladder truck, but I mean, it's a replenishing fund.
Right.
So I
How
guess
long
I
did
would
it take
say
to
we
build
wanna-
948,000 in that fund? Approximately, how long did it take to get that kind of money? Did it replenish itself a certain amount? Does it vary year to
It's like
year?
450,000,
It's increasing.
430.
It's increasing by 275 this year to get to that amount. Yeah, that's the end of the year balance, is the 948.
Correct.
The October balance.
We can amend the budget, this temporary one, and do it, as long as we determine either we pay for it out of there, or we borrow for it, or some monies from the general fund could go toward it, that's fine too.
Well, again, we look to you all for some guidance on this
Yeah.
as to if
Right, we'll work on it.
making it possible to make this order earlier is
Absolutely.
better than, and we just have to manage funds and be interested in knowing how to go about that. Any other questions on fire? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Katie.
Thanks, Katie.
You're up.
Rock and roll?
Do you wanna go through the summary, or do you just wanna jump to questions to the chief?
I think we touched on some of the big points,
We
I
touched
think,
already,
but,
yeah.
I guess anything.
if I can give you just, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, give you a quick update on manpower and where we stand currently, and that'll kind of lead into maybe some additional questions. So, currently I have 2 officers in field training right now. I have 1 officer in the police academy, and I have another officer starting a week from Monday. They're all progressing as expected, so that will help. We're currently have an interview on Wednesday for another candidate, and we've already hired, I think, what did we hire this year? 4 or 5?
4 or 5, plus a new dispatcher,
And we've got 2 new dispatchers.
2 new dispatchers.
So, we're going to continue on that process, because right after the first of the year, I've got 2 officers, 2 of the most senior officers leaving, and then shortly to follow after, I'm gonna have at least 2 more leaving. So I have 4 already slated to retire in 2023. 2 of them have already given their dates in early February, and then the other 2 will come most likely mid-year. So we're hoping to have more hired by that time and be trained as well. As you know, the plan is to get to that number of 50. That's my goal, it's everybody's goal. We don't want to, it's nationwide, local problem, statewide. nobody wants to be a police officer anymore. So we don't, our numbers have gone up with the National Testing Network. We still have gotten quite a bit of good response from our lateral transfer. And if you're not familiar, we started doing lateral transfers so we can bring trained, seasoned officers in from other departments that want to come to North Olmsted and work. That's been extremely successful for us and saved us lots of time and money. And we've gotten some really, really good candidates through this program. Everybody is kind of moving towards that. I was happy to be one of the first departments in the area to really push towards that, because now some of the other communities, and I'll just use them as an example, Bay Village, Rocky River, are not, and they're seeing their numbers suffer drastically. So we've been very, very fortunate to get people that want to come to North Olmsted and work. So that's good. We, knock on wood, have not lost an officer to another community by way of them transferring somewhere else. I'm not saying that we're outside of that, but I think that speaks volumes. Fairview Park had 3 leave to go to other communities. 2 of them went to Westlake. North Ridgeville's lost 4 to Westlake. Bay Village just lost 1 to Westlake. So hey, take a look at their contract. Yeah. You know, so we're not outside of the possibility of somebody leaving us to go. Not Westlake was actively recruiting several of our officers. They chose not to go. I think that speaks volumes. The grass isn't always greener on the other side. Westlake has publicly, actually on their Facebook page, has said that they're actually actively hiring MVPs in quotations to bring the best of the best, and that's all well and good, but in my opinion, Westlake's going to have trouble keeping all those MVPs happy and making promises that they're not going to be able to keep down the road. So when our MVPs were recruited by other departments and they stayed, I really truly think that speaks volumes. So again, we're not outside the not saying that we won't ever lose anybody, but I think that, you know, we haven't, and we still have lots of officers that want to come here and work. The toughest part is finding. I will not suffer, you know, quality just to get a body. We've got to make sure that we're hiring good people. We've had people from other cities and other departments that have failed the polygraph, and it is what it is. So, but we're going to continue to hire, and that's the main objective over the course of 23. We're going to just try to keep pushing towards that number of 50 and replacing the people that we're going to lose.
We also did some work earlier in the year with the FOP Lodge to kind of provide some missing benefits to our lateral transfers. So that's been helpful as well. That's gone over well as far as I can tell, Chief.
It's been great. So what the safety director is referring to is that we've got to find ways to sweeten the deal or make people want to come here and work. And the way we did that was we were able to allow them through mutual aid, through the collective bargaining agreement, was to be able to bring them in with their seniority, not seniority within the department per se, but seniority with years of service, vacation time. So if you've got a good officer that's been at Fairview Park for 10 years, he's got 4 weeks vacation. He doesn't want to lose that and come to North Olmsted and start over at the bottom of the barrel and not have any vacation. So we're allowing them to come in at our rate of pay. So if they have 10 years experience, they come in at a 10-year officer's rate of pay. They come in at the 10-year officer's longevity and the 10-year officer's vacation. So that's helped out tremendously. Yes, sir.
Have we done like a comparison of how much that's costing versus getting new? Some of that you want to do anyway because we want to balance the seniority and experience and things like that.
So you're absolutely right.
But from the cost of that versus, you know, the like police academy and all the onboarding, is that still in that? There's other factors, but I'm just curious, is that pretty close in value that
So there's a trade-off. Right now, we're trying to hire a mix, and per our civil service rules, we have to hire off of the entry-level list as well as the lateral list. So we still are bound to hire from both lists, so we have a good mix. The issue is, if, as you know, if I hire somebody today and I have to send them to the academy, they don't do me a lick of good for a year, 1 full year.
Yeah.
So where we can hire these guys in from other departments that they know how to be a policeman, they just need to know how to be a North Olmsted policeman, and they can get right into our field training program, and they're on the road working in 3 to 4 months.
And you're paying them that full year for the academy, right?
Oh yeah, and where I was going to go with this is, so the trade-off is what's become increasingly more expensive is the police academy itself. Some of them are $6,000-$7,000 now. Cleveland Heights is opening theirs back up. They always gave us law enforcement half price, which they're just getting ready to start opening up now. We haven't sent anybody there in years. That was a little bit more cost effective, but yeah, some of the Tri-C, LCC, EHOVI, that's $6,000-$7,000 per candidate. So, and you're paying them correct for that whole entire year of training.
And to the chief's point about the balance with the list that we're working off of this year, we went with 2, 2, 2, and 2. So 2 entry level, 2 lateral, 2 entry level, 2 lateral, or whatever that last combination might have been. So we were very targeted in making sure we got that good blend of new and experienced.
Mr. Scarl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question to the chief. Are you obligated to do equal amount of entry and laterals, or it's just your preference that you want to keep a good mix? Or are you, like civil service, making you keep them equal?
To answer your question, it's pretty easy. I am obligated because we're bound by the civil service rules.
Okay.
So they tell us who I can hire. Well, not who, but what list I have to hire from. Like, okay, you just hired 2 guys from lateral. Your next one has to come from the
That's what I
entry
want to
level.
know. Thank you.
And we're aware. We kind of work with that when we do our polygraphs, our scheduling, and interviews and background investigations. We kind of know where, okay, if we've got this guy over here that wants to come over, we got to start looking at the other list right away. So Sergeant Fiorito start getting people to polygraph from that particular list. We did offer a conditional offer to a guy, a lateral officer. He was on our lateral and entry level list, and he accepted the offer and then didn't come to start his first day. He went to Cleveland Fire.
So police to fire, huh?
Smartest guy in the world, probably.
Yeah, I was gonna say, a good kick will
Ms. Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, you said there's one starting Monday. Is that one going in the academy, or is that one actually going in the road?
So he is a lateral officer coming from the Cleveland Police Department, where he currently is a sex crimes detective. Huge experience for us.
Especially because we're losing.
We are losing
We're
our
losing
sex
our-
crimes
our-
detective.
yeah.
Yes.
So will that person who starts Monday, that'll go in field training then?
He will go directly into field training.
Okay.
So he was actually scheduled to come on about a little over a month ago, but his wife was having a baby. We didn't want to bring him on and then have him go on maternity leave right away. We let Cleveland bear that. So we worked with him.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah, that was easy.
we're always thinking long term, but yeah, he's seems to be a good officer, a good young man that is coming for the right reasons.
And then where are we at now with our current staffing, the number that we have?
So right now, I believe we're at 45-ish. That includes the one in the academy as well, and some of the ones in field training that aren't doing us any good, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we're at currently, as of November, we're at 45.
45. So as you know, 46 plugs all of our holes. 48 allows us to not to use extra people and fill overtime, so we're not paying overtime. That's what I had my K-9 officer doing, and that's what I had the officer in Haida. And then once we get to 50, that's going to get us back to, there's other long-term projects. I just talked to the safety director the other day. There's a very strong potential that the commander of the web SWAT team is going to come from our department in the very near future. So that's never happened before. That's a huge responsibility. They've had more SWAT call-outs this year than they probably have in several years past. So we've got a plan for that long-term. But the extra bodies will help with that as well.
And then my last question, if I may, how many of the officers, are gonna be eligible for retirement next year? Where were we down? I know last year we were.
So a few years ago, if you remember, we had 70% of our department was in drop. Now it's the complete opposite. I'm telling you, in 4 years, you're not gonna know anybody here. It's unbelievable, it's truly. I'm walking around like, did I hire that guy? The last two I hired, they just turned 21 weeks before. So it's truly, we are on a complete flip-flop, which is fantastic. So you've got, of the 4 that are gonna retire next year, you've got 2 of them are sergeants. And then the following year, you got 2 lieutenants that are gonna be going, so there's gonna be a huge rank change. The captain really hasn't made no bones about it. Eric Morgan and I got hired the same day. He's been actively looking for another job. Not that he's not happy here. He wants to be a chief of police somewhere. So he's applied to several chief positions, both out of state and in the area. There's a potential that we could lose him. There's one of the toughest issues that I'm dealing with is the future of the Gold Division, because sometimes when you take a test and you place first on the test and you're going to get promoted, doesn't mean you're the best supervisor. So I've already got the 2 new sergeants that aren't sergeants yet, but they're going to be next year when the retirements happen. I already got them slated for first line supervising school. We got to try and prepare these leaders, to take over.
So we're looking at maybe 7 retirements or 7?
4 next year for sure, and
Right.
then the following year 7 more.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm losing the top senior patrol officer. Pat Scullen is retiring in February, but he is coming back as a part-time school resource officer, which is huge for us. Huge for us, huge for the schools. He comes with a lot of experience, and and for the benefits that the city gets for the cost, since we split it with the schools and there's no benefits because they're part-time, it's huge.
Thank you.
There are other questions for Chief Wagner? On the changes sheet, again, there's some narratives. A couple of $20,000 items say that those things should be corrected to 0. We also have us going back from 4 vehicles purchased to 2 vehicles purchased.
That needs to be a correction, it should be 3.
I was gonna say, I thought we did 4 because we had a backlog, but 3 was the number we needed to.
We are at, I'm sorry, can I?
Yes, please.
So it's just a typo. It's actually 3. The numbers that are there is 4-3. She just has 2 in the narrative, and it should be 3.
Okay.
So the monies there that are allotted is for the 3. And there's been a supply chain issue for our vehicles. Our new vehicles that we ordered when the budget was passed, they're sitting over here. They just got delivered. They literally just came in. If council remembers the extra money that you gave us for the bulletproof shields and the less lethal, still not here. We're still waiting for them.
Oh my.
Yes, still. So they've been ordered when the money was appropriated. We ordered at the OTOA conference. I guess we did get word that they might be shipped. We've got one of the less lethal. We got the pepper ball gun. We actually have that and is in use. And then the 40 millimeter less lethal projectile launcher is still on back order. So we're at the mercy of manufacturing. They tell us our ammunition is sometime, it could be a year before it's delivered. The new weapons that we purchased for this year, we're still waiting on delivery. We've got the weapons that came in wrong. We had to send them back, and then we're waiting on some other pieces of parts.
Ms. Williamson?
Thank you. Maybe to Director, perhaps maybe both of you. I know when I had toured during the whole dispatch thing, some of the interview or interrogation rooms are pretty not so pretty.
You don't even
I
know.
think for the, you know, interviewing victims or anything, I mean, is there talk about maybe making the room a little bit softer, a little bit more comfortable instead of so cold and icy and?
It's funny, yeah, it's almost like you're spying on us. So, you don't even
He
know
says
this
that
yet.
to me a lot, yeah.
You don't even know this yet. So,
Okay.
we just met with a company that specializes in soft interview rooms, and they're actually coming over to redo one of our rooms for free. We're responsible for the paint on the walls, and that's it. And they come in, they bring in couches, they hang pictures on the wall, they do, this is actually happening as, you know, right now we're in talks with the company to come do it. There's a foundation that actually does that. So it's actually happening right now. So that's
I'm so
amazing that
happy
you
to
brought
hear
that up.
that. Yeah,
You must have
that's
been
great.
talking to somebody.
I really wasn't, no, I just remember it was just
Yeah.
seeing the needs and
Yeah.
then maybe getting that big tube TV off the ceiling.
I just got confirmation on Thursday, yes, she's right, Thursday, that we're good.
And then we'd be upgrading those TVs or whatever.
What TVs are you talking about?
There was a TV, I remember seeing like an old box TV.
Oh, so what that is, there's a purpose for that actually. So what that is when prisoner visitation, we have to allow prisoner visitation.
That's right.
There's no contact, so they actually see their inmate. They pick up the phone, and they see the inmate. So yeah, that's why that's there, and that's also a juvenile holding room and so on.
Okay. Thank you.
We could probably get rid of the tube TV though.
Yeah, you can upgrade that TV, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Just don't break your back picking them up, cause it's really heavy.
Oh, no, it's from
Oh.
above.
Okay, any other comments, questions on these? Okay, getting the home stretch here.
Mr. Chair, can I make one comment just so that council's aware? So next year, one of the things that's in we're putting in our 5-year capital plan is radio replacement's gonna be a large expenditure for next year. Meaning when I say radios, are walkie-talkies, the officers' walkie-talkies. So when we went to the Marks radio system several years ago, which is fantastic by the way, we got a bunch of radios, some free from county, some we're on a buy one, get one from Kenwood. So we have Kenwoods, we have Motorola's. They're in need of replacement because they're unable to be upgraded. So that's gonna be a replacement that's gonna come for the budget of 2024, just putting it in planting the seed now. That almost all the radios are gonna have to be replaced, and it's gonna be my suggestion at that time to buy all Motorola's, because as I said earlier, Motorola owns everything and it's gonna integrate really well. So that's all I have to say about that. I just wanted to say that it's gonna be a big expenditure for 24. When I say big, a couple $100,000.
Human,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, about how much is that gonna cost?
I think I've got an early estimate.
Like, if we bought them this year, you would be in what kind of range?
So I wouldn't think, they're
Not
not,
that we need them this year, but.
we don't need them
pricing
to
that
upgrade
you
yet,
know.
so I would say wait, because then they're, longer to be damaged. But I think it's about $200,000-ish if I remember
Like
correctly.
now, yeah,
Yes.
so it might go up and all that.
I don't know if they will or not. Yes,
Mr. Scarrow. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, is it one walkie-talkie per officer, or is it they get to keep their own, or it's in their own locker, they don't share those per shift or anything?
no, sir, every officer gets their own walkie-talkie. Yeah.
Okay. Dispatch.
I
Oh,
feel like we already talked about that.
I know, it was on the list next, just
For months.
if there's anything else we need to cover.
Talk now.
Don't know yet. I will find out. Yes.
It should be radios.
You know, when they call radios, excuse me, Mr. Chair, on dispatch,
Right.
those are those big $100,000 console things.
Radio consoles. So we have radio consoles, then we have portables and mobiles. Mobiles are in the cruisers, portables are on the officer, consoles are in the dispatch center.
Two questions about that. So when will our telephones be upgraded to match headsets that we already have? I thought
Look at me, I don't know.
Listen, you mentioned the dispatchers won't use the headsets because they don't work with the telephone, so what's the
deal with
Yeah,
that?
and again, I'm not saying that, a lot of dispatch centers and dispatchers use headsets. Whether that's the right way, the wrong way, whether it's cumbersome or not. I just know that ours do not currently, because what happens is when they answer a call, they need to be, if they have a headset on, they need to, that telephone could come through there because the radio traffic's coming through there. But what happens is if we force them to have a headset on now, they pick up the phone, then they gotta move the headset, put it on, so.
Yeah, I went, I spent
Yeah.
time with them.
So I can't answer the question about the telephones.
Well, then who can? Somebody must know the answer to that.
Is that the
Is
new
that the
phones that
mayor?
are going, are these different phones that are going in the rest of the city, are these? Because if these are the new phones that we bought, that IT bought, a lot, those are gonna be done by the end of quarter two in 2023, but if these are different phones, I know the equipment you guys use. No, I think the new phone system citywide is what needs to.
Okay, so we think beginning, like, mid next year?
The plan right now is to have that stuff done by, the target date is June. So the plan would be to have it done hopefully before that, but the target date is June, to have the phone system done.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Earlier you, were saying that we were gonna get a dispatch supervisor, and I just wanted to know if that's gonna be hired from within, or are we gonna hire an external candidate?
It could come from anywhere, so we're currently, we have an MOU that we're gonna be working with the dispatch union on. It only makes sense to me to hire from within. The person already knows our way. Could they come from outside? Sure, if nobody wanted it, but I would expect somebody inside, interior would want it.
So then we would need to, hire another dispatcher to replace their position, or would they
No,
just
because this person
keep
will
that?
actually dispatch.
Okay.
This will actually be, so there's been some questions from the union. One of the questions was, would it be a union position? My thing is, if they're doing union work, it's gonna be a union position. Just makes sense, otherwise you're gonna have a grievance and we lose it. So I expect it to be a person from within. That person will still dispatch because dispatchers, we have some that do warrant validations while they're there working. There's other projects and stuff that they work on while they're there when they're not busy. And that's where this dispatcher could work on some minor scheduling. If there's anything that needs to be brought to our attention, sometimes stuff happens in that room that we just don't know about. We had actually had a call that came to us where a veteran dispatcher dispatched somebody to the wrong street. It was a bad situation, and the 911 call came in of a person overdosing, and there's human error there. Nobody's perfect, and the call was dispatched to the wrong street. Officers got down there, squad gets down there, that street address doesn't exist. Turns out it went to the wrong street. So we had to write her up for it. It's unfortunate, but that's the right way to handle things.
Yeah.
And so if you've got a dispatcher that knows how things should be handled and when it comes in, and that can bring stuff to the captain and I that happens in the room that we might not otherwise hear about. It's good business. Yes, sir.
Mr. Scar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, that position, if it has to go through collective bargaining or something with the new supervisor position, it's gonna be union. Obviously, there's gonna be a pay increase for that supervisor.
That's
gonna
correct.
do it for free.
No, there's, so what I think we budgeted.
Is that set or something?
We budgeted $2 an extra an hour, which is what, 4,000 a year, 4,200 a year, or 4,100 a year.
Okay.
It's, so I think for the amount of work that would be expected, that's sufficient. They might not think so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hopefully they accept it.
So, if we're expanding with the supervisor, that will also do some dispatching. We, in 2019 and 2018 had overtime under $10,000 a year, and we're up to 70 plus this year. We're budgeting for 50. We're adding a person, so does that drop more?
We're not adding we're at full staff right now, and that's where we,
Right, but if we're adding a supervisor that also dispatches, are we not adding another dispatcher in effect?
we're just taking one of our full-time dispatchers and making them a supervisor, we're not adding.
4,200.
$400 out of that to each.
Oh, it is?
I don't know. It's a whole other FTE.
Yeah.
Oh, I was under the impression that.
Well, I mean, I can take it out if you
No, it
want.
would be,
The IT was extra, from what I understood, but I,
Supervisor was extra.
supervisor was
So
extra as
it'd be
well.
an extra, that's what's budgeted.
I apologize, I wasn't aware that that's what we were doing.
How about the absolute?
Okay.
So I'm saying if we're literally hiring an additional person, maybe that overtime is not the right amount.
Correct, I understand what you're saying now.
You're saying that we could be way under that number then, correct? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hemorrhaged, this year, we had several employees that had health issues, and cost a lot of overtime.
All that, all right. 'Cause I was
With the
wondering
addition
where
of
that
another
come
city
from.
as well.
Well, no, that answered the question, I guess.
Can you look at that overtime number then in the budget?
For sure.
Any other questions on dispatch? Okay, buildings next?
No, we're
We
done.
did building.
I think that
We already
Woo!
did building.
But I wanna do it again.
You're on your own.
Chris,
That's the old building model, looking to move forward in that mindset.
There's no quorum.
Yes.
So the plan for Tuesdays, we have a couple additional departments, and then to discuss any kind of amendments or changes beyond what we've already talked about. If anyone has issues they're concerned about, amendments, changes, please talk to me so that we're in a better position to not be here till midnight on Tuesday.
Mr. Chairman, did you want to add the IT director as well to the schedule?
I would at
Do you
least
just want
for
Yeah.
10 minutes or so, just to
Okay.
tell us that global question of where are we next, and
We're looking for a contract schedule is what we're looking for based on, you know.
And where the next big thing is that we have to do,
Yeah.
right?
okay, well with that, I will end our committee hearing at 2:30.